in contrast, contain migrants from multiple tribes, and, while one language group is usually dominant, one or more smaller language groups are usually also present. In terms of their ethnic composition, urban constituencies thus look more like the national political arena. An ethnic identity matrix for a typical urban constituency is provided in Figure 5.rr. In rural constituencies like the one depicted in Figure 5.10, the coalition building outcome is clear, since X equals O, Y X, and the pivot will choose to build its coalition along tribal lines. Tribal divisions will thus emerge as the axis of competition and conflict in rural constituencies. The particular tribal group that will play the role of pivot, and hold power, will vary from constituency to constituency, but political conflict will be played out in terms of the struggle between members of the dominant tribe and members of other tribes. In urban constituencies, it will almost always be the case either that YW plus X or that Lang X Law 11G, 1W plus X. Thus, at the national level, the pivot will choose to identify itself in linguistic terms and to build a winning coalition by allying with fellow members of its language group. The only difference with the national level outcome will be that the particular W plus Y coalition will differ from urban location to urban location, depending on which language group happens to predominate in the town in which the constituency is located. The important point, however, is that the pivot will choose its linguistic, rather than its tribal, identity, and that the linguistic cleavage will therefore emerge as the salient axis of political division. The link between institutional change and changes in the kinds of ethnic cleavages that have emerged as politically salient during different periods of Zambia's post-independence history should now be clear. Since the locus of political conflict in multi-party elections is at the national level, and since national-level conflict in Zambia revolves around language group differences, we will observe political competition and coalition building taking place along language group lines during periods when Zambia is under multi-party rule. We will observe politicians in such settings couching their appeals in language group terms and voters supporting candidates who, by virtue of their party affiliations, are perceived to represent the interests of their language groups. Of course, politicians who stand to lose from such an outcome, for instance, candidates who are running on the tickets of parties perceived to be affiliated with outsider language groups, can be expected to do what they can to combat the tendency for politics to be reduced to a struggle among language groups. To the extent that they try to break the hegemony of linguistic distinctions by emphasizing tribal differences, some non-linguistic ethnic campaigning may emerge. But every tribal appeal by such a politician will be met by a counterclaim that this person is simply trying to divert people's focus from the cleavage that matters, the one that divides the country along language group lines. So long as voters view the political process as a means of gaining control over resources controlled by the center, and so long as they view having a member of their own group in a position of political power at the center as the surest way to serve that end, the conflict between members of the dominant language group and others will emerge as the central axis of political competition. Political conflict in multi-party settings will be language group conflict. During periods when the country is under one-party rule, a different axis of ethnic political conflict will emerge in most areas. In the one-party context, the locus of political conflict contracts to the electoral constituency, and constituency-level cleavages will emerge as the central basis of political coalition building. In rural areas this means that tribal divisions will emerge as salient, while in urban areas it means that political conflict will be organized, as it is in multi-party settings, along linguistic lines. Note that while the language cleavage will be salient in urban contexts in both one-party and multi-party elections, it will be salient for different reasons. In the multi-party context, language group differences matter because of the centrality of language group divisions in national affairs. In the one-party context, they matter because of the polyglot nature of urban electoral constituencies and because language communities always include members of multiple tribes. As in the multi-party context, during one-party rule, politicians who are disadvantaged by the salience of constituency-level ethnic cleavages, for example, members of non-dominant tribes running in rural constituencies or members of non-dominant language groups running in urban constituencies, can be expected to try to improve their lot by playing the other ethnic card. But this will not prevent either the candidate from the dominant group from winning or the struggle between members of the dominant group and others from emerging as the central axis of political conflict. The predominant outcome in rural areas will thus be politicians making appeals and voters casting their ballots along tribal lines, whereas in urban areas we will find them mobilizing along language group lines. Since the vast majority of electoral constituencies, 75, in Zambia are rural, however, we should find the general tendency in one-party settings to be for tribal campaigning and tribal voting to predominate. Revisiting the assumptions of the model. The model I have presented offers a simple account of identity and coalition-building choices that can explain why some ethnic cleavages become the axis of political competition rather than others. Yet, while powerful, the explanation rests on a number of important assumptions. How robust is the model to relaxing them? Are the assumptions reasonable for the Zambian case whose patterns of ethnic politics we seek to explain? Single-member plurality rules. The first key assumption is that the winner of the political contest will be the single candidate who wins the plurality of the votes. Single-member plurality rules, along with the inability of politicians to form multi-ethnic coalitions, are necessary for there to be a unique equilibrium cleavage outcome. If more than one candidate can be selected in the constituency, i.e., if district magnitude is greater than 1, then some voters will be able to allocate their support in terms of one dimension of identity to capture one of the available seats, and other voters will be able to mobilize along the lines of a different identity dimension to capture one of the others. The identity choices of individual voters, and the cleavage outcome more generally, will cease to be predictable in advance. Note that the requirement that district magnitude be equal to 1 rules out proportional representation systems, which have multi-member districts. The restriction to single-member plurality rule is clearly appropriate for Zambia, since these are the electoral rules that have been in operation in that country since independence. But it does limit the strict applicability of the model to some other cases. Resources shared equally among the winners. The model assumes that, once an ethnic group has won, resources will be shared equally with all group members. This would seem to be a critical assumption since, without it, it would be possible for a subset of the winning ethnic group, example those who are not just members of the dominant language group or tribe but who come from the president's province or the MP's village, to keep most of the spoils of power for themselves. If this were the case, the columns and rows in the ethnic identity matrix could no longer be thought of as unified coalitions. Yet the results should still hold even if this were true. Even if a winning coalition member believes that she will receive less than a proportionate share of the benefits of power, this should not dissuade her from choosing as the model assumes she will, so long as she also believes that she will get 0 if she is not in the winning row or column. The likelihood that a fellow group member will give everyone in the winning coalition a fair share is less important than the likelihood that a non-group member would share resources with outsiders. And whereas a voter may believe that some members of her group will benefit more than she will if her group wins, she will almost certainly believe that she will still benefit more than if another group wins. As long as this is the case, it is not, strictly speaking, necessary that she assume that she will receive an equal share of the spoils of victory. It is necessary only that she believe that she will receive a greater amount than she would if the victor came from a group in which she could not claim membership. Territoriality of the potentially salient cleavages. A third, unstated, assumption that is necessary for the model's predictions to hold is that the ethnic cleavages in question are based on identities that have a strong territorial component. Territoriality ensures that the map of ethnic divisions at the national level is different from the map of ethnic cleavages in each individual constituency. To see why this is important, consider what would happen to the logic of the model if, instead of drawing upon territorially linked identities like language group affiliation or tribal loyalty, politicians sought to build coalitions along gender lines. Gender identity creates problems for the model because the groups that it defines are evenly distributed and thus produce identical constituency level and national level demographics. Men and women each constitute roughly so % of the population in each constituency and so % of the population in the country as a whole. Politicians seeking to invoke gender cleavages would therefore face identical coalition-building incentives at both the national and constituency levels. Since the model's predictions rest on an expectation that political actors competing at the national level will face different coalition-building incentives from political actors competing at the constituency level, the fact that gender identities produce identical incentives in each arena undermines the model's usefulness. 276. Be sure, gender identities constitute an extreme, even unique, identity type. Most social identities are more like regional or tribal affiliation than like gender. But if we imagine a continuum of identity types, with gender at one end and regional identity at the other, the model will work best when the social cleavages that the political actors are choosing from are closer to the regional than to the gender end of the spectrum. The assumption of territoriality certainly holds in Zambia, and, for similar historical reasons, throughout Africa. But making the assumption clear is necessary to understand the contexts to which the model will, and will not, travel. Perfect information. The model also assumes that, in choosing which contestant to support, voters have perfect information about the sizes of each tribal and language group in the political arena. If, as I assume is the case, individuals make their identity choices based on the size of the coalition to which their chosen identity gives them entry, knowing the sizes of the respective coalitions that they might choose, as well as the sizes of the coalitions against which they will be competing, is clearly important. But for practical purposes all that is necessary for such choices to be made is that people have a rough idea of the relative sizes of their groups vis the other major groups in the political system. The model also, implicitly, assumes that voters will have perfect information about the tribal background of each candidate and the language group affiliation of each party. It might seem unlikely that voters would be unable to identify contestants' tribal backgrounds. After all, most candidates are residents of the constituency in which they are running, so their family lineage is almost certainly known. However, the frequency of intertribal marriages in Zambia means that a significant number of candidates have parents who belong to different tribes, and this can make the candidate's own tribal affiliation ambiguous. In addition, in urban constituencies, where populations tend to be extremely heterogeneous and where the tendency in most social interactions is to identify people in terms of their broader regional or linguistic backgrounds, it is possible that at least some voters will be unable to put candidates into their correct tribal pigeonholes. In multi-party elections, where the presumed language group orientations of political parties replace candidates' ethnic affiliations as the basis for predicting future patronage flows, even greater opportunities emerge for the misinterpretation of candidates' ethnic group loyalties. As we saw in Chapter 4, parties' language group affiliations are usually signaled by the language group memberships of their presidents. Sometimes, however, a president's language group affiliation is ambiguous. Take the case of President Konda, whose parents came from Nyanja-speaking Malawi but who grew up in Bimba-speaking Northern Province, and who himself spoke Bimba far better than Nyanja. Should he be coded as a Bimba speaker or a Nyanja speaker? A party's language group orientation may also be made unclear by the party's conscious effort to present itself in pan-ethnic terms. To the extent that such efforts, or the other factors just described, cause some voters either to misconstrue the tribal backgrounds of candidates or to misinterpret the language group orientations of political parties, the model's expectations about voting behavior will not be borne out precisely. But while voters' uncertainty about candidates and parties' ethnic affiliations may generate outcomes that deviate from the strict predictions of the model, the imperfect information voters possess about these and other issues paradoxically serves at the same time to strengthen the model's predictions in 4 ways. First, it reinforces the importance of ethnic considerations in the voting calculus. In the absence of reliable information about either the policies that the competing candidates will pursue or the ability of each contestant to secure development resources for the constituency from the central government, voters will focus their attention on what little information they do have that will allow them to predict the candidate's future behavior, the candidate's ethnic affiliations. In fact, the less information that voters have about the contestants in the race, the more they will turn to ethnicity as a decision-making shorthand. Ferry 2003. Paraphrasing Downes's observation about the role of ideology, 1957=98, we might say that information about candidates' ethnic affiliations is useful to voters because it removes the necessity of relating the candidates' or parties' stand on every issue to their own. In the absence of other information that might allow them to forecast future behavior, it can be used as a predictor of the candidates or parties' stand on a variety of issues and behavior in a variety of situations. For Downes, the tendency for voters to focus on ideology is a rational response to the high cost of being fully informed about politics. In developed countries, voters usually have a choice in this matter. Should they choose to invest the time and energy to do so, it is possible for them to learn about the agendas, records, and policy positions of the parties and 77 candidates competing in the race. In developing countries like Zambia, however, communication infrastructures are often so poorly developed and campaign organizations are often so weak that most voters, even if they want to, have little ability to obtain reliable information about what separates one candidate's or party's position on the issues from another's. In the 1973 campaign, for example, many candidates remained unknown because there was an almost total lack of publicity concerning most aspects of the elections. Chikulo R979, 2RO. In the R983 election, party-organized election campaign meetings did not do much in the way of introducing the candidates, as attendance at most meetings was poor, largely because of the short notice given and the bad timing. Daily Mail, 2R October R983. Even when information about candidates and parties is available to voters, that information is often unbalanced in its coverage, usually focused on one candidate or party at the expense of others, and obtainable only in some parts of the country. In R968, for example, while the UNIP spent considerable sums on campaign materials and was generally able to get its message out to most voters, the ANC had few funds for transport or publicity, received little coverage from the mass media, and was largely unable to contact voters outside of its southern province base. Molteno and Scott 1974, 179. With 9 days to go before Election Day, not a single ANC poster had been displayed. Times of Zambia, RO December 1968. Access to campaign resources and to the media was similarly skewed in favor of the ruling party during the 1996 election. Bratton and Posner 1998. In such a context of incomplete, uneven, or unreliable information about parties and candidates' platforms and policy positions, voters' emphasis on ethnicity is a rational response. Yet even if Zambian voters did have perfect information about candidates and parties' platforms, our discussion in Chapter 4 suggests that such information probably would not have played a particularly central role in shaping many voters' decisions. As we saw, most Zambian voters make their choices based less on candidates or parties' policy positions than on their perceptions of the likelihood that each candidate or party will deliver patronage to them. This likelihood, in turn, is a function of two factors: the ability of the candidate to secure development resources for the constituency from the central government, and the candidate's willingness to channel those resources to the constituents personally. In weighing these issues, problems of imperfect information also reinforce the salience of ethnic considerations. A schoolteacher in Chipeta pointed out that, in weighing a candidate's ability to deliver the goods, a former parliamentary candidate agreed that voters didn't know us. They didn't know what our qualifications were or what we could do for them. All that was abridged. To the extent that voters are unable to gauge the abilities of the various candidates to bargain successfully on their behalf to win development resources from the central government, they will be forced to make their choice based on other factors. In one-party elections, they will respond to the lack of reliable information about candidates' abilities by focusing on the likelihood that each candidate, if he is able to secure resources from the center, will distribute those resources to them personally rather than to other residents of the constituency. This will cause voters to focus their attention on the candidates' respective local tribal identities. In multi-party contests, before thinking about whether each candidate will be likely to channel the resources that he is able to secure from the center to them personally, voters must first focus their attention on the likelihood that the party on whose ticket each of the candidates is standing will allocate development resources to their region of the country rather than to other regions. This will encourage them to emphasize the presumed language group loyalties of the respective political parties. In each case, the inability of voters to ascertain reliably the abilities of the candidates forces them to look to other issues, and this reinforces their tendency to behave in ways that accord with the expectations of the model. Imperfect information also encourages voters to behave in accordance with the expectations of the model in a third way by reducing the likelihood of strategic voting. If voters are in a position to gauge accurately the degree of support enjoyed by each candidate or party in the race, and if the candidate or party that is affiliated with their tribe or language group clearly has no chance of capturing power, then voters will have strong incentives to shift their support to second-choice alternatives. However, if a lack of information makes voters unable to predict whether or not their preferred candidate or party has a chance to capture power, then they will be unlikely to vote in such a strategic manner. This effect is particularly important in multi-party elections, where a candidate's ability to deliver patronage depends not only on his getting elected in the constituency but also on his party being able to capture power at the national level. Even if voters are able to assess each candidate's prospects within the relatively narrow arena of their own constituency, they may not have enough information to judge the relative strength in the country as a whole of the parties with which each of the candidates is affiliated. As one focus group respondent pointed out, the question of whether MMD or UNIP is strong throughout the country may be difficult to answer. This is because some of us are only in Mungw. We don't go to other places. Therefore you can't tell unless you listen on the radio, though sometimes even then you still can't understand. MMD is the ruling party, so it is known to all. But opposition parties may be known in the area where you stay, and when you go to other places you find that party is not popular or not there. Mon MSM. In terms of being in a position to secure development resources through their MP from the state, Western Province residents would, in retrospect, have been better off had they not shifted their support from the ruling MMD to the NP, AZ, and UNIP in the by-elections held after 1991 and then again in the 1996 general elections. Eastern Province voters would probably also have been better off had they supported MMD candidates rather than UNIP candidates in 199R. But the lack of information about whether the local enthusiasm felt for these parties was shared by people in the rest of the country, many voters assumed, incorrectly, that it was, prevented Western and Eastern Province voters from strategically backing the winning horse. A final way in which the lack of reliable information available to Zambian voters reinforces the importance of ethnic identities in the electoral process is by enhancing the ability of politicians to mobilize electoral support by exploiting rumors of ethnic group favoritism. As we saw in Chapter 4, one of the principal mobilizational tools used by non-Bimba-speaking politicians since independence has been the charge that Bimbas enjoy more than their fair share of government jobs and development resources. But, as we also saw, analyses of the ethnic backgrounds of state office holders and the regions of the country that have benefited from government spending reveal that such allegations, despite their wide acceptance as fact, are only weakly supported by the evidence. The reason that perceptions of governmental favoritism can be so out of line with reality is not only because non-Bimba politicians have an interest in promoting the misperception. A critical contributing element is the fact that the voters that the politicians hope to sway by making such allegations lack the information with which to corroborate the politicians' claims. The incomplete information that prevents voters from double-checking claims about governmental favoritism also prevents them from disconfirming inflammatory allegations about slights made by rival group leaders or threats posed by other groups to their livelihood or security. 3. Recall, for example, that one of the key pieces of ammunition used by Luapila province politicians in the 1969 Kawamwa East by-election campaign, described in Chapter 4, was the charge that outsider candidate John Mwanakatwi had referred to Luapilans as Batubula, dumb fishermen. Had voters been able to confirm whether Mwanakatwi had ever, in fact, said this, and evidence suggests he probably did not, Bates 1976, 229th allegation might have been much less effective in generating ethnic polarization. Similarly, charges made during the 1973 election in Livingstone by Tonga and Loza-speaking politicians that members of the rival groups were mobilizing against them became a self-fulfilling prophecy precisely because the charges could not be disconfirmed. Baylis and Zeftel R 984, 37. In similar fashion, the claim by NP campaigners during the run-up to the 1993 Western Province by-elections that they possessed a letter written by President Chaluba to the Loza paramount chief in which the president criticized the Loza royal establishment for stirring up trouble between the Nkoyas and Lozas in Kayama district would have been far less effective in turning Loza-speaking voters against the MMD had it been possible to confirm that the letter was, in fact, a fabrication which it ultimately turned out to be. Daily Mail, RO November 1993. The success of all of these efforts depended on the fact that voters were unable to confirm the veracity of the allegations that were being made. Had reliable information about the events or patterns of behavior on which these inflammatory allegations were based been available, these charges either would never have been made or would have had far less impact. In this way, as in the others described earlier, the imperfect information available to Zambian voters served to reinforce the model's expectations about ethnic voting. Part 3 to Part 3. Chapter 5 presented a simple model of identity choice that helps us to account for why political competition in Zambia has tended to revolve around tribal differences in one-party settings and around language group differences in multi-party settings. The chapters of Part 3 present a series of analyses that test several of the model's observable implications. Chapter 6 sets the stage for these analyses by addressing and ruling out competing explanations. Chapters 7 and 8 then turn to the implications of the model itself. Chapter 7 focuses on its implications for the behavior of political elites, and Chapter 8 focuses on its implications for mass voting. It bears underscoring from the outset that the implications being tested are about the relative salience of tribal and linguistic identities in different institutional contexts, not about the salience of ethnicity per se. Some Zambian politicians run for parliament for no other reason than because they want the attention that being a candidate brings. Others are motivated by a commitment to national service. Some voters make their electoral choices because they are swayed by a politician's credentials or record of performance. Others vote for a particular person or party because they are bribed. In the context of the extreme poverty in which elections are fought in Zambia, a bag of meal, a bolt of cloth, or even a shirt, along with the implicit promise that more such gifts are on the way, may be enough to buy a voter's support. In short, many politicians and voters in Zambia are motivated by factors other than ethnicity. Yet this fact, while clearly important for some questions and issues, is not critical for the argument developed in this book. What matters from the standpoint of the argument is not whether every Zambian politician or voter is motivated by ethnicity, but whether those who are motivated by ethnicity are motivated by their tribal affiliations or by their language group memberships. Variation in the kinds of ethnic identities that 80. Motivate behavior in one-party and multi-party settings is more important than the share of the variance that ethnicity explains in either. In trying to document these patterns of behavior and test them against the expectations of the model, my strategy is to make use of multiple tests and a diversity of data and methodologies. In doing so, I follow Robert Putnam's maxim that the prudent social scientist, like the wise investor, must rely on diversification to magnify the strengths, and to offset the weaknesses, of any single instrument, 1993, RZ. To document the kinds of appeals that politicians make in different institutional settings, I draw on newspaper accounts, secondary source materials, interviews with politicians, focus group discussions, and original survey data. 1. To test whether citizens voted and politicians chose the constituencies in which they would run in the way that the model would predict, I combine qualitative analyses of secondary sources, newspaper accounts, focus groups, and surveys with quantitative analyses of ethnic demographic data, election results from 7 different general elections, and original data on the tribal backgrounds of each of the more than 2,200 parliamentary candidates that ran for election in Zambia between 1968 and 1999. To all told, I test more than a dozen different observable implications of the model. Taken individually, the results of each of these tests support the model's expectations. However, none of them alone provides as compelling a confirmation for the model's success as they do when taken together. Moreover, the diversity of the data and of the methods that these different tests employ protects my evaluation of the model's explanatory power from the imperfections of any individual data source or methodology. Details of the survey and focus group work are provided in Appendix B2. Details of these data sources are provided in Appendices C and D. 6. The motivation for the model presented in the last chapter was the observation that changes in regime type in Zambia seem to co-vary with changes in the relative political salience of linguistic and tribal identities in national elections. During multi-party contests, ethnic politics revolves around language group divisions, whereas during one-party elections it revolves around tribal differences. Given this pattern of covariation, it is natural to assume that it is something about the multi-party or one-party nature of the electoral regime that is driving the salient cleavage outcome. However, it is at least possible that other factors that happen to covary with regime type could be responsible for the changes we see in the salience of tribal and linguistic identities. If so, these factors would offer competing explanations for the argument presented in Chapter 5. The first part of the present chapter explores this possibility. The second part of the chapter takes up another potential problem, endogeneity. Even if we are able to rule out the possibility that something other than regime change has caused Zambian politicians and voters to shift their focus from one ethnic cleavage dimension to the other, we might still have the causal arrows backward. It is possible that changes in the salience of tribal and linguistic identities, driven by factors other than changes in regime type, are what caused the transitions from multi-party to one-party rule and back. This possibility needs to be ruled out for the argument advanced in the book to hold. Finally, even if it can be established that changes in regime type were responsible for the shift in politically salient ethnic identities, and not the other way around, it is still possible that aspects of regime change other than the factors on which the model focuses could be doing the work in accounting for why one ethnic cleavage becomes politically salient rather than the other. In the model, the shift from multi-party to one-party 81 rule, and vice versa, is a purely institutional change that involves just two factors: an alteration in the number of parties that are legally permitted to compete and a shift in whether the president is selected by the ruling party's central committee or by the voters. However, one-party and multi-party political systems typically differ in more than in just these two respects. The final part of the chapter addresses the possibility that aspects of the one-party and multi-party systems other than those captured in these two formal institutional rules might be responsible for causing the variation we seek to explain. Competing explanations. As I noted in Chapter R, one of the major strengths of the Zambian case is that its political system shifted not just from multi-party to one-party rule but also from one-party rule back to multi-party politics. This back-and-forth shift in political institutions is advantageous because it makes it possible to double-check the effects of institutional change. If the shift from multi-party to one-party competition in 1973 was really responsible for the displacement of linguistic identities by tribal identities as axes of political conflict, then we should observe a shift back to pre-1973 patterns of ethnic political competition, in which language identities were most salient, after the transition back to multi-party politics in 1991. The fact that we do lends support to the argument that the book advances. A second advantage of Zambia's back and forth pattern of regime change is that it allows us to rule out a large number of potential competing explanations for the outcomes we observe. For example, a key potential alternative explanation for the changes over time in the salience of tribal and linguistic identities is modernization. The modernization explanation would suggest that tribal identities became more politically salient than linguistic identities in the mid-1970s because the conditions of an increasingly industrialized, urbanized, economically integrated, secular, rational, participatory, and communication-intensive society made that dimension of identity more socially or politically useful than the other. With the growth of communication in a common lingua franca, English, people might have found tribal distinctions to be more useful than language group distinctions as a way of categorizing in-group and out-group members, and this might account for the shift in the relative salience of tribal and linguistic identities in the I-970s and 198os. As plausible as this line of reasoning might seem, however, it would be equally plausible to suppose that, under conditions of increasingly intense social interaction in a highly heterogeneous community, individuals might have found local tribal identities less helpful as labeling devices than more broadly encompassing linguistic affiliations. The work of Mitchell, R. 969, R. 987, Epstein, 1958, 1981, 1992, and others lends support to this possibility. Such a mechanism would lead us to expect not the increasing salience of tribal affiliations in the mid-R970s but their disappearance. Apart from the contradictory outcomes that modernization could be argued to cause, the more important problem with this potential competing explanation is that modernization is a monotonic process that, presumably, generates monotonic effects. If the transition from linguistic identities to tribal identities as basis for political coalition building in 1973 had not been followed in 1991 by a transition back to linguistic identities as the principal axis of political competition, or if the shift from tribe-based to language group-based coalition building after 1991 had not been preceded by a shift in the opposite direction in 1973, we might reasonably entertain the possibility that modernization or one of the group of economic and social transformations that it encompassed had played a role in accounting for these changes. But the fact that the variation in the political salience of these competing dimensions of ethnic identity was neither unidirectional nor permanent, whereas the increasing modernization of Zambian society presumably was, allows us to rule out this possibility. Another possibility is that the shift in cleavage salience was caused not by changes in the structure of the Zambian economy, or even by changes in the country's general level of development, but by shorter-term fluctuations in economic performance. The argument might go like this: in times of economic scarcity, people look for scapegoats and coping strategies. In the context of an ethnically divided society, the quest for both leads to a deepening of ethnic divisions. Alzak 1992, Harden 1995, Woodward 1999, Giga 2000. If this is so, then it is at least conceivable that it might also lead to a heightening of the importance of some group identities over others. Indeed, some scholars make precisely this argument. Azarya and Chazan, R. 987, argue that economic decline leads to a process of self-enclosure in which narrower social ties become more important to individuals and localized cleavages take precedence over broader ones. Chazan, 1982, suggests that the deterioration of the economy leads to a retreat to narrower bases of solidarity as people turn toward their close kin for aid and social insurance. Empirical evidence seems to support this claim. In Zambia, as the economy declined during the R98os, Colson, 1996, 72, notes that personal networks acquired new 82 importance in a context where increasing numbers competed in a diminished resource pool. To the extent that these local personal networks were built along tribal lines, it is possible that the heightened salience of local tribal identities in Zambia during the 1970s and R98OS might have been a product of the country's conditions of increasing resource scarcity. The salience of linguistic identities in the 1960s and I990s, meanwhile, could plausibly be attributed to economic plenty. During economic boom times when government coffers are full, political entrepreneurs will do everything they can to extract resources from the government. One way they do this is by threatening to lead their ethnic groups into the opposition unless the government buys their loyalty by channeling resources to them, Bates 1976. Since the leverage that blackmailing politicians can exert will depend on the size of the groups they are claiming to lead, politicians will have incentives to define their groups in the broadest possible terms. In the Zambian context, this means that they will present themselves in linguistic, or sometimes regional/provincial, terms. But blackmail of this sort will only be viable when the government's coffers are full. When the economy declines and the government's ability to buy off potential defectors disappears, so too will the incentives for political entrepreneurs to play this game. We would therefore expect to find language group appeals to be more prominent in periods of economic plenty than in periods of economic weakness. Taken together, these two arguments would provide a powerful competing explanation for the variation I seek to explain if the health of the Zambian economy co-varied with one-party and multi-party rule. But, as Figure 6.1 makes clear, it does not. At independence, and throughout the multi-party First Republic, Zambia enjoyed a booming economy bolstered by high world copper prices and relatively efficient mining and industrial management practices. The one-party Second Republic, by contrast, was a period of dramatic economic decline. Although it began in a context of economic plenty, the country's financial situation declined markedly in the mid-R970s when world copper prices plummeted and a combination of short-sighted macroeconomic policy making, a rising wage bill in state-owned enterprises, and an overstaffed and inefficient government bureaucracy sent the economy. As Treisman, 1999, shows, this logic extends not just to groups that threaten to defect from the ruling coalition but also to subunits of the nation that threaten to secede from the state. Into a tailspin. By the beginning of the Third Republic, in R99R, the Zambian economy was, on a per capita basis, only 60% as large as it had been when the Second Republic had begun in 1973. Despite the implementation of a series of aggressive economic reform programs in the R990s, the Zambian economy remained weak throughout the first decade of the Third Republic. The multi-party First and Third Republics thus had identical cleavage outcomes, language identities were most salient in both, but experienced very different conditions of economic health. Zambian political entrepreneurs evidently found it useful to play TB language card, and voters responded positively to such appeals, both when state coffers were full and when they were empty. The state of the economy thus cannot account for the salience of linguistic identities in both periods. The one-party Second Republic, meanwhile, had a single cleavage outcome. Tribe was the salient axis of political division throughout, but experienced varying economic conditions across its 18-year span. Zambians seem to have embraced narrow bases of ethnic solidarity even when the economy was healthy, or at any rate long before the economy had declined to the point where Azarya and Chazan tell us that self-enclosure should have begun. Given these patterns, we can rule out the health of the Zambian economy as a competing explanation for the outcome we seek to explain. An endogeneity problem. To support the argument that institutional change causes identity change, it is necessary to rule out the possibility of endogeneity. That is, it is 83. Necessary to establish TBAT. The shift from multi-party to one-party rule in 1973 and then from one-party back to multi-party rule in R99R was the cause, rather than the outcome, of the shift in the ethnic cleavages that predominated in each context. When President Konda announced in 1972 that he was going to introduce a new constitution that would ban opposition parties and bring about a one-party state, he was following a path that had already been taken by a number of other African rulers. In Zambia, as elsewhere, A principal official justification for scrapping inter-party competition was that such competition generated inter-ethnic violence. In a National Assembly speech, Vice President Mainz Achona made his case for the adoption of the new one-party system on precisely these grounds. When we look round the entire country, he argued, we find that there has been peace in areas where there has been one party only. For example, there was a lot of violence in the eastern province where both UNIP and ANC had substantial support, but this violence completely died down when UNIP remained as the only party. On the line of rail, political violence, riots and deaths have occurred mostly in Livingstone and Mufulira where inter-party competition is strong. In places like the southern province and certain parts of central province where inter-party competition is also strong, villagers have suffered a lot by being beaten up by political opponents, having their houses or their food stores burned, and a lot of other criminal acts. By contrast, in the Luapula, northern and the northwestern provinces where UNIP is dominant and inter-party competition is weak, we have had no violent incidents of a political nature at all except in Winalunga, the only district in the northwestern province where ANC was active. Parliamentary debates, December 6, 1972, COLS 54-59. Chona's argument was clear: multi-party competition generated ethnic conflict, and this was why it had to be suspended in favor of single-party rule. More than 2 decades later, a former UNIP official agreed with the vice president's justification: when we had multi-party politics, ANC and UNIP were fighting too much. This is why we decided to go to a one-party system. After that there was no fighting and the whole country was so quiet. To a large degree, the claim that a one-party state was necessary to end political violence in Zambia was, as it was in other African countries at the time, simply a convenient public rationale for the ruling party to ban its opponents. Yet there was truth to the contention that multi-party competition had exacerbated intergroup conflict. In the 5 years leading up to the elimination of multi-party politics, riots, arson, beatings, and other forms of violence had become regular features of political competition in several areas of the country. In August R968, 5 people were killed in riots between UNIP and UP supporters in the Copperbelt town of Chililabamwe. In December R969, a gun battle between UNIP and ANC supporters led to the hospitalization of members of both parties. In January I972, UPP leader Simon Kapwepwe was beaten by a group of UNIP members after he left parliament. Later that day, a UNIP minister was beaten in a retaliatory attack and a bomb was exploded in the UNIP regional office in Chingola. 12 days later, a UNIP official was attacked and beaten by a crowd of UPP supporters in the Copperbelt. Summarizing the situation during this period, a former MP told me, there was a lot of violence. We did not accept one belonging to a different party. Sometimes property was destroyed. People were beaten. If you were a member of this party, you had to drink in bars in one area. If you went to bars in another area where the other party was strong, you got beaten. 3. T-Bus, despite the fact that the UNIP government may have had ulterior motives for banning its opponents, it is not unreasonable to conclude that a desire to minimize violent conflicts may have also contributed to its decision to move from a multi-party to a one-party system. To the extent that this is the case, however, the direction of causality becomes murky. The ethnic outcome, or, more accurately, the anticipation of it, would appear to have caused the institutional change. This apparent endogeneity problem disappears, however, when we recall that the dependent variable in this study is not the depth of ethnic conflict but the dimension of ethnic identity that actors employ to define themselves and identify their rivals. The argument that I present would be threatened by an endogeneity problem only if President Konda had decided to suspend multi-party political competition in 1973, or to reinstate it in R99R, because of an expectation that doing so would affect the nature of the ethnic cleavages that would emerge as the basis for political coalition building in the new institutional setting. There is no evidence that this was the case. The decision to declare the one-party state was based on an expectation that it would hamper UNIP's rivals, and perhaps also dampen the rising tide of ethnic violence in the country, not that it would affect the dimension of ethnic identity that would serve as the interview with Leonard Mpundu, Luancha, December 17, T995. Central axis of political competition. Point 4. Nor is there any question that the return to multi-party politics in 1991 was motivated by anything other than a desire to respond to public outrage over the state of the economy and donor pressure to liberalize the political system, Bratton 1994. If institutional change went together with alterations in the political salience of tribal and linguistic identities, it is because the former caused the latter, not the other way around. Continuities and discontinuities in the nature of political competition across Zambia's three republics. A final potential objection to the claim that the shift in the salience of tribal and linguistic identities was driven by institutional change is the possibility that aspects of Zambia's one-party and multi-party regimes other than their different formal institutional rules might account for the differences in the ethnic cleavages that became politically salient in each setting. The argument presented in Chapter 5 assumes that the only difference between Zambia's one-party and multi-party systems lies in the number of parties that were competing for power, one versus many, and the manner in which the president was selected from among the many potential candidates for that job, by the party central committee versus by the voters. Yet one-party and multi-party regimes also tend to differ in other ways. Compared with their one-party counterparts, multi-party regimes typically provide greater freedom for civil society groups and the press, greater opportunities for incumbent legislators to be displaced by challengers, and less governmental control over campaigning practices and electoral appeals. Indeed, it is precisely the presumed association. 4. Interview with Drive. Kenneth Konda, Lusaka, January 17, 1994. In April 197 the government-owned Daily Mail published a map of Zambia displaying the locations and population shares of 60 different tribes. The accompanying text explained that this map has been produced, with the one objective of helping to unite the people of Zambia into one powerful nation. We believe that if the people of Zambia know the truth about themselves, they will be more unified against diverse forces such as tribalism. I hope the truth we have published will go a long way in proving that no one or two or three or even four tribes have a chance of succeeding in dominating others. 20 April 1971. The idea that an ethnic landscape with a large number of ethnic groups would generate less conflict thus seems to have been understood at the time Konda was contemplating the shift to one-party rule. But there is no evidence that Konda recognized that banning multiple parties from political competition would affect that landscape. Between these factors and regime type, that explains the positive normative label that is usually attached to transitions from one-party to multi-party rule. Before assuming that the only relevant aspects of regime change are captured in the model, it will be important to rule out the independent effects of these other factors in the Zambian case. Doing so will also provide useful background information for the discussion of electoral campaigning that follows. Political freedoms. For many countries, the suspension or resumption of multi-party political competition corresponds with a wholesale change in the character of political and social life. The suspension of multi-party rule in Czechoslovakia in 1948 or the move to multi-party competition in Taiwan in 1996, for example, brought dramatic transformations in the degree of political freedom enjoyed by the citizens of these countries. In Zambia, by contrast, the transition from multi-party to one-party politics in 1973 and then from one-party back to multi-party competition in 1991 brought comparatively little change in the nature of the country's political or social affairs. Generally speaking, Zambians have enjoyed a relatively constant and middling level of political freedom throughout the post-independence period. With the exception of the 2 years immediately following the democratic transition of 1991, when the country was rated as free, the democracy watchdog organization Freedom House has designated Zambia as partly free for every year between 1972, when the organization began ranking countries, and 20 or 0.5. Zambia's multi-party First and Third Republics were characterized by relatively illiberal forms of democracy, and its lengthy one-party Second Republic was marked by a relatively mild form of authoritarianism. Opposition leaders were detained, independently minded editors and reporters for the government-owned media were fired, and citizens' civil rights were abridged by states of emergency with almost equal frequency in both one-party and multi-party settings. At the same time, however, authoritarian tendencies such as these were fairly moderate. Detained politicians had recourse in all three periods to a relatively independent judiciary that possessed the autonomy to order and secure their release. The state-owned press, while far from free, nonetheless was more willing to be critical of the government, if perhaps not of the president himself, than in many African countries. And infringements on civil liberties, while slightly more severe toward the end of the Second Republic than in other periods, were never particularly egregious by African standards and did not vary overly much across the three republics. Even during the end of the Second Republic, Lung R 986, 409, could write that in terms of basic constitutional rights like freedom of speech, Zambia is closer to a liberal democratic state than to what has now become the classic model of contemporary African dictatorship. Indeed, when asked what they thought were the biggest differences between the way things are in TB Third Republic and the way things were in the Second Republic, only 6.7% of my survey respondents in 1995 mentioned changes in freedom of speech, assembly, or movement as the most important differences between the one-party and multi-party eras. The most often mentioned changes, by far, were pocketbook issues such as the availability and/or price of consumer goods, the availability of jobs, and the improvement or decline of hospitals, roads, and schools. Had the contrast between the degree of political freedom in the two eras been more stark, we would have expected a larger share of respondents to have mentioned such issues first. Equally important as the relative stability in the level of political freedom across Zambia's three republics is the fact that there is no plausible link between the extent of political liberty enjoyed by citizens and civil society groups and the kinds of ethnic identities that they might choose as bases for political mobilization. While it might be possible to draw a connection between fluctuations in political freedom and the ability of politicians and citizens to build political coalitions, and perhaps even to draw on ethnicity in doing so, there is no obvious theoretical story that links changes in the ability of people to protest or assemble or move freely around the country to changes in the dimensions of ethnic identity that they would find it advantageous to mobilize. Opportunities for the replacement of incumbents by challengers. A second commonly cited difference between one-party and multi-party regimes is the extent to which elections provide meaningful opportunities for replacing parliamentary office holders. Although this difference across regime types is often overstated, multi-party elections are usually assumed to provide much greater latitude for voters to choose their political representatives than one-party elections, which are usually assumed to be little more than exercises for legitimizing and perpetuating the ruling elite. 9 While such stereotypical characterizations of one-party and multi-party regime types may apply in other countries, they do not apply in Zambia. If anything, Zambia's four one-party elections were more competitive and resulted in more turnover of incumbents than their multi-party counterparts. Whereas an average of 4 candidates ran for every seat in the one-party races, an average of just 7 candidates ran in the 3 multi-party contests analyzed in this study. In addition, as Table 6.1 indicates, incumbents were significantly less likely to be returned to office in the one-party elections of R973, R978, 1983, and 1988 than in the multi-party elections of R968 and R996. The very high levels of turnover in 1991 are an artifact of that election's transitional nature, which I discuss later. Another indicator of competitiveness is the number of candidates running unopposed in a given election. By this measure, one-party elections in Zambia again emerge as slightly more competitive than their multi-party counterparts. In the 4 one-party elections, an average of one constituency in 17 had an unopposed parliamentary candidate, whereas in the 3 multi-party contests the average rose to 1 constituency in 12. Zambia's one-party and multi-party elections clearly do not fit the stereotype. But, as with the issue of political freedom, the important question is less whether one-party and multi-party regimes differ than whether the differences that might exist can be linked to a set of expectations about identity choice. If there were a reason to think that the ability or inability of challengers to threaten incumbents in parliamentary elections might account for why political actors choose to construct their political coalitions around linguistic identities rather than tribal identities, or vice versa, then the differences in the competitiveness of Zambia's one-party and multi-party elections might be relevant. But because there is not, the differences in the competitiveness of the two kinds of elections provide no basis for a competing explanation for the cleavage outcome that we observe. Government control over campaigning. Practices and electoral appeals. A third way in which one-party and multi-party states tend to differ is in the degree of control exercised by the government over campaigning practices and electoral appeals. In multi-party settings, candidates and parties are usually relatively free to frame their electoral appeals as they wish and to campaign when and where they choose. In one-party settings, by contrast, strict boundaries are frequently put on the issues that can be discussed to solicit votes, and candidates are often forbidden from campaigning outside of official, government-sanctioned channels. In terms of the formal rules that governed electoral campaigning during its one-party and multi-party eras, Zambia closely matches this stereotypical characterization. Multi-party campaigns were relatively unregulated, whereas one-party campaigns were, formally, at least, tightly controlled. However, in terms of the nature of the campaigning that actually took place, the differences between institutional settings were actually fairly small. According to regulations in force during all 4 one-party general elections, candidates were permitted to campaign only during party-sponsored public meetings and, even then, allowed to talk only about issues sanctioned by the party leadership. A single official campaign poster was produced for each constituency with the pictures and symbols of all the candidates in the race, and candidates were forbidden to produce their own campaign materials or to spend any of their own money in conjunction with the campaign. With respect to the content of the appeals that candidates could make, and to ethnic campaigning in particular, UNIP election rules stipulated that the election campaign should focus on those issues which concern you and the nation and not on personalities. It must be based on the desire to bring together all our communities instead of dividing them. It must be used to integrate rather than fragment, to build the nation instead of dividing the people. RO. As several former candidates described the practice, all the candidates in a given constituency would be called to a public meeting by the district governor. Each would be given 10 to 15 minutes to talk about an assigned subject: President Konda's philosophy of humanism, the government's pensions policy, the threat posed by the white regime Rhodesia, the meaning of the slogan One Zambia, One Nation, or some other topic. Only in their concluding remarks or in answering questions from the audience could candidates directly address why voters should support them instead of the other contestants. Even then, candidates were strictly forbidden to make negative remarks about their rivals or to engage in expressly ethnic campaigning. Although the purpose of these regulations was ostensibly to create an even playing field among the candidates, district governors would sometimes go out of their way to make it clear that the ruling party preferred one candidate over the others. Sometimes this preference would be signaled indirectly through the warmth of an introduction. At other times, the district governor would return to the site of the campaign meeting after the candidates had left and actually tell people which candidate they should support. At the central level, the party could also manipulate the election outcome by vetting contestants that it viewed as troublemakers or as threatening to favored candidates. This prerogative was exercised relatively infrequently, however, and never, evidence suggests, for reasons related to the tribal or linguistic background of the prospective candidate. In the elections of 1973, 1978, and 1983, fewer than 9% of the candidates that filed nomination papers or made it through the primary stage were disqualified by the party. In 1988, the share of those vetted rose to just over 13%. L4 Once the Central Committee had decided that a particular candidate presented a threat to the party's interests, that candidate could do little to avoid either disqualification from the race or unequal treatment by district-level party officials. Where candidates did have considerable control, however, was in their ability to circumvent the highly regulated formal campaign meetings. Candidates in all four of Zambia's one-party elections actively flouted party regulations by quietly, and sometimes not so quietly, campaigning outside of officially sanctioned channels. Candidates distributed illegal election campaign posters and leaflets, canvassed for support in drinking establishments and residential neighborhoods, and conducted night campaigns based on tribal lines. Times of Zambia, October 23, 1973. Despite the rule that campaigning could take place only in the presence of party officials, a longtime Zambia Information Services (ZIS) officer with responsibility for organizing OFFI Chale campaign meetings confirmed that most of the real campaigning took place outside of the events he organized. People who had money would have their election agents go from house to house, or in rural areas from village to village on bicycles. It was illegal, but it happened a lot. 6. The Daily Mail went so far as to describe candidates' behavior in the 1983 election as being characterized by a blatant disregard of the rules of the game as far as the party regulations go. R. November R. 983. On the eve of the 1983 poll, as during the periods leading up to the other Second Republic elections, most urban centers were aflame with election material which seemed to proliferate during the night. Posters were displayed and leaflets were distributed freely as the drive to woo voters picked up. Daily Mail, R. November 1983. In the run-up to the 1988 election, the UNIP National Council, noting with regret that illegal campaigns, use of money and other illegal practices have been reported throughout the country, saw fit to reiterate the official policy that people concerned should be disqualified from contesting the next parliamentary election. 8 former candidates told me that they campaigned privately because that was the only way they could make themselves known to voters. While acknowledging that they risked being punished by the party if they were discovered soliciting votes outside of the organized meetings, former MPs told me that this was very rare, because you did it undercover. And if people wanted you, they would want to listen to you. The longtime ZIS official put it bluntly, if you followed the regulations you could not why you had to campaign privately to win. 20. Summarizing the one-party campaigns, Chikulo, 1979, 207, writes. _E circumpection of issues, coupled with poor attendance at official campaigns, explains the importance of informal campaigns by individua_L candidates_. It was the formal campaigns which raised the local issues, or nuances, WHTCHTE_electora event to hear. Including particularistic appeals ed on ETM city, provincial, or family ties. It can thus be concluded that the official campaigns did not at all reflect the essence of the election campaigns. Chikulo concludes by describing the official campaign meetings as something conventual in which participants discussed abstract notions of development and humanism, while the real, unofficial, campaigns progressed largely unchecked, ibid. Thus, despite formal rules designed to ensure the ruling party's control over the conduct of the one-party elections, electoral campaigns in the Second Republic were not as dissimilar to the comparatively unregulated campaigns of the two multi-party eras as might be assumed. Candidates in the Second Republic did face greater obstacles in directly reaching voters than candidates did in either the First Republic or the Third. But the relative ease with which official channels could be skirted during the one-party PNO suggests that these obstacles may not have affected candidates' strategic behavior to a significant extent. Moreover, from the standpoint of testing the expectations of the model, the important factor is that candidates in both multi-party and, they had circumvented party restrictions, one-party institutional settings were equally free to frame their electoral appeals in terms of tribal or linguistic identities. While the rules governing Second Republic elections may have made it more difficult for candidates to make ethnic appeals per se than in the First or Third Republics, These regulations did nothing to bias the content of those appeals in favor of a particular dimension of ethnic identity. For this reason, and for the reasons outlined earlier, we can discount the possibility that aspects of Zambia's one-party or multi-party systems other than those accommodated in the model might be doing work in explaining the variation we observe over time in the political sense of tonal and linguistic identities. A final issue that bears mention involves a discontinuity not across party system types but within the category of multi-party elections. This is the question of whether the R991 election was so exceptional and atypical as to justify excluding it from the analyses of coalition building in multi-party elections that I present in the next two chapters. Called by President Konda in response to a groundswell of public anger that had precipitated strikes, food riots, and the first rallies in Africa on the scale of Leipzig and Prague, Bratton 1994, the 1991 election was less a regular contest between competing parties than a referendum on change. The election, in fact, took the place of a scheduled referendum on whether Zambia should return to multi-party rule. After 2 decades of economic decline, the election was viewed by Zambians as an opportunity to overthrow the status quo and bring about major political and economic reform. The MMD's landslide victory, it won 125 of the 150 parliamentary seats and more than 75% of the popular vote, can be attributed to a combination of voters' thirst for change and the party's success in casting itself as the agent of reform. The referendum nature of the 1991 election is confirmed by the fact that, when asked who they voted for in 199R, Zambians almost never mention by name the particular candidate or party they supported. Rather, they say I voted for change or I voted for the hour, a reference to the MMD's slogan "The hour has Cornell." As a market seller in Luancha explained, when we were voting in 1991, the MMD was campaigning and we were busy shouting "The hour. The hour." What we wanted was change. We did not care about the particular candidate who stood, Lee MSW. Many Zambians also told me that ethnic factors were not a consideration in their decisions in 1991. One focus group respondent noted that in 1991 whoever stood on an MMD ticket was elected. It didn't matter where he came from. Whatever area they stood in, they all went through, UVM. Another explained that people were not choosing based on which tribe this one is coming from. They only wanted change. And Chalubo being popular, nobody looked at his tribe or where he came from, Monty. The single-mindedness of voters' motivations was captured well by an MMD politician when he likened the campaign to unseat Konda to cutting down a baobab tree, one with an axe, one with a hoe, one with a penknife, but all with the goal of cutting it down. 22 to the E_current that Zambians in 1991 were voting for change. The model presented in Chapter 5 will be an inappropriate device for capturing the behavior of Zambian political actors during that election. Voters in 1991. D1 D not decide who to support by weighing the relative advantages of T1BAL and linguistic identities for securing membership in advantageously sized political coalitions, and candidates did not base their electoral strategies on the expectation that voters would. Both simply decided whether or not they wanted to see a continuation of the status quo and acted accordingly. Although my claim is not that voters are motivated exclusively by ethnic coalition but concerns in other elections, I do assume that SCH concerns are at least part of what motivates them to support the candidates that they do. Given that such calculations were clearly trumped by other factors in 1991, it would be inappropriate to treat the 1991 election as a typical multi-party contest when I test the predictions of the model. I therefore exclude the 1991 election in the analyses presented in the next two chapters. My practice is to report in a footnote how the results would have differed had I included the data from the 1991 contest. As the results I present make clear, including the 1991 election in the analysis would have made the results even stronger than those I report, not weaker. Testing the observable implications of the argument for elite behavior. In identity information, David Layatin writes that ethnic entrepreneurs cannot create ethnic solidarities from nothing. They must, if they are to succeed, be attuned to the micro-incentives that real people face. 1998, 248. Having identified the micro-incentives that Zambians face in chapters 4 and 5, this chapter tests whether or not politicians are attuned to them. It investigates whether political elites behave in the way that the model would predict in each institutional setting. The chapter is divided into 3 sections. In the first, I present evidence that politicians make different sorts of ethnic appeals in one-party and multi-party political campaigns, tribal in the former and linguistic in the latter. In the second, I show that the shift from multi-party to one-party rule alters parliamentary candidates' choices about the constituencies in which it will be most advantageous for them to run. Whereas running in a constituency where one is a member of the dominant tribe is of paramount importance in one-party elections, it is much less important in multi-party contests, since electoral success in those races is much more a function of a candidate's party affiliation than of his or her ethnic background. Drawing on information about the ethnic demographics of electoral constituencies and the tribal backgrounds of each of the more than 2,200 candidates that ran for parliament between 1968 and 1999, I present a series of quantitative analyses that show that the different rules for what it will take to win leads candidates to choose to run in different kinds of constituencies in one-party and multi-party elections. In the third section, I present evidence that the one-party or multi-party nature of the political system also affects politicians' behavior during the periods between elections. Specifically, I show that politicians make investments in different sorts of ethnic civic associations in each institutional context. One of the clearest observable implications of the model developed in Chapter 5 is that politicians will make different sorts of ethnic electoral appeals in one-party and multi-party political campaigns. In multi-party contests, they will make appeals designed to build, or break, political coalitions formed along language group lines. In one-party contests, they will ignore the country's linguistic divisions and instead emphasize constituency-level sources of social cleavage. This will lead them to focus on tribal differences, though in urban constituencies they will continue to emphasize language group distinctions. The demographics of the local political arenas in which politicians are competing for votes do not change, but the altered institutional setting shifts politicians' incentives for emphasizing one of these dimensions of ethnic identity rather than the other. In this section, I present evidence to support this central prediction. Doing so, however, is complicated by 2 factors. The first is that it is not always possible to code politicians' ethnic appeals as unambiguously either tribal or linguistic. As I explained in Chapter 4, this difficulty stems from the fact that each of Zambia's 4 principal language groups carries the same name as the tribe that originally spoke that language. Thus, hold appeals for Tongas to mobilize to put one of their own in power or for Losas to unite against Bimbas are clearly ethnic. The fact that the labels Tonga, Losa, and Bimba refer to both language groups and tribes makes it difficult to be certain whether the politician making the appeal is seeking to mobilize people along tribal or linguistic lines. I employ several strategies to deal with this problem. One is to look for symbols that the politician invokes that can provide clues about the nature of the coalition he is trying to mobilize. For example, references to Paramount Chief Kitumyakola would suggest that the politician is seeking to build a tribal coalition, since Kitumyakola is the chief of the Bimba tribe but not of the entire Bimba language group. Other Bimba-speaking tribes have their own chiefs. But references to the Litunga of Barot Zealand, the Loza Paramount chief, would suggest that the politician is trying to construct a coalition of all Loza speakers, since the Litunga is recognized by all Loza-speaking peoples as their traditional leader. Another strategy is to make inferences about the implied identity dimension from the nature of the group that the politician identifies as the source of threat. For example, while the call for Losas to unite against Bimbas may be ambiguous with respect to the linguistic or tribal dimension of identity that the politician is trying to invoke, the call for Losas to unite against the Koma or the Mbunda is clearly a tribal appeal, since the Koma and the Mbunda are unambiguously tribes rather than language groups. Context matters as well. In the Copperbelt town of Ndala, an appeal for Losas to unite against Bimbas would be difficult to code as tribal or linguistic, since Ndala contains both Lozi and Bimba tribes people and Lozi and Bimba speakers who are not members of those tribes. But in Senanga, a homogeneously Loza-speaking town in Western Province, such an appeal would be easily identifiable as linguistic. The town itself contains no Bimbas, so we could safely infer that the politician was trying to mobilize Loza speakers by referring to the conflict between Loza speakers and Bimba speakers at the national level. A second, and more significant, obstacle is that the available evidence on the ethnic appeals that politicians make is scattered and incomplete. Even when not expressly forbidden by party rules, overt ethnic campaigning is frowned upon in Zambian society, and this means that it tends not to be done in public settings. Ethnic campaigning certainly takes place, but politicians prefer to do it away from the scrutiny of researchers or newspaper reporters who might record what they say. Researchers or reporters who do happen to be present at such times are, of course, excellent sources, and I draw on their accounts in what follows. But such accounts are not as plentiful as would be ideal. Thus, while I am able to muster evidence that candidates couch their ethnic appeals in different ways in one-party and multi-party elections, this evidence is not sufficiently complete to provide a comprehensive test of the model's predictions. The discussion that follows is T-bus meant principally to be illustrative. More systematic tests of the observable implications of the model will come later in the chapter and in Chapter 8. I begin by providing examples of language group-oriented ethnic campaigning during Zambia's multi-party First and Third Republics. Then I present evidence of tribally oriented ethnic appeals in the one-party Second Republic. Ethnic electoral appeals in multi-party contexts the First Republic. In the First Republic, political conflict revolved around the competition for power between two, and at times among three, major political parties. The largest of the three, the United National Independence Party, UNIP, was the party that led the country to independence. Although its leader, President Kenneth Kaunda, was presumed by many Zambians to be predisposed to favor the interests of the 91 Bimba-speaking North, the party's role as the principal vehicle of the independence struggle meant that its support was, at least initially, national in scope. Its electoral strategy was to stress its own supra-ethnic credentials. Its campaign posters urged Zambians to vote national, vote UNIP, Molteno and Scott 1974, R86, while emphasizing the narrow regional/ethnic roots of its competitors. As we saw in Chapter 4, this is an intelligent strategy for an incumbent party in a context where, as in Zambia, no ethnic group constitutes a majority, and branding a rival party as ethnic can undermine that party's ability to win support outside of its home region. In the period immediately after independence, the only region of the country where the UNIP support was challenged was in the Tonga-speaking Southern Province, the home area of the First Republic's second major party, the African National Congress, ANC. Originally named the Zambian African National Congress, the ANC was at one time the umbrella organization for all African opponents of colonial rule. However, disenchantment with the moderate approach taken by the ANC's leader, Harry Mwangankumbula, led Kaunda and a number of other more militant leaders to break away from the ANC in 1960 to form the UNIP, Mulford 1967. While most of the country rallied behind Kaunda's more radical organization, Southerners remained loyal to the Tonga-speaking Kumbula and to his party. In 1966, a third party, the United Party, UP, was formed. Led by Nalumino Mundia and a group of fellow Loza speakers from Western, then Barose, province, the UP built a strong following in that region and among Loza-speaking migrants in the Copper Belt. A particular source of grievance exploited by UP organizers was the government's decision in R966 to prohibit the Witwatersrand Native Labor Association, WENALA, from continuing to recruit men from the Loza-speaking areas to work in the South African mines. WENALA recruitment had been, since I-940, a critical source of income for the people of Western Zambia, and Konda's decision to close Wenala to demonstrate his government's opposition to the South African regime resulted in a sharp drop in incomes for many Xhosa speakers. The UP was short-lived, however. When a violent clash between UP and UNIP cadres in the Copperbelt in August R968 left 6 people dead, the UNIP responded by banning the UP. UP organizers reacted to their party's prohibition by joining forces with the ANC and running their candidates in Barotse province under the ANC label in the general election held later that year. The final, even more short-lived, First Republic Party was TB United Progressive Party, UPP. The UPP was formed in R971 when Simon Kapwepwe and a group of prominent Bimba-speaking politicians broke off from the UNIP to protest President Konda's sacking of 4 senior Bimba-speaking ministers. Kapwepwe was perhaps the most important Bimba-speaking politician of his day, and when he defected from the UNIP many Zambians perceived the party's Bimba core to have defected with him. Thus, unlike the ANC and UP, whose support came almost entirely from non-Bimba speakers, the UPP directly threatened the UNIP's Bimba-speaking base, Tordoff and Scott 1974, 139. This presented the ruling party with a major problem. Its response was to ban the UPP and detain its leaders, ostensibly because the party's activities threatened the peace and security of the country, but really because its existence threatened the UNIP's hegemony, Ibid. 152. For reasons discussed in Chapter 4, the ANC, UP, and UPP faced common strategic dilemmas. They could each rely on a strong ethnic support base in their leaders' home region. But explicitly courting support from these areas' ethnic terms risked confirming the impression among many voters, promoted by the UNIP, that the candidates that ran on these parties' tickets were little more than vehicles for the interests of particular regionally defined ethnic communities. Accordingly, all 3 parties sought to play a dual strategy. They sought to maximize their electoral support in their leaders' home regions by playing the ethnic card there while at the same time playing down their party's ethnic orientations, simply electing not to run candidates, in other parts of the country. Given their different support bases, each opposition party directed its ethnic appeal to a different audience. The ANC appealed to the Tonga-speaking South, the UP to the Xhosa-speaking West, and the UPP to the Bimba-speaking North and to Bimba speakers in the Copper Belt. What united the 3 parties was a strategy of couching those appeals explicitly linguistic, rather than tribal, terms. Again and again, party leaders and candidates employed symbols and rhetoric that were XFC, TLY destined to frame the country's political conflict in voters' eyes in terms of the struggle for power among the country's 4 broad language communities. In the campaign for the 1968 general election, for example, ANC candidates Southern Province sought to win support by depicting their UNIP competitors as members of a Bimba-dominated party that threatened the Arists of the province's Tonga-speaking majority, Molteno 1972, 1974. To emphasize the linguistic rather than tribal basis of the Tonga community they claimed to be protecting, ANC candidates conjured up veterans of the Bimba, who generally do not keep cattle, as descending upon the hapless Tonga and stealing all their cattle, Zeftel R98, 84. By emphasizing cattle keeping as a marker of Tonga group of Fihoan, the ANC campaigners were not only drawing a clear distinction between Tunas and Bimbas but also reinforcing the unity of the various Tonga-speaking tribes, all of whom keep cattle. The same tactic was used in 1969 during a national referendum, WHTCH the ANC opposed, on whether Parliament could amend the Constitution without submitting the proposed revisions to a national vote. Tkulo. I-78, cites an official Southern Province government report that alleges that ANC activists went around during the campaign telling peasants that if they voted for the referendum proposition all their cattle, land, and wives would be for the Bimbas due to the fact that the president is a Bimba. Again, the choice of the central mobilizing symbol the threat to cattle was employed explicitly to forge a coalition that would be useful in the struggle for power in the national political arena. The UP also sought to rally support in its home area by playing on fears of Bimba domination. As the ANC candidates had in Southern Province, UP candidates in Western Province alleged that, if UNIP won, the Bimba would dominate the government and would discriminate against the Loza, taking away their land and cattle, Molteno and Scott 1974, R88. They also emphasized the pro-Bimba favoritism of the UNIP government. An article in the UP's newspaper, The Mirror, charged that the government and civil service were almost entirely controlled by Bimba speakers. Although the article refers to government officials as all belonging to one tribe, this must be interpreted as a colloquialism rather than an indication that UP publicists sought to frame the competition for government jobs in tribal rather than language group terms. Evidence that the article's authors sought to depict this competition as one among language communities is provided by the fact that the office holders they mention, though lumped together as Bimba, are from multiple Bimba-speaking tribes. Moreover, at the end of the quoted passage, they juxtapose the favored Bimbas with just 3 other groups, the comparatively unfavored Tongas, Anganis, Nyanjas and Lozas. Any Zambian who read the article would understand that the conflict was among the country's 4 language groups, and, by implication, that the coalition that had to be mobilized to change matters was the one with their fellow language speakers. This strategy of language-based political mobilization continued in the 1968 election campaign, as UP candidates, running as ANC members, invoked symbols that would unify Loza speakers against the government. One tactic was to accuse the UNIP government of not taking adequate medical measures to prevent the death of the Lidunga, which had taken place a short time previously, Molteno and Scott 1974, R88. Another was to blame the ruling party for failing to live up to the provisions of the Barotseland Agreement of 1964, a document signed just prior to independence that committed the government to preserving some of the quasi-independent status that Western Province had enjoyed under colonial rule, Sikone and Simutiny 1996, R8R. Like the exploitation of the cattle symbol by ANC campaigners, both the allegation of the mistreatment of the Lidunga and the invocation of the Barotseland Agreement constituted conscious efforts to draw upon symbols that UP strategists knew would resonate deeply with, and unify, the Loza-speaking residents of the region. "We told the voters that this is an opportunity for us," the UP's former publicity chief told me. "We told them President Konda was a Bimba who came from Northern Province and now the time has come for us to have a Loza president from Western Province. Now we have in the UP a party that is led by a man from this province. Therefore we should unite together to support him so that he will become the president too." 6. Of course, politics is always about uniting together, about building political coalitions that will help their members capture power. But what made politics in the First Republic distinctive was that the coalitions that were constructed were built to capture power at the national rather than local level. And since tribes were too small to be viable units for that purpose, the cultural glue that was used to cement these coalitions together was language. The Third Republic. Although the UNIP remained a political player during the Third Republic, its resounding defeat in the 1991 election relegated it to a secondary role as an opposition party. In this role, it was closely identified with the Nyanja-speaking Eastern Province, where it won its only concentration of seats. The victor in the election, and the new dominant party, was the Movement for Multiparty Democracy, MMD. Because of the near universality of the desire for change among Zambians in 1991, and because of the MMD's vanguard role in the effort to bring about that change, the MMD's support was, like the UNIP's after independence, initially national and multi-ethnic in its scope. Like the UNIP's in the First Republic, the MMD's electoral strategy was to emphasize its own national credentials while branding its rivals as regional parties. The bandwagoning that led to the MMD's overwhelming electoral victory also produced a situation in which too many prominent politicians had participated in the unseating of Konda to be rewarded with senior government appointments in the new administration. Accordingly, a number of well-known politicians who felt insufficiently rewarded in the new government resigned from the MMD in 1993 to form the Third Republic's third major political party, the National Party, NP. Although comprised of senior politicians from every language group, most of the NP's top leaders, including its interim president, were from the Lozi-speaking West, and the party was popularly viewed as a Lozi-dominated organization. It bears underscoring that the NP was formed principally as a vehicle for the advancement of its leaders, not as an instrument for ethnic group advancement. But the non-ethnic rationale for the party's origins did not prevent either its leaders from actively playing upon ethnic identities in their efforts to build their new political organization, or the MMD from exploiting assumptions about the NP's ethnic orientation to try to undermine the new party's national viability. The first opportunity for NP and MMD organizers to play the ethnic card in the context of an election campaign came in November 1993, when a series of by-elections were held to fill the seats vacated by 6 of the MPs that had defected from the MMD to the NP. The most important of these by-elections was in Malali constituency in Northern Province. As I noted in Chapter 4, the importance of the Malali by-election lay in its role as a bellwether of the NP's ability to win support outside of its Western and Southern Province home areas. Political analysts agreed that, if the NP's candidate, former Finance Minister Emmanuel Cassand, were to win the seat, not only would it give the NP a strong foothold in Northern Province, but, potentially, it would cause the whole of the Bimba-speaking coalition to shift from the ruling party to the opposition. Weekly Post, November 9, 1993 and November 16, 1993, Daily Mail, R8 November 1993. To prevent this from happening, MMD leaders attempted to depict the NP as a Lozi party and to brand Cassand as a man who had forfeited his claim to Bimba leadership by selling out to the enemy. MMD officials taught their supporters a campaign song, whose refrain was Cassand al Shitisha Ulabimba Kuba Lozi, which translates as Cassand has sold the Bimbas to the Lozi. The Post, July 23, 1999. A senior MMD minister sought to dramatize Cassand's conversion by branding him Emmanuel Laswaniso being a characteristically Lozi name. Times of Zambia, February 13, 1998. President Chiluba, who personally led the MMD campaign, brought dozens of senior officials to the constituency, including every single Northern Province politician and a number of other high-ranking Bimba speakers, in an effort to demonstrate that the entire Bimba-speaking bloc was united against Cassand. 8 people in Malali even reported that a rumor circulated during the campaign that, if Cassand won, Lozis would travel from Western Province, some 1,200 kilometers away, and actually take possession of Bimba's land. 9 Outlandish as it may seem, the claim that outsiders would come and take people's land was actually believed by many rural villagers, and served as a powerful source of mobilization. 10 The implicit claim in all of this was that a candidate's party affiliation said more about the candidate's ethnic orientation than did his tribal background, which in Cassand's case was unimpeachably Bimba. Cassand might have been a Bimba when he was still a member of the MMD. He was, in fact, a relative of the Bimba paramount chief, but his defection to the NP marked him as an outsider. Meanwhile, in the by-elections held in the NP's home turf of Western and Southern provinces, it was the NP candidates that sought to depict the competition in language group terms by emphasizing the dominance of the MMD's leadership by Bimba speakers. As an article in the Times of Zambia reported, the electorate was told the elections were about breaking the Bimba monopoly on the reins of power. November 18, 1993. A focus group participant described members of the NP in these areas as referring to Konda as coming from the north, Chiluba again from the north. So if they come to power they want somebody from western or southern provinces to be president. Liti. The NP's Western Province Organizing Secretary confirmed that the party's strategy in Lozi-speaking areas was to point to Akashambadwambai Kuzitalewanika, one of the NP's founding members and the son of the late Ludunga, or to his sister Inange, the party's interim president, as Zambia's future head of state. And an additional part of the NP's strategy for winning Lozi speakers' support was to resurrect the issue of the Burot-Zealand Agreement, a topic that had last been invoked as a campaign theme by the UP more than 2 decades earlier. In the months immediately before the NP was launched in August R993, traditional leaders in Western Province issued a series of threats to secede from the country if the Barotseland Agreement was not honored. In the November by-elections, and in those that followed in January 1994 and April, and November 1995, the Barotseland Agreement featured prominently in NP campaigning. In public rallies, NP candidates and organizers characterized the abrogation of the Barotseland Agreement by the UNIP government and the refusal by President Chaluba to reinstate the agreement's provisions as a Bimba ploy to oppress Loza traditions by humiliating the Lidunga, and promised that the NP would negotiate for the agreement's restoration if it were voted into power. Financial Mail, 16-23 November 1993, Daily Mail, Rs November 1995. As in the First Republic, the prominence of the Barotseland Agreement as a political issue can be explained by its usefulness as a tool for uniting Loza speakers and mobilizing them against the ruling party. The implicit claim being made when it was invoked was that whereas NP candidates would work for the interests of Loza speakers, MMD candidates would not. In the 1996 general election, opportunities for ethnic appeal-making were limited by both an abbreviated campaign period and a series of constitutional manipulations by the MMD government that caused opposition parties to spend more time arguing in Lusaka over the rules under which the elections would be conducted than engaging in grassroots campaigning in the constituencies. Bratton and Posner 1998. To the extent that political actors did engage in grassroots coalition building, however, the ethnic electoral appeals they made were couched in explicitly linguistic terms, just as they had been in the multi-party elections and by-elections that had come earlier. In the run-up to the 1996 race, for example, the MMD government attempted to win the favor of two key language group coalitions by introducing GB, LLM the National Assembly to rename the National Airport and the University of Zambia after two of the country's late leaders, Stman Kapwepwe and Harry Ngumbula, respectively. The choice of Kapwepwe and Ngumbula was far from accidental, each symbolized the glory days of the Bimba and Tonga-speaking coalitions, and the attempt to rename the two public institutions after them was widely viewed as an attempt by the president to bring back the old UNIP alliance of the Tonga speakers and the Bimba speakers for political points. The Post, R5 August I 995. Although the bill was ultimately withdrawn, the clumsiness of the effort could not obscure the highly strategic coalition-building motivations that lay behind it. The clearest example of the use of language group appeals in the I-996 election campaign itself again involved the attempt of candidates to win support among Loza speakers by raising the issue of the Barotseland Agreement. 6 months before the election, an editorial in the Post observed that suddenly Barotseland Agreement has become a darling of political parties who renow TRYMG to outdo each other. Political leaders who once saw no sense in the Barotse demands are now proponents of the principle. Even Konda has the uts to say the Barotseland Agreement that he did not honor for the 27 years of his rule is necessary. The Post 1 April 24, 1996. Shortly before the Post editorial appeared, the UNIP had announced that it had made a mistake when it failed to adhere to the provisions of the Barotseland Agreement. Addressing a public campaign meeting in the Western Province capital of Mongwe, Konda went out of his way to promise the people of Western Province that he would restore to them the abrogated Barotseland Agreement of R964, Zambia Today R April 8 R996. The UNIP was not the only party to have a change of heart on the wisdom of ignoring the agreement. Following the completion of an internal MMD report that concluded that the party's mishandling of the Barotseland Agreement issue could undermine its electoral prospects in Western Province during the upcoming election, the MMD followed the UNIP's lead and apologized for mishandling the discussions it had initiated on the issue with the Barotse royal establishment several years earlier. Daily Mail, July 16, 1996. De-angling like a carrot on a rope, the Daily Mail summarized, the agreement became the darling for political leaders jockeying for power in the coming general elections, August 1996. What the carrot represented was the prospect of uniting and securing the electoral support of the Loza-speaking coalition, a strategically important piece of the national electoral pie. The formation of the United Party for National Development, UPND, in 1998 brought another important political party onto the scene. As the words United and National in the party's name implied, the UPND did its utmost to avoid having people conclude that because the party's leader, the prominent businessman Anderson Mazoka, was a Tonga, the party was for Tongas only. Indeed, Mazoka was always quick to point out that his party's top leadership was well balanced with people from all regions of the country. Yet when campaigning in Mazoka's home region of Southern Province, the party took advantage of the widespread assumption that, because it was Tonga-led/won, it would put Tonga speakers' interests first. To signal the party's connection with the Tonga-speaking community, UPND leaders were careful to conduct their Southern Province campaign meetings not in English, as is customary in Zambian campaigns, but in Tonga. Times of Zambia, December 6, R. 999. Individual UPND parliamentary candidates also took advantage of the party's presumed language group orientation. In the by-election held in the Southern Province constituency of Mbabala in February 2000, the UPND candidate, a Tonga named Emmanuel Hakipuka, faced two other Tonga candidates. The fact that all three were Tonga, both by tribe and language, did not stop Hakipuka from implying that he was the only real Tonga in the race. Times of Zambia, I-7 February 2000. Tonganess, he suggested, derived not from a candidate's own background but from the candidate's party affiliation. Since he was the only candidate running on the ticket of a Tonga party, he was the only true Tonga candidate. Hakipuka did to his rivals precisely what the MMD did to Kasond in Malali. He undermined their claim to be members of the right ethnic group by asserting that what really mattered was the language group affiliation signaled by the party on whose ticket they were running. Non-linguistic appeals in multi-party elections. All oft evidence summarized thus far is in keeping with the expectation that politicians in multi-party elections will emphasize language group differences in their quest for national political power. But while such a strategy may make sense for some parties and candidates, it will not make sense for all of them. Indeed, for some parties and candidates, having the contest revolve around language group differences will be hugely disadvantageous. Thus, while we would expect to find some politicians in multi-party elections trying to frame the country's political competition in terms of language distinctions, we would also expect to find those politicians who stand to lose from a language-based allocation of support trying to encourage voters to think about political competition in terms of a different dimension of ethnic cleavage. In the language of the model presented in Chapter 5, we can think of such a situation as a case where W chooses its A identity and forms a coalition with Y, and politicians who are not in the W plus Y coalition, or who recognize that voters view another politician as the natural W plus Y leader, try to convince voters that politics is not really about cleavage A but about cleavage B. Such politicians are not likely to win, but these are nonetheless the appeals we would expect to see them make. Two examples illustrate. The first involves the UNIP's response to the UPP. When Kapwepwe resigned from the UNIP in 197R, his defection triggered a by-election in which he recontested his seat on the UPP ticket in the Copperbelt constituency of Mufulira West. The UNIP attached special importance to this contest because it knew that a Kapwepwe victory would lend legitimacy to the UP's claim that it offered a viable alternative to the ruling party. Even more importantly, a UNIP loss had the potential to trigger a wholesale defection of the Bimba-speaking coalition to the opposition camp. In this respect, the UNIP faced a situation analogous to the one the MMD would face 22 years later in Malali. Unlike the MMD, however, the UNIP was disadvantaged by being viewed as the less obvious Bimba party than its upstart rival. Recognizing that it was not likely to beat the UPP if the election turned on the question of which party would better represent Bimba speakers' interests, the UNIP tried to undermine Kapwepwe by dividing the Bimba-speaking coalition and turning part of it, the part that came from Luapula province, against him. Gertzel et al. R 972, 68, explain that several years earlier Kapwepwe had antagonized many people from Luapula by his alleged reference to them as Batubula, Dumb fisherman. UNIP sought to exploit the resentment that this comment had caused by handpicking a candidate to run against Kapwepwe who had been born in Mansa, Luipila's provincial capital, and by sending prominent Luipila politicians to the constituency to campaign with him. Ibid. 69. Although the strategy had only limited success, Kapwepwe won his seat despite being in detention at the time and unable to campaign personally. The UNIP's response to the situation illustrates well how political actors that are disadvantaged by the salience of a particular cleavage dimension will try to frame the conflict in terms of another cleavage that is more beneficial. A second example comes from the Third Republic and involves the MMD's response to the NP. Throughout most of the country, the MMD's strategy for dealing with the NP was to tell voters that the party constituted little more than an attempt by the Lozi and their Tonga traditional cousins to distance themselves from the Bimbas and to enable them to put up a president during the next general elections. Financial Mail, R6-23 November 1993. Within Western Province, however, the MMD knew that this would not be a useful strategy. Accordingly, its tactic was to try to divide the monolithic Loza-speaking coalition, just as the UNIP had attempted to break up the Bimba-speaking coalition in Mufulira West. A veteran politician who worked closely with one of the NP candidates in the province explained to me that the MMD was trying to use the old methods that Konda used. You see, in Western Province there is a mixture of tribes. The MMD were appealing to the Lavali tribes people, of whom there are quite many in the province, by saying that if they voted for the NP they would be deported to Angola where their forefathers had come from. To a European like yourself, such threats may not seem serious. But to a villager here they are taken literally. Being a Lavali myself, one was in a position to refute these runners. 7. Newspaper reports confirm that during the Western Province by-elections sentiments were being expressed that the Lozas would repatriate the other 24 tribes from the region across the border where they allegedly came from. Financial Mail, 16-23 November 1993. Note the similarities and differences between this and the Mufulira West example. In both cases, the parties knew that they would lose if voters made their choices based on their language identities, so they sought to encourage them to focus instead on a different dimension of ethnic cleavage. But whereas the UNIP tried to divide the Bimba-speaking vote by playing province, the MMD tried to divide the Loza-speaking coalition by playing tribe. The provincial cleavage was attractive to UNIP campaigners in Mufulira West because the Luipila group was larger than any single tribe and thus would more seriously undermine Kapwepwe's support if it could be turned against him. 8. The UNIP played province because the size of the provincial coalition was more useful to it than the size of any of the tribal coalitions that it might have tried to mobilize. MMD strategists, on the other hand, had no choice but to attempt to divide the dominant Loza-speaking group by mobilizing tribal identities, since tribe was the only other basis of ethnic division that was available to them. Language was shared by all voters in the province. 9. These examples illustrate two important aspects of the model. First, that politicians evaluate the ethnic cleavages that are available to them and try to mobilize people in terms of the axis of division that will do the politicians the most good, and second, that their calculations about which cleavage will be most advantageous to them will revolve around the sizes of the groups that each cleavage defines. Ethnic electoral appeals in one-party contexts. In 1973, Zambia became a one-party participatory democracy. After nearly a decade of multi-party politics, the introduction of one-party rule led, almost overnight, to new patterns of ethnic coalition building. Whereas politics in the First Republic had revolved around conflicts among broad linguistically defined regional blocs, politics in the Second Republic turned very quickly to revolve around competition among local groups, usually defined in tribal terms. The institutions of the one-party state shifted the locus of electoral competition from the national to the local level, and this led to an increase in the salience of more localized ethnic identities. Baylis and Zeftel, R984, explain. The sharper focus on local issues and locality tended to parochialize conflict and to intensify lines of cleavage other than those along regional or linguistic lines. In a number of constituencies this resulted in an increased emphasis upon ethnic identity at the local level. 46. In the new one-party institutional setting, large regional blocks lost something of their old importance and a greater salience was lent to far smaller divisions, many hitherto forgotten. 47. During the initial post-independence period. Summarizing the one-party campaigns of 1973 and 1978, Cicculo echoes these observations about the new salience of localized, hitherto forgotten identities. He notes that, with the introduction of intra-party competition, the focus of electoral politics shifted from national-level divisions to those that divide the electoral constituency itself. Cleavage and conflict become confined to the local level. 1988, 43. Compared to the patterns of ethnic politics that prevailed during the First Republic, the one-party elections were characterized by a sharp shift in the locus of political conflict from the national level to disputes based on the organization of smaller, local factions. Zeftel 1978, 388. This changed the kinds of political coalitions that were formed, as well as the ethnic raw material from which they were constructed. Within a number of constituencies, individuals who previously might have been members of the same faction now came into conflict as they sought electoral support in competition with each other. Ibid. Newspaper reports from 1973 are full of accounts of districts plagued by tribalism. Times of Zambia, October 29, 1973, and party leaders engaged in campaigns to ensure that people from their tribe get elected to the National Assembly. Times of Zambia, November 26, 1973. When 6 UNIP officials were suspended for conducting election campaigns for people from their own tribes, an editorial in the Daily Mail felt the need to stress that it was wrong for people to be elected for what their tribesmen can get for them. Daily Mail, November 15, 1973. After the election results were announced, further charges emerged, largely, and not surprisingly, from the losers, that tribalism had contributed to their downfall or that the whole election campaign had been characterized by tribalism and corruption. Daily Mail, December 7, 1973. A branch-level UNIP official summarized the effects of the new electoral institutions on the character of political competition in the country when he lamented that the one-party system is destroying the party. "We are no longer united and are campaigning tribally against each other," quoted in Goertzel and Zeftel 1984, 144. Because of a study of the 1973 election conducted by researchers based at the University of Zambia, the record of ethnic coalition building for that contest is relatively comprehensive. For example, we know that in Zambezi district of Northwestern Province, politicians in the 1973 election sought to win votes by emphasizing the divisions between members of the Lunda and Lavali tribes. Baylis and Zeftel 1984, 471. In Ndela Rural, the central issue in the campaign was whether candidates were Lamba, the dominant tribe in the area, or urban migrants from other tribes. Goertzel and Zeftel R 984, 1431. In Western Province, the greater emphasis upon locality resulted in the articulation of economic grievances in terms of the region's smaller ethnic groups. Goertzel 1984, 2251. In all three cases, the emphasis on tribal differences was a marked contrast to the R968 election, during which national-scale cleavages had served as the basis of political competition and conflict. A slightly different form of localism emerged in areas that were not only linguistically but also tribally homogeneous. In Sinazongwe constituency in Southern Province, for example, 3 candidates were from the same tribal and linguistic groups, but nevertheless managed to polarize the constituency in terms of the 3 chiefs areas from which they variously came. Zeftel 1978, 332. Despite the fact that the dimension of identity that became salient was not strictly speaking tribal, the Sinazongwe case still bears out the model's expectation that political competition will revolve around local constituency-level cleavages in one-party contests. The fact that Sinazongwe was divided by neither tribe nor language simply meant that candidates had to identify themselves at the sub-tribal level in order to construct minimum winning coalitions. The important point is that the emphasis on chiefs areas was altogether different from what took place in R968, when campaigning in Sinazongwe, an ANC stronghold, revolved around mobilizing Tonga speakers as a unified community against the Bimbas who controlled the government. The objective distinctions among chiefs areas that figured prominently in 1973 were, of course, also there in 1968. But they were invisible to the politicians who sought to mobilize voters in that year's multi-party election. Unfortunately, no comprehensive election studies were conducted during the 1978, 1983, or 1988 one-party elections, so there is little secondary source coverage that might document the appeals made by politicians in these contests. 21 newspaper reports at the time of these three elections are full of stories about clandestine tribal campaigning and warnings against candidates engaging in tribalism. Daily Mail, November 30, and December 4, 1978, September 28 R983, October 6, 1988 L, just as they were in 1973. But absent documentation of the specific appeals that politicians employed in these contests, it is not possible to make strong claims about whether they emphasized tribal rather than language group differences. Some evidence of the cleavage-shaping effects of the shift from multi-party to one-party rule can nonetheless be gleaned from the appeals that politicians did not make. Take the case of the Burrows-Eland Agreement, which, as we have seen, was a key campaign issue in both the First and Third Republics because it helped to mobilize a coalition that was useful for national-scale political competition. Because a coalition that unites all Loza speakers is too large for constituency-level political competition, nearly all the rural constituencies that contain Loza speakers are homogeneously Loza-speaking. We would expect politicians to have had little interest in invoking the Burrows-Eland Agreement as a coalition-building device during the Second Republic. Of course, interest groups that would benefit from the restoration of the agreement, such as the Loza royal establishment, which stood to win substantial powers of local government and taxation if the terms of the agreement were ever put into force, should have had strong incentives to put the issue on the agenda irrespective of the institutional setting. Indeed, one of the senior advisors to the Litunga told me that the Loza royal establishment did try to make an issue of the Burrows-Eland Agreement during the Second Republic. But in the sphere of electoral competition, the agreement's usefulness as a coalition-building tool would be far greater in a multi-party than a one-party setting. The expectation is borne out. A participant in one of my focus groups in 1995 commented that in the Second Republic the issue of the Burrows-Eland Agreement wasn't there. But immediately when multipartism comes in, they started that issue, and it was a burning issue recently. CPTAT. An editorial in the Post commenting on the resurfacing of the Burrows-Eland Agreement as a political issue after the MMD came to power in 1991 notes that everyone was silent about the issue under Konda's Second Republic, July 17, 1995. A former MP and longtime Western Province politician agreed that the agreement simply was not an issue until 1991. 23. The agreement seems to have been an issue only when the coalition that it mobilized would be politically useful, and, as the model predicts, this was during multi-party, but not during one-party, elections. The foregoing examples illustrate how patterns of ethnic coalition building differed across one-party and multi-party settings. Although they lend plausibility to the arguments developed in Chapter 5, they do not constitute a systematic test of the model's expectations about elite behavior. In the next section, I turn to a series of quantitative tests that do. These tests assess whether candidates run in the kinds of electoral constituencies that the model predicts they will in each institutional setting. The constituencies in which candidates run. Writing about elections in Kenya, Joel Barkin observes that because possession of the right ethnic credential is often a prerequisite for being a serious candidate, most serious candidates meet this test. 1984, 92. Given a choice about where to run, Barkin implies, serious candidates will choose, or their parties will choose for them, constituencies where they are a member of the right ethnic group. But what if, as in Zambia, and, As I will emphasize in Chapter 9, also Kenya, candidates possess ethnic credentials that allow them to claim membership in more than one ethnic group. Which one will they, or their party strategists, focus on when they try to match their ethnic background with that of the voters? The argument developed in Chapter 5 suggests that the answer will depend on the institutional context in which the candidate is running. An interview with Ndunamukul Wakushiko, Liliui, November 18, 1995. 21 Interview with Leonard Luyanga, Limulunga, R7 November 1995. It suggests that, in Zambia, candidates in one-party elections will seek to place themselves in constituencies where their own tribal background matches that of the voters whose support they are seeking. In multi-party contests, the match between candidates and voters' tribal identities will be less important than the match between the language group orientations of the parties with which the candidates are affiliated and the predominant language group in the constituency in which they are running. We would still expect to find many candidates in multi-party elections placing themselves, or being placed by their political parties, in constituencies where their tribal backgrounds match those of the voters. After all, being a member of one of the local tribes, while not essential, is not in any way disadvantageous in a multi-party context. But we would expect to find this less often than in one-party settings. In the discussion that follows, I test this expectation in a variety of ways. Where candidates run. The most straightforward test of the expectation that the institutional context will affect the kinds of constituencies in which candidates choose to run is simply to count the percentage of candidates that run in constituencies outside of their home tribal areas in multi-party and in one-party elections. If the model is right, we would expect to find only candidates that are members of the dominant tribe in a given constituency running in one-party races, whereas we should find non-dominant tribe members running in multi-party contests. 2-4 Of course, a test of this sort makes sense only if candidates actually have the ability to choose the constituencies in which they run. In multi-party races, where the decision about where a candidate will run is generally made by the party rather than the candidate, we can assume that parties will assign candidates to the constituencies where they will have the greatest chance of winning, and we can make inferences about parties' strategies to achieve this goal from the candidates' locations. 2-5 But in one-party elections, where by definition a candidate from the ruling party wins, party leaders will have little reason to go out of their way to match candidates with the right, in the sense of ethnically advantageous, constituencies. Of course, candidates themselves will have strong incentives to make sure they are running in the right place, but we need to satisfy ourselves that party officials do not prevent candidates from running where they would prefer. The evidence suggests that they do not. Applications to run in a particular constituency were open to all UNIP members in good standing, and it was up to the prospective candidate to decide where he or she would apply. Baylis and Zeftel 1984, 30-31. The former Zambian Vice President and UNIP Secretary General, Mainzachona, confirmed that there was no restriction at all on people standing where they wanted during the Second Republic. Chona told me that he could not think of a single example of a person who applied to run in a particular constituency and was told by the party to run somewhere else instead. 27 Table 7. R compares the number and share of candidates that ran in constituencies where they were members of the dominant tribe in every competitive election between 1968 and 1996. The analysis includes only rural constituencies, since it is only in rural areas that the model would lead us to predict a difference in candidates' behavior across one party and multi-party settings. It also includes only cases where we can be sure that prospective candidates would have no difficulty identifying the dominant tribe, which I define as constituencies where the dominant tribe's population share is at least 20 percentage points greater than that of the next largest tribe. In addition, the analysis excludes candidates that received less than 5% of the vote on the grounds that such candidates were not serious and thus cannot be assumed to have made their decisions about where to run based on a careful assessment of what it would take to win. The analysis also makes one final restriction: it includes only constituencies in which just two candidates were competing. Limiting the analysis in this way is crucial because the incentives for being a member of the dominant tribe will vary depending on the number of candidates in the race. Given plurality rules, the more candidates there are, the greater the likelihood that a non-dominant tribe candidate might win, and thus the greater the incentive for such a candidate to enter. Take the example of Shipangali constituency in Chipeta district, which is approximately Go% Chua and 30% Ngoni. The constituency's tribal demographics provide a distinct advantage for Chua candidates, so we would expect Chua politicians to be the first to enter the race. If only one or two Chua candidates enter, a Ngoni candidate will have little incentive to join the contest. But as the number of candidates in the race rises, in this case, above 2, the possibility of the Chua candidates dividing the vote among themselves will increase, and the viability of a Ngoni candidacy improves. The number of candidates beyond which entry by a non-dominant tribe member makes sense will vary from constituency to constituency depending on the local tribal demographics. But, generally, the larger the number of candidates in the race, the more viable a non-dominant tribe candidate will be and the more likely it will be for such a candidate to enter. Beyond a certain point, the disincentives for non-dominant tribe candidates to enter are transformed into incentives for entry. 28. If the number of candidates running in each constituency were, on average, equal across one-party and multi-party elections, then this number of candidates effect would not be a problem. But the average number of candidates in Zambia's elections does vary considerably. 29. This variation makes meaningful comparisons across contests impossible without controlling for the number of candidates. To be absolutely sure that I am getting a clean test, I limit the analysis to cases where just 2 candidates compete. The trend in Table 7.1 is clear. In the 4 one-party elections of 1973, 1978, 1983, and 1988, the share of candidates running in constituencies where their own tribal affiliation matches that of the dominant B is significantly higher than in the 2 multi-party contests of 1968 and 199. 6. Whereas the share for the 4 one-party races taken together is 86%, the share for the multi-party elections is just 64%. 30. Note that the multi-party average probably somewhat overreports the share that the model would predict. Recall that what frees candidates in a multi-party election from the need to run in a constituency in which they are members of the dominant tribe is that the language group label that voters ascribe to them by virtue of their party affiliation trumps their own tribal background. However, this should apply only to candidates that are running on tickets of parties associated with the dominant language group in the constituency. Candidates affiliated with parties that are not viewed this way would actually do best by deliberately trying to locate themselves in constituencies where they are members of the dominant group and can at least appeal to voters on tribal grounds. Furthermore, changes in the direction that the model predicts are evident in these shares on either side of the 1973 and 1991 regime transitions. In the final multi-party election of the First Republic in 1968, only 61% of candidates ran in constituencies where they were members of the dominant tribe. 5 years later, in the first one-party election of the Second Republic in 1973, fully 84% of candidates did so. A similarly dramatic change took place in the opposite direction between the final Second Republic election of R988 and the Third Republic multi-party contest of 1996.31. In the former, 92% of candidates ran in constituencies in which they were members of the dominant tribe, whereas in the latter this figure dropped to 75%. Although the results of the test clearly bear out the expectations of the model, it is reasonable to ask why we find any candidates in the one-party elections running in constituencies where their tribal affiliation is different from that of the majority of voters, particularly after we have excluded non-serious candidates, constituencies where the dominant tribe is not easily identifiable, and races containing more than 2 contestants, where entry by non-dominant tribespeople might be a rational strategy. The fact that large numbers of candidates in multi-party elections continue to run in constituencies where they are members of the dominant tribe is not a problem, since nothing in the model suggests that candidates are disadvantaged in multi-party races by matching their tribal background with that of the voters. But the fact that roughly Rs% of candidates running in one-party contests are from non-dominant tribes raises a legitimate question. The simple answer is that the model does not explain everything. As I have emphasized, the goal of this study is not to demonstrate that ethnic considerations motivate 100% of actors' behavior. Rather, it is to show that the institutional context in which actors are operating will determine the kinds of ethnic identities that matter for politics. In this regard, the relevant finding is the consistent, and statistically significant, difference between the patterns in the one-party and the multi-party races. The difference between the R968 and 1996 results also bears mention. If the institutional setting is driving the results, why do we find such significant variation in outcomes within the category of multi-party elections? Two explanations are plausible. First, the 1968 elections took place only 4 years after independence and in a context where UNIP leaders felt it important to build national unity. Also, the UNIP at the time was sufficiently secure in its hold on power to risk running well-known politicians in constituencies outside of their home areas. As Mainzachona explains, in the First Republic, we tried to put people in areas where they came from, where they were known. But in order to enhance nationalism we also put people in areas. One, for reasons explained earlier, the results of the I-991 election, in which, employing the same controls, 84% of candidates stood in constituencies where their own tribal affiliation matched that of the dominant tribe, are omitted from the analysis. For the purposes of testing the model, the 1996 election is treated as the first multi-party contest of the Third Republic. That were not their own but where we thought they would be accepted because they had a national outlook. For example, we put Grey Zulu, a well-known minister, and Achua in Kazima Bimba constituency. And, myself a Tonga, I was put in Western Province in a constituency dominated by Nkoyas and Losas. But we did this sparingly because we knew that there would be a revolt. Why? The R968 election probably featured a larger number of candidates running outside of their home tribal areas than would have been the case had the UNIP's leaders been less confident that voters would support well-known freedom fighters irrespective of their ethnic backgrounds. The proximity of the R968 election to the independence struggle thus probably accounts for part of the difference in the shares of non-dominant tribe candidates in that year and in R996. A second factor is learning. The R996 election took place just 5 years after the transition from one-party rule, and it is likely that parties and candidates were still used to the idea learned during the long one-party era that candidates should run in constituencies where their tribal background matches that of the majority of the voters. The fact that such a strategy, while not essential in a multi-party setting, was nonetheless not disadvantageous may explain why so many candidates in R996 were members of the dominant tribes in the constituencies in which they ran. Thus the location of the R968 election at the beginning of the post-independence era probably biased the share of dominant tribe candidates downward, and the location of the R996 contest shortly after the end of nearly 2 decades of one-party rule probably biased it upward. The result is greater variation across the two elections than there would have been had they been held closer together. The important point, however, is that, even with learning, the share of candidates that were members of dominant tribes was still significantly lower in R996 than it had been in any of the one-party elections that preceded it. In Table 7.1, I restricted the analysis to constituencies where only 2 candidates competed in the race, so as to provide the cleanest possible test of the model's predictions about candidates' strategic behavior. In Table 7.2, I revisit the analysis, but this time I focus explicitly on how the results change with different numbers of candidates. For space reasons I report only aggregate findings for each party system type. What we find is interesting: as the number of candidates increases, the gap between the one-party and multi-party outcomes shrinks. This is in keeping with the theoretical expectation that, as the number of candidates rises, the disincentives for non-dominant tribe candidates to enter the race will decrease and, after a point, become incentives for entry. Indeed, when 4 candidates are in the race, the one-party and multi-party outcome is almost the same. With 5 or more candidates, we actually find, statistically significantly, more cases of non-dominant tribe candidates entering the race in one party than in multi-party elections. Candidate movement. A second test involves counting, among candidates that ran for parliament once before and are running again, the share that are running in different constituencies from the last time and, among these candidates, the share whose movement involves a shift either to or from a constituency where they are a member of the dominant tribe. If the nature of the party system shapes politicians and party strategists' incentives in the way that the model suggests, then the transition from the multi-party to the one-party system in 1973 should have sent a stream of politicians that had previously run in constituencies dominated by tribes other than their own toward constituencies dominated by members of their own tribe. Similarly, the shift from one party back to multi-party politics in 1991 should have relaxed the necessity for politicians to match their tribal affiliations with that of their constituents and triggered a, more modest, movement of politicians from constituencies where they were members of the dominant tribe toward constituencies where they were not. Table 7.3 presents the results of the analysis. In each election, I identify every candidate that had previously run for parliament, even if not in the immediately prior election, and assess whether the candidate is running in the same constituency as the last time. 34 If candidates are running in a new constituency, I evaluate whether that constituency provides a better match than their old one between their tribal background and that of the dominant tribal group. If it does, I code the case as an instance of movement to a home constituency, where a home constituency is simply one where the candidate is a member of the dominant tribe. If it does not, I code it as an instance of movement from a home constituency. If the candidate's new constituency provides an equally good match as the old one between the candidate's tribe and the dominant tribe, I code it as an instance of movement to an equally home constituency. As in the previous analysis, I include only rural constituencies, though this time I do include candidates that won less than 5% of the vote. I assume that candidates that go to the trouble to switch their constituencies can be safely assumed to be serious about winning, and constituencies where the dominant tribe's population share is less than 20 percentage points greater than the next largest tribe, I assume that they have made it their business to find out what the tribal demographics of the constituency are before they move to it. The first thing to note about the results in Table 7.3 is the high percentage of candidates who switched their constituencies following the regime changes of 1973 and 1991. Only 19% of the candidates running in 1973 had run in 1968, but, of these, fully 50% ran in new constituencies. The 1991 election also brought a significant rise from the previous election in the share of former candidates that were running in new places, from 9% in 1988 to 29% in 1991. Part of the reason for this trend was undoubtedly their delimitation of constituency boundaries, which did away with the constituencies in which many candidates had previously run and forced them to choose new ones. But an equally large part of the explanation was almost certainly the changed institutional environment, which created incentives for many candidates to shift to constituencies that would be more advantageous for them in the new political context. Evidence that this was the case comes from the kinds of constituencies to which candidates were moving. In 1973, fully 83% of the candidates that moved to new constituencies moved from ones where they were not members of the dominant tribe to ones where they would be. In that election, the ratio of candidates moving to constituencies where they would be members of the dominant tribe to candidates moving from such constituencies was 19-1. The trend was so marked as to cause the audience attending a municipal meeting in Kitwe to demand to know why so many people, particularly ministers, were rushing to their home areas to stand. One speaker at the meeting volunteered an answer when he suggested that this clearly shows that the people involved are practicing tribalism and they will be elected on a tribal basis. Daily Mail, October 18, 1973. This is exactly the direction of movement that the argument developed in Chapter 5 would lead us to expect. This trend persisted through the next 3 Second Republic elections, as candidates continued to relocate themselves to places where their tribal backgrounds would match those of the voters whose support they needed. Across the elections of 1978, 1983, and 1988 taken together, the ratio of movement to movement from home constituencies was 3.6 to 1. With the return to multi-party politics in 1991, this trend of movement to home areas slowed to a trickle. Many candidates were moving in 1991, but now the share of candidates moving to and from home constituencies was almost equal. The ratio rose slightly in 1996 but still fell well short of even the lowest ratio in the one-party era. These results, particularly the contrast between the directions of movement in the transitional contests of 1973 and 1991, provide powerful evidence that the one-party or multi-party nature of the political system shaped the ethnic calculations of Zambian political elites. Unopposed candidates. A third test of the model's implications for candidates' behavior comes from comparing the kinds of candidates that are able to run unopposed in different kinds of elections. If the model is right, we would expect no unopposed candidate that is not a member of the dominant tribe in the constituency to be able to remain unopposed in a one-party contest. In situations where it looked like a tribal outsider might contest a seat without opposition in a one-party race, it would always make sense for an ambitious tribal insider to challenge the unopposed candidate and turn the election into a referendum on the need for representation by a member of one's own tribal group. In multi-party elections, on the other hand, unopposed tribal outsiders would attract challengers only if both the party for which they were running was not associated with the language group in the region and if an alternative party that was associated with the regional language group was in a position to put up a candidate of its own. We would therefore expect unopposed candidates from non-dominant tribes to be extremely rare in one-party elections, but common in multi-party elections. Table 7.4 confirms that this is the case. 35 In Zambia's 4 one-party elections, 30 candidates ran unopposed. Only 2 of these were not members of the dominant tribe in the constituency in which they were running. 36 In the multi-party elections of R968 and 1996, and in the Third Republic by-elections that took place through the end of 1999, fully 22 of 36 candidates that ran unopposed, slightly less than 2/3 of the total, were members of tribes other than the dominant tribe. 37 The contrast is striking. It is also exactly in keeping with the model's expectations. Unchallenged constituencies. A final test is very similar to the last one. For the same reason that non-dominant tribe candidates that are running unopposed in one-party elections will be likely to be challenged, constituencies in which no dominant tribe candidate has yet entered the race, irrespective of the number of non-dominant tribe candidates that already have, will be very unlikely to remain that way. If it looked like a constituency might wind up with nobody running from the dominant tribe, it would always make sense for a dominant tribe candidate to enter. In a multi-party election, by contrast, there would be no such incentive. On balance, then, we would expect to find a significantly larger number of constituencies with no dominant tribe candidates in multi-party than in one-party elections. As Table 7.5 shows, this is what we find. The share of unchallenged constituencies in one-party races, 7%, is far lower than in multi-party contests, are 9%. L8. Taken together, these 4 quantitative tests provide strong evidence that the shift from one-party to multi-party rule altered the strategic behavior of Zambian politicians in the way the model would predict. Not only do candidates couch their electoral appeals in terms of different dimensions of ethnic identity in each setting, but they attach different importance to matching their own tribal backgrounds with that of the voters when it comes to deciding where, or whether, to run for office. In one-party contests, where a candidate's tribal identity matters, we find that candidates are careful to run in constituencies where they are members of the dominant tribe. In multi-party elections, where the requirement that a candidate be a member of the dominant tribe is secondary to the need to be running on the ticket of a party that is identified with the regional language group, we find that candidates are significantly more willing to run in constituencies outside their tribal home areas. Investments by politicians in ethnic civic associations. Thus far, I have focused on the political strategies employed by Zambian politicians either during parliamentary elections or in the period immediately leading up to them. Given that the key variation I seek to explain is the kinds of ethnic identities that become salient for coalition building in the context of mass-level electoral campaigns, this focus is understandable. But political elites also expend considerable energy during the periods between formal campaigns, laying the foundations for the coalitions that they will mobilize at election time. Investments by politicians in traditional ceremonies and ethnic civic associations constitute one of the most important forms of such activity. Tribal chiefs, who, as we saw in Chapter 2, were created or bolstered during the colonial era for their usefulness as tax collectors, remain influential local actors in many parts of Zambia, and they are recognized by candidates and political parties as useful allies. One of the principal ways in which politicians cultivate chief support is by attending, and sometimes helping to organize and raise money for, their annual traditional ceremonies. These ceremonies are valued by chiefs because they serve as occasions for reinforcing their authority and prestige in the local community. They are valued by politicians because they provide opportunities for them to introduce themselves to the local population and, through their attendance and contributions, demonstrate their commitment to the community's welfare. This mutuality of interest often leads to an unspoken quid pro quo whereby politicians attend and help to underwrite the traditional ceremonies, and chiefs, who are by law and custom officially apolitical, reciprocate by quietly indicating their support for the politicians. This is not to say that every politician that attends or contributes to a traditional ceremony will be warmly endorsed by the chief. But, given the potential payoff of a chief's endorsement, politicians have incentives to invest in trying. Sipula Kabanye, the chairman of a Zambian non-governmental organization, puts it well. These ceremonies have political flavors. They are launching pads for someone wants a rural seat. You can't afford to miss them if you want to get to Pojekal office. Prospective MPs from the towns will do well to remember that a good impressio.nf generosity to the chief and his Indunas advisors may prove to be a worthwhile investment when election time draws near. Quoted in Sunday Mail, R8 October 1998. It is not surprising, then, that these annual rituals have become important parts of the campaign before the campaign. Because participation in annual tribal ceremonies provides such a useful means of winning the support of local leaders, politicians tend to participate in them with equal frequency in one-party and multi-party settings. In multi-party contexts, however, we also find politicians trying to build ethnic associations that unite multiple tribes, often along provincial or linguistic lines. The impetus for these more broadly encompassing associations was made explicit in a 1996 letter to the editor of the Post. In the letter, the author challenged and urged the people of Eastern Province to come together and form a strong cultural association that will keep us Easterners together. It is my belief that if we the Easterners came together we could do something. Therefore I urge all the Easterners to come together and form a strong association which could deal with the political, cultural, and economic development of our people. It is my sincere hope that we unite so that we develop our province. 1 July 8, 1996. Localized tribal associations may be useful in one-party contexts as vehicles for political elites competing at the level of the individual electoral constituency. But, as the author of the letter suggests, associations that bring together and can claim to represent the interests of multiple tribes or even whole language groups or provinces provide their leaders with far greater ability to exert political leverage in a multi-party setting. An association called Chwishabane Babanibani, formed in Gusi district in 2000 by the local constituency chairman of the UPND, provides an illustration. Not only was the organization spearheaded by the representative of a political party, but its purpose was transparently political. Mkusi is an area that, while generally considered Bimba-speaking, is made up primarily of members of the Lala and Swaka tribes that are not core members of the Bimba language group. People in Mkusi came to be Bimba-speaking largely through the effects of migration from the Bimba-speaking epicenter to the Copper Belt and the rail line, which passed directly through Mkusi, rather than because the area's tribes originally spoke Bimba, see Chapter 3. UPND leaders knew that if they could convince Lalas and Swakas that people from Mkusi were not really Bimba, then they might be able to convince the area's residents to shift their allegiance from the MMD to the UPND. This was precisely the suspicion of Mkusi's MMD district chairman, who charged that the motivation for the establishment of Chwishabane Mba Bani Bani was to bring together the Swakas/Lala so that they resigned en masse from their parties to join the UPND and later defeat politically those regarded as the non-indigenous ones. Times of Zambia, February 21. Wu. An even clearer example of a cultural association constructed explicitly along language group lines and explicitly for political purposes is the Bantu Badatwi and Goma Yamanu. Taking its name, which means literally three peoples, from a linguistic designation referring to the cluster of related language groups in present-day southern and central provinces, the Bantu Badatwi was formed in 1991 for the express purpose of joining members of the Tonga, Ia, Lenye, and associated tribes into a formidable language-based political coalition, Colson 1996. Although the association's constitution defines its purpose in purely cultural terms, its chairman, himself a politician and one of the founders, first of the MMD and later of the NP, admitted that the group's real goals were political from the start. The southern and central province people desperately needed cohesion because we were so disunited, he explained. From our common basis of culture we could draw economic and political strength. 39. Two key association organizers in Livingstone again, both politicians, one was the mayor of, and later MP for, Livingstone, the other a town councillor, echoed their chairman's view when they told me that the Bantu Badatwi was set up to unify Tongas in the province, as a response to the perceived domination of the Bimbas at the national level. 40. Another Livingstone resident described the group's origins this way: if all these tribes that fall under the Tonga umbrella can come together, then they can have a president. That was the rationale behind the Bantu Badatwi. 4.1 Despite public claims that the association does not engage in open political activities, the group's organizers admitted that the association does support political candidates behind the scenes by advising members on which politicians and parties merit their votes. They explained that it is just like a church where the pastor tells the people which candidate should be supported. 4. In 1996, the head of the Southern Province Tonga Traditional Association, a related organization, took an explicitly political stand when he urged all Tonga speakers to participate in the upcoming general elections to make sure that only Tongas were voted into power. He told his supporters, "The association has taken inventory of how Tongas have fared in politics and traditional leadership since 1964, and I am afraid to say we have lamentably failed to provide quality leadership. We have been too accommodating, and this has resulted in authority or top positions slipping through our fingers. Kuna akomane, kyuzia makwatojaya. Kubadamam bulwaza, we should wake up and start fighting to assume positions in the top." Times of Zambia, August 22, 1996. A Bantu Badatwi meeting earlier in the year had resolved that a new party should be formed that would take care of Tonga interests. Zambia Today, R8 February 1996. Mindful of the group's power as a national political coalition, its leader reminded the government that our association covers a very big area from southern province up to Kaparai with a population of about 4 million. We will tell our people not to vote for the MMD, the Post, September 23, 1996. Point 43 Confirmation that it was the multi-party political system that created the impetus for the creation of the Bantu Badatwi and Goma Yamanu comes not only from the timing of the group's founding, which was immediately an illustration. Not only was the organization spearheaded by the representative of a political party, but its purpose was transparently political. Mkusi is an area that, while generally considered Bimba-speaking, is made up primarily of members of the Lala and Swaka tribes that are not core members of the Bimba language group. People in Mkusi came to be Bimba-speaking largely through the effects of migration from the Bimba-speaking epicenter to the Copper Belt and the rail line, which passed directly through Mkusi, rather than because the area's tribes originally spoke Bimba, see Chapter 3. UPND leaders knew that if they could convince Lalas and Swakas that people from Mkusi were not really Bimba, then they might be able to convince the area's residents to shift their allegiance from the MMD to the UPND. This was precisely the suspicion of Mkusi's MMD district chairman, who charged that the motivation for the establishment of Chwishabane Mba Bani Bani was to bring together the Swakas/Lala so that they resigned en masse from their parties to join the UPND and later defeat politically those regarded as the non-indigenous ones. Times of Zambia, February 21. Wu. An even clearer example of a cultural association constructed explicitly along language group lines and explicitly for political purposes is the Bantu Badatwi and Goma Yamanu. Taking its name, which means literally three peoples, from a linguistic designation referring to the cluster of related language groups in present-day southern and central provinces, the Bantu Badatwi was formed in 1991 for the express purpose of joining members of the Tonga, Ila, Lenye, and associated tribes into a formidable language-based political coalition, Colson 1996. Although the association's constitution defines its purpose in purely cultural terms, its chairman, himself a politician and one of the founders, first of the MMD and later of the NP, admitted that the group's real goals were political from the start. The southern and central province people desperately needed cohesion because we were so disunited, he explained. From our common basis of culture we could draw economic and political strength. 39. Two key association organizers in Livingstone again, both politicians, one was the mayor of, and later MP for, Livingstone, the other a town councillor, echoed their chairman's view when they told me that the Bantu Badatwi was set up to unify Tongas in the province, as a response to the perceived domination of the Bimbas at the national level. 4 degrees. Another Livingstone resident described the group's origins this way: if all these tribes that fall under the Tonga umbrella can come together, then they can have a president. That was the rationale behind the Bantu Badatwi. 4. Despite public claims that the association does not engage in open political activities, the group's organizers admitted that the association does support political candidates behind the scenes by advising members on which politicians and parties merit their votes. They explained that it is just like a church where the pastor tells the people which candidate should be supported. 4L. In 1996, the head of the Southern Province Tonga Traditional Association, a related organization, took an explicitly political stand when he urged all Tonga speakers to participate in the upcoming general elections to make sure that only Tongas were voted into power. He told his supporters, "The association has taken inventory of how Tongas have fared in politics and traditional leadership since 1964, and I am afraid to say we have lamentably failed to provide quality leadership. We have been too accommodating and this has resulted in authority or top positions slipping through our fingers. Kuna akomane, Kuzia Makwatojaya. Kubadamam Bulwaza, we should wake up and start fighting to assume positions in the top." Times of Zambia, August 22, 1996. A Bantu Badatwi meeting earlier in the year had resolved that a new party should be formed that would take care of Tonga interests. Zambia Today, February 18, 1996. Mindful of the group's power as a national political coalition, its leader reminded the government that our association covers a very big area from southern province up to Kaparai with a population of about 4 million. We will tell our people not to vote for the MMD, the Post, September 23, 1996. Point 43. Confirmation that it was the multi-party political system that created the impetus for the creation of the Bantu Badatwi and Goma Yamanu comes not only from the timing of the group's founding, which was immediately after the return to multi-party politics in 1991, but also from the fact that Tonga politicians, including some of the same figures that later became active in the Bantu Botatwi, were actively engaged under the one-party state in building cultural associations that were explicitly tribal in their scope. Colson, 1996, 75, relates that, in the R97 OS, Tonga members of the Southern Province branch of the Historical Association of Zambia attempted to create a new annual Tonga traditional ceremony that would put it on a par with other major tribes in the country that had, or were then in the process of reinventing, such ceremonies. Although the effort ultimately failed, Colson argues that the attempt demonstrates that by the R970s some Tonga intellectuals had decided that they needed to be able to field a range of collective symbols comparable to those that celebrate the unique histories of other peoples in Zambia, Ibid. She speculates that, in contrast to the founders of the Bantu Botatwi, the organizers of the Tonga traditional ceremony were not trying to forge a larger ethnic coalition for political purposes, since the 1970s and R98 were the years of the one-party state when political maneuvering and strategies used for the advancement of personal interests relied on patronage networks described in terms of kinship and home ties rather than in ethnic terms, Ibid. 75-76. Although Colson uses a slightly different vocabulary, her juxtaposition of the local ties that serve as the basis for the advancement of personal interests in the one-party state and the broader cultural ties that play this role in the multi-party context is exactly what we would expect to find if the one-party or multi-party nature of the political regime affects elites' calculations in the way the model predicts. As the evidence presented in this chapter makes clear, the shift from multi-party to one-party and then back to multi-party rule altered the behavior of Zambia's political elites. In Chapter 8, I turn to the effects of these institutional changes on the behavior of Zambian voters. 8. Testing the observable implications of the argument for mass behavior. In this chapter, I turn to the model's expectations for the behavior of non-lights. The central expectation to be tested is that people will vote for candidates from their own tribes in one-party elections and for parties whose leaders belong to their language groups in multi-party elections. As in Chapter 7, I identify and test a range of observable implications of the model using a variety of data sources and analytical techniques. The chapter is divided into 3 sections. In the first, I estimate and compare rates of tribal voting in one-party and multi-party elections. These analyses demonstrate that, while tribal identities are not the only motivation for voters' choices in either type of contest, Zambian voters nonetheless vote along tribal lines at measurably higher rates in one-party elections than in multi-party ones. In the second section, I focus exclusively on voting patterns in multi-party elections. First, I present evidence to support the central assumption in the model that voters put more emphasis on candidates' party affiliations than on their individual backgrounds. Then I show that this emphasis on candidates' party affiliations leads voters to allocate their support on language group lines. In the third section, I test the model's implications in a more fine-grained way through a pair of controlled experiments. The first compares the performance across elections of candidates that ran in the same constituencies in back-to-back contests. If changes in regime type affect the way voters allocate their support, then we should find greater changes in candidates' vote shares when one of the elections is a multi-party contest and the other is a one-party contest than when both elections are of the same type. This is, in fact, what I find. I also find that patterns of support vary in ways that the model would predict. When candidates in multi-party contests are running on the tickets of parties associated with the dominant language group in the constituency, they outperform their one-party results. When 110. They are running on the tickets of parties associated with other language groups, they do less well than in the one-party races. The second controlled experiment compares the performance of 2 types of candidates whose respective levels of support most clearly capture the model's expectations for voting outcomes in multi-party settings. The first are candidates that are members of the dominant tribe in their constituency but running on the tickets of parties affiliated with language groups from other parts of the country, i.e., candidates who belong to the right tribe but the wrong party. The second are candidates that are members of non-dominant tribes but affiliated with parties that are identified with the local language community, i.e., right party, wrong tribe. The model would lead us to expect candidates of the latter type to outperform candidates of the former type, and the evidence confirms that they do. Tribal voting in one-party and multi-party elections. I begin by examining every electoral constituency in every election held in Zambia between 1968 and 1999 and comparing the share of the dominant tribe in the constituency with the share of the vote won by candidates belonging to that tribe. Notwithstanding a number of caveats to be discussed later, the model predicts that in one-party elections, where voters support members of their own tribal groups, the share of dominant tribe voters in the constituency will mirror the share of votes won by dominant tribe candidates. Of course, focusing only on the behavior of dominant tribe voters addresses only one implication of the model. We would also expect members of the second most numerous tribe to vote for candidates from their group, members of the third most numerous tribe to vote for candidates from their group, and so on. But restricting the analysis to the behavior of members of the dominant tribe in each constituency greatly simplifies the analysis. In multi-party elections, where voters look past candidates' tribal backgrounds and support people running on the tickets of parties associated with their language groups, the share of dominant tribe voters in the constituency should be a much less good predictor of the share of votes won by dominant tribe candidates. The expectation is not that we will find no evidence of tribal voting in multi-party elections. In multi-party elections, candidates that are supported because of their party affiliations but who happen to be members of the dominant tribe will look, in the data, like they were supported because of their tribal background. But, because candidates affiliated with parties that are identified with the local language group will not always be members of the dominant tribe, we would expect the match between the share of the dominant tribe in the constituency and the share of the vote won by candidates from that tribe to be less good in multi-party contests than in one-party contests. The bias will be toward overestimating the degree of tribal voting in multi-party elections. Since this will make it more difficult to find a difference between the amount of tribal voting in one-party and multi-party settings, any difference I do find can be interpreted as fairly strong support for the predictions of the model. Figure 8. R illustrates the relationship between the share of votes won by dominant tribe candidates and the share of dominant tribe voters in each constituency in multi-party and one-party elections. The former include the general election of 1996 and all by-elections held between 1992 and 1999, the latter include the one-party elections of 1973, R978, 1983, and 1988. As in Chapter 7, I exclude urban constituencies from the analysis, since it is only in rural areas that tribal voting patterns should differ across one-party and multi-party settings. I also exclude cases in which either all or none of the candidates in the race are from the dominant tribe in the constituency, since such contests provide no opportunity for dominant tribe voters to choose whether or not to vote for a candidate from their tribe, and thus offer no test of the predictions of the model. As in Chapter 7, I exclude the 199R election from the analysis. I also exclude the 1968 multi-party contest, since the tribal demographic data that I possess for that year are not sufficiently precise to allow me to accurately determine the size of the dominant tribe. I draw the y equals x line in the scatter plots for reference. If the model is right, we would expect the points to be scattered closely about the y equals x line in the one-party elections and to be scattered more broadly in the multi-party elections. Yet, the first thing one notices about the two panels in Figure 8.1 is that the points in neither scatter plot lie right along the equals x line. This suggests that factors other than the candidates' tribal backgrounds motivate voters' choices. For our purposes, however, the tightness of fit of the scatter around the y equals x reference line is less important than the difference in that fit across the two panels. Eyeballing the data, the fit does seem to be better in the one-party elections than in the multi-party ones. One way of measuring this difference more systematically is to compare the correlation between the x and y values in each. This correlation is 0.52 for the one-party cases and 0.37 for the multi-party cases. If the outlier case in the lower right corner of the one-party panel is excluded, the correlation coefficient in the one-party cases rises to 0.55. This outlier case is the 1973 election in Bwingwe constituency, where the independence-era hero and former ANC president, Harry Mwangankumbula, an Ilabi tribe, won overwhelming support against a Tonga opponent in an almost entirely Tonga constituency. This was clearly a special case. Nkumbula, though strictly speaking a tribal outsider, was the symbol of Tonga speakers' aspirations for national power during the First Republic and was thus still considered an important enough figure to warrant support. The correlation between the size of the dominant tribe and the share of votes won by its candidates is still far from perfect in the one-party panel, but it is measurably stronger than in the multi-party cases. An even more intuitive way of comparing the degree of tribal voting in each setting is to compare the average distance of each point from the y=x line. If voters were voting purely along tribal lines, the distance would be 0, so values closer to 0 reflect greater tribal voting. For the average distance in the one-party cases is 17.1 percentage points, 16.7 percentage points without the Bwingwe constituency outlier. In the multi-party cases, it is 22.8 percentage points. As with the correlation measure, the results suggest less tribal voting in the one-party elections than the theory would predict, but, nonetheless, measurably more in those elections than in the multi-party ones. While suggestive, this analysis has several important limitations. The first is that for voters to be able to cast their votes for a candidate who comes from their own tribe, there must be a candidate from their tribe in the race. This is not always the case. When it is not, voters are left without a decision rule for how to allocate their support. The hypothetical constituency depicted in Figure 8.2 illustrates the problem. The constituency contains 6 different tribes, tribes AF, but only voters from tribes A, B and C have candidates from their own tribes in the race. If voters allocate their support strictly along tribal lines, we would expect voters from these 3 tribes to cast their ballots in the manner suggested by the dark-shaded cells. Voters from Tribe A will support candidates from Tribe A, voters from Tribe B will support candidates from Tribe B, and so on. The problem is that the theory generates no predictions about which candidates voters from tribes D, E, or F will support. When the share of a constituency's population made up of such free agent voters is large, it will undermine our ability to make inferences about tribal voting patterns from aggregate data. Of course, it is possible that, because they do not have a candidate from their own tribe in the race, voters from tribes D, E, and F will simply abstain from voting. It is also possible that they will divide their support evenly among the candidates from tribes A, B, and C, or will support them in proportion to these groups' shares of the total population. Any of these responses would make our job much easier, but we cannot assume that voters from tribes D, E, and F will do any of these things. We are thus left with a problem. The inference we want to make is based on the total vote share won by the candidates from the dominant tribe, but that vote share will necessarily be affected perhaps quite significantly by the theoretically unpredictable electoral choices of the free agent voters from tribes D, E, and F. My solution is to redo the analysis, this time limiting the cases I include to constituencies where at least 85% of the population are from tribes that have a candidate in the race. This significantly reduces my sample size, but it also raises my confidence in the results. 6. In the new analysis, the correlation between the share of dominant tribe voters and the share of votes won by dominant tribe candidates is 0.54 in the one-party cases and 0.40 in the multi-party cases. If the Bwingwe outlier case is excluded, the correlation in the one-party cases rises to 0.63. The average distance from the =x line in the one-party sample is now 17.3 percentage points, 16 points without Bwingwe, versus 22.0 percentage points in the multi-party sample. 8. As in the analyses that included all cases, the results suggest that while tribal voting is not the whole story in one-party elections, it is a bigger part of the story in such settings than in multi-party contests. The fact that the correlations and distances from the y equals x line are similar in the full and truncated samples does not necessarily imply that excluding cases where most voters did not have a candidate from their tribe in the race was a waste of time, or data. It simply confirms that voters who did not have a candidate from their tribe in the race did, in fact, vote for dominant tribe candidates in rough proportion to the dominant tribe's population share. There is, however, a second limitation to the analysis, what is known as the ecological fallacy, Robinson 1950, Aiken and Shivy 1995, King 1997. This problem arises any time a researcher uses aggregate election results to make inferences about individual voting behavior. 2. Understand the dilemma it entails. Consider a constituency in which the largest tribal group, Tribe X, constitutes 40% of the population and 40% of all voters cast their ballots for candidates from Tribe X. Given that the percentage of votes received by candidates from that tribe exactly matches the percentage of the population that belongs to it, we might be tempted to conclude that voters had cast their ballots along tribal lines. But however intuitive this inference may seem, it would be equally consistent with the aggregate data for none of the voters belonging to Tribe X, and 2/3 of the voters belonging to the other tribes in the constituency, to have supported the Tribe X candidates. Although such a counterintuitive outcome may not be likely indeed, we are probably studying this constituency because we have theoretical reasons to expect people there to have voted along tribal lines. It is impossible to rule it out on the basis of ecological, i.e., aggregate, demographic and voting tallies alone. To deal with this problem, I employ a method developed by King, I 997. In its general form, the ecological inference problem that King's method allows us to solve is presented in Figure 8.3. The unknown quantities that we need to estimate for each constituency are the share of voters from the dominant tribe in the constituency that voted for candidates from the dominant tribe, FLD, and the share of voters from other tribes that crossed over and voted for candidates from the dominant tribe, FL. Once we have estimated these values, we will also know the values for the other two cells, which we can compute by subtracting LD and FL from 1. King's method allows us to estimate these quantities at both the national and constituency levels from aggregate information that we know for each constituency, the percentage of dominant and non-dominant tribe voters, X and IX, the percentage of votes won by candidates from the dominant and non-dominant tribes, TAND I, T, and the total number of voters that cast ballots, N. If the model's pure expectations about tribal voting in one-party elections are correct, then voters in such contests will support only candidates that are members of their tribes. Thus, LD, which captures the frequency of tribal voting among dominant tribe voters, should equal 1, and FL, WHTCH captures the frequency of cross-tribal voting by non-dominant tribe voters, should equal 0. To the extent that voters weigh factors other than candidates' tribal affiliations in deciding who to support, as the results presented earlier suggest they do, these expectations will not be borne out exactly. But we would still expect LD to be far higher than FL in one-party elections. In multi-party elections, where the model predicts that voters will ignore candidates' tribal backgrounds and support candidates whose party affiliations mark them as representatives of the interests of the voters' own language groups, we would expect to find less evidence of tribal voting, i.e., lower FLDS, and more evidence of crossover voting, i.e., higher FLS. Some caution, however, is necessary in interpreting the estimates of F5D and FL in the multi-party races. Even if every voter behaved precisely as the model predicts, that is, even if every voter paid no attention to the tribal backgrounds of the candidates in the race, such behavior could easily be hidden IUR estimates of LD and FL. Consider a voter who is a member of the dominant tribe in her constituency and who casts her vote for a candidate running on the ticket of a party affiliated with her language group, just as the model predicts she will in a multi-party election. If the candidate for whom she has voted also happens to be a member of the dominant tribe, then her vote for that candidate will increase the estimated value of FLD in the analysis, and it will look, in the results, like she is voting tribally. If the candidate happens to be a member of another tribe, then her vote for the candidate will decrease the estimated value of LD, and it will look, in the results, like she is ignoring tribe in making her choice. As, fact, she is. The problem is that although her behavior is consistent with the model's expectations in both situations, it will have a different effect on our estimate of our quantity of interest depending on the tribal background of the candidate. Given this, I do not use the results of the analysis as a direct test of the model's expectations about voting behavior in multi-party elections. The estimates of FLD and L in multi-party elections can, however, be used as a point of comparison with the estimates of these parameters in one-party contests. Although tribal voting may occur in multi-party elections or may appear in the data, it should occur with less frequency than in one-party elections. We would therefore expect the estimated values for LD to be lower and the estimated values of L to be higher in multi-party elections than in one-party elections. Estimates of LD and are reported in Table 8.r. I report results both for one-party and multi-party elections generally, and for the smaller set of one-party and multi-party contests in which at least 85% of the voters have a candidate from their tribe in the race. As in the analyses presented earlier, I include only rural constituencies in which at least one of the candidates is a member of the dominant tribe and at least one is not. I also exclude the I-99I election from the multi-party estimates. 10 as the model leads us to expect, LD is significantly bigger than in the one-party elections and less different from in the multi-party contests. In the one-party cases, dominant tribe voters cast their ballots overwhelmingly, roughly 70% of the time in both the full and restrict samples, for candidates from their own tribes, and non-dominant tribe voters cross over and support candidates from the dominant tribe fairly infrequently, about 40% of the time. In multi-party contests, by contrast, dominant tribe voters are only slightly more likely to support dominant tribe candidates than are non-dominant tribe voters. The former do so approximately 65% of the time, while the latter do so 52% of the time. Recall, however, that while the estimates of LD and FL in the one-party elections provide a relatively reliable test of the model's implications for voting behavior in that setting, they offer a somewhat weaker test of its implications for voting behavior in the multi-party context. Still, the fact that the pattern of tribal voting, as reflected in the estimated values for FLD and is more pronounced in the one-party elections than in the multi-party elections confirms that tribal considerations are a more important concern for voters in the former than in the latter. Thus far, I have focused exclusively on rural constituencies, since it is only in rural areas that the model generates different predictions about voting patterns in each kind of election. But the model does generate a prediction about what we should expect to see in urban constituencies. Rates of tribal voting should be quite low, and there should be little difference in the degree of tribal voting in one-party and multi-party contests. Again, the evidence bears out this expectation. If I limit the analysis to urban constituencies, of which, adhering to the same selection rules as in the earlier analyses, there are 56 one-party cases and 28 multi-party cases, I find that the correlation between the share of dominant tribe voters and the share of votes won by dominant tribe candidates is extremely low, 0.R6 in the one-party contests and 0.08 in the multi-party contests. This finding is reinforced when I repeat the ecological inference analysis in urban constituencies only. In urban contests, my estimates suggest that the tendency of dominant tribe voters to support members of their own tribes, FLD, is nearly identical in one-party and multi-party elections, 34% in the former, 38% in the latter. Meanwhile, the tendency of non-dominant tribe voters to cross over and support candidates from the dominant tribe if I is also indistinguishable in one-party and multi-party contexts. I estimate that 37% of non-dominant tribe voters cross over to support dominant tribe candidates in one-party contests, and 38% do so in multi-party contests. These analyses suggest that very little tribal voting takes place in urban constituencies in either one-party or multi-party elections, just as the model predicts. Language group voting in multi-party elections. In one-party elections, all the contestants in the race are members of the same party, so party labels offer voters no means of distinguishing one candidate from another. Voters in such a situation have no choice but to focus on the candidate's personal attributes, their experience, their reputation, and, quite centrally, their ethnic backgrounds. But in multi-party contests, where candidates are each running on the ticket of a different political party, voters are forced to choose which cues to weight more heavily, that suggested by the ethnic background of the candidate, or that suggested by the presumed ethnic orientation of the party on whose ticket the candidate is running. A key claim of my argument is that in multi-party elections Zambian voters focus their attention on the latter, on the language group affiliation of the candidate's political party. I therefore begin by presenting evidence to document this assertion. Then I show how the emphasis on party labels generates voting along language group lines. Party affiliations versus candidate backgrounds as a focus of voters' attention in multi-party elections in Carey and Schugert's, 1995, Typology of Electoral Systems and Incentives to Cultivate a Personal Vote, Single-Member Plurality Systems with Party Endorsements, such as is found in Zambia, rank as the most party-oriented system type on the list. Evidence from surveys, interviews, and secondary source accounts bears this out. Summarizing voters' attitudes during the multi-party First Republic, Molteno and Scott, 1974, 192, write that Zambians seem to adhere more strongly to parties than to individuals. Individual candidates are a relatively minor factor influencing voter behavior. In a speech to the National Assembly in 1972, Vice President Mainzachona argued that under a multi-party system people do not vote according to the merit of the candidate. They are only interested in their party winning the seat. Parliamentary Debates, December 6, 1972, COLS 54-59. Commenting on the strength of party orientations in the Third Republic, a survey respondent observed that in a multi-party system people will in no way support someone who is not a member of their party. SR7. A focus group participant explained that, in weighing candidates' backgrounds, it was the party they were voting for, not the candidate, caste. Another focus group participant was explicit in linking the centrality of party labels to the multi-party nature of the political system. In the one-party Second Republic we were voting for people, but now in the multi-party Third Republic we are voting for a party, not a person. CPTARM. Candidates themselves also recognized the importance that voters attach to party labels in multi-party contests. Recalling the 1968 election campaign, in which he had contested, and won, the Nalaquanda constituency seat on the ANC ticket, one former politician told me that his own qualities as an individual simply had not mattered in that election. What mattered most was the party, what the party has done for the people, not what I had done for the people. This is because it was a multi-party system, and in a multi-party system the popularity of the party matters more than the popularity of any individual candidate. If UNIP was more popular, then the candidate for ANC lost and UNIP won. It didn't matter who you were. This was the situation in 1968. But in 1973, when the same politician ran for re-election under the new one-party rules, things had changed. Now, it was the popularity of the candidate that mattered. In the one-party state, people had to vote for the man who they thought could do something for them. Hugh Horowitz summarizes the phenomenon when he emphasizes that, in a multi-party context, it is not advantageous to cross party lines to vote for a candidate of the same ethnic background as that of the voter if this requires voting for a party identified with the opposing ethnic group. Ethnic voting means simply voting for the party identified with the voter's own ethnic group, no matter who the individual candidates happen to be. 1985, 319-20. Behavioral evidence for the weight that voters attach to candidates' party affiliations can be gleaned from examining the outcomes of parliamentary by-elections. Under Zambian law, parliamentary seats belong to the party rather than to the MP. Thus, when a sitting MP resigns from his or her party to join another political organization, a by-election is automatically triggered in which the defecting MP must recontest the seat on the ticket of the new party. Such contests provide an ideal opportunity for testing the relative weight that voters attach to a candidate's personal attributes and party affiliation. If voters care more about candidates' personal attributes, then we would expect them to continue supporting the defecting MP in his or her new party. But if voters care more about candidates' party affiliations, then we would expect their support to be conditional on the characteristics of the party to which the MP has defected. If the party to which the MP has defected offers a better match with the voter's language group than the old party, then the voter will follow the candidate to the new party. If it offers a less good match, then the voter will withdraw his or her support from the candidate and remain faithful to the party on whose ticket the candidate originally ran. The series of by-elections triggered in 1993 by the formation of the NP and the defection to that party of 11 MMD MPs offers an excellent opportunity for testing the importance that voters attach to party labels. For all of the defecting MPs were senior politicians who had won their seats in 1991 by wide margins. In that year, Zambians were voting for political and economic reform, and being on the MMD ticket identified a candidate as being an agent of change. By 1993, however, party affiliations had come to take on ethnic overtones, and the MMD had come to be viewed in many parts of the country as a vehicle for the interests of Bimba speakers from the northern, Luapula, and Copperbelt provinces. The NP, meanwhile, drew its top leadership from the western, southern, and northwestern provinces and was popularly identified with the interests of the non-Bimba speaking people from these regions. If voters were casting their votes based on party labels, we would expect the defecting MPs from western, southern, and northwestern province constituencies to fare well when they recontested their seats on TB-NP ticket, perhaps not quite as well as they did in the watershed 1991 elections when the sentiment for change was unanimous, but certainly well enough to win their seats by wide margins. In the Bimba-speaking northern province, on the other hand, we would expect voters to remain loyal to the, presumed to be Bimba-oriented, MMD and to withdraw their support from the defecting MPs who had, in their eyes, crossed over to a party whose presumed patronage commitments lay with a different language community. As Table 8.2 illustrates, this is exactly what voters in both areas did. In the western province constituencies of Kalabo, Mangwu, and Senanga, the northwestern province constituency of Solwezi Central, and the southern province constituency of Bwingwe, voters followed their defecting MPs en masse from the MMD to the NP. Whereas the defecting MPs from these five constituencies had won an average of 85% of the vote when running as MMD candidates in 1991, they won an average of 71% of the vote when they recontested their seats in the by-elections on the NP ticket. The percentage change in their support across the two contests ranged from -7 to -29%. Given the unnaturally high vote shares they won in the 1991 race and the fact that they all faced two opponents in the by-election but only one in the R991 contest, these results suggest that the shift in their party affiliations was embraced by their constituents. Only in the southern province constituency of Pemba did voters maintain their loyalty to the MMD and fail to follow the defecting MP to his new party. Although the MMD did tinfer a 38% decline in its vote share in that constituency, the defecting MP saw his own vote share decline by 68%. In Northern Province, voters completely deserted the two MPs that recontested their seats on the NP ticket. One of these MPs saw her vote share tumble by nearly 89%, the other suffered a 74% decline. This second candidate was former Finance Minister Emmanuel Kassand, the powerful Bimba leader whose critical by-election was discussed in Chapter 7. A writer in the Daily Mail explained Kassan's loss as a rejection of NP by the Bimba-speaking voters in reaction to charges that NP was a Lozatanga party trying to use Mr. Kassan to establish a foothold in the area. 1 November 8 I-993. A columnist or another paper argued similarly that it was not because Kassan was hated but because he was considered a sellout to a political party supposedly not associated with the Bimbas that he suffered such a dramatic change in fortune. The writer went on to speculate that if Kassan and his MMD opponent, the unknown Dismas Kalenjem, had switched parties, Kalenjem would have faced a similar fate. Financial Mail, R6-23 November 1993. The fact that Kalenjem was able to unseat such a powerful and popular rival by a nearly 3-to-1 margin, Kalenjem won 64% of the vote to Kassan's 24%, dramatically illustrates the irrelevance of candidates' personal attributes and the centrality of party affiliations in multi-party settings in Zambia. Another striking illustration of the power of party labels to affect voters' choices comes from the Copperbelt constituency of Chingola, where political heavyweights Ludwig Sondashi and Enoch Kavindili ran against each other in the 1991 general election and then, again, in a by-election held in April 1995. In the first contest, Sondashi, running on the MMD ticket, easily beat Kavindili, who was then running as a UNIP candidate. By the time of their second meeting in 1995, however, Sondashi had left the MMD for the NP and Kavindili had left the UNIP for the MMD. This time, Kavindili handily defeated Sondashi. While the outcome was reversed for the candidates, it remained the same for the MMD as a political party. The candidate running on the MMD ticket, Sondashi in 1991, Kavindili in 1995, won almost exactly the same share of vote in both elections. In 1991, Sondashi won 84.3% of the vote in a two-way race. In the 1995 by-election, Kavindili won 86.3% of the vote in a four-way race. Sondashi managed just 6.3%. The candidates may have changed their party affiliations, but both the overwhelmingly Bimba-speaking composition of the constituency and the Bimba orientation of the MMD remain the same. And it was the combination of language group demographics and perceived party orientation rather than the attributes of the candidates that shaped the voting outcome. Evidence of language group voting in multi-party elections. If voters in multi-party elections focus on candidates' party affiliations, and if parties' ethnic orientations are understood in language group terms, then ethnic voting in multi-party elections should follow language group lines. The examples sketched earlier provide initial suggestive evidence that this is the case. In this section, I present additional empirical support for the link between multi-party politics and language group voting. To the extent that voters allocate support along language group lines, we would expect the share of votes won in a given constituency by a party one identified with a particular language group to be equal to the share of voters in the constituency that are members of that language group. Since most constituencies, and, in fact, most whole regions are linguistically homogeneous, we would expect entire constituencies, and regions, to focus their support on the party or parties that are identified with that constituencies, or regions, language group. Initial evidence for the relationship between language group membership and party support is provided in figures 8.4 to 8.6, which juxtapose maps of support for each major political party in the 1968, 1991, and 1996 general elections with maps of the distributions of the language groups with which each party was associated. In keeping with the evidence presented in Chapter 4 regarding how Zambians view the ethnic orientations of political parties, each party's language group orientation is determined by the language group affiliation of its president. The shaded areas on the maps of party support, at the top, indicate the districts in which the party in question won more than 60% of the vote, except in the maps of the 1996 election, where the threshold for shading districts supporting the NP and the AZ is 20%. The shaded areas on the language maps, at the bottom, indicate districts in which more than 80% of the population speaks the indicated language as a first or second language of communication, as calculated from 1990 census data. In all three elections, the linguistic basis of party support is evident, particularly for regions that had parties associated with their language group in the race. In regions that did not have parties associated with their language group in the race, voters tended to support the ruling party, or, in 1991, the party viewed as the vanguard of change. This explains the extension of the UNIP support in R968 and the MMD support in 199R and 1996 beyond their Bimba-speaking home areas. More systematic evidence for the relationship between language group membership and patterns of party support during these three general elections is presented in Table 8.3, which records, for each major party in each election, the language group with which the party was identified, the number of constituencies in the country in which that language group was dominant, and a comparison of the average of the party's vote share in constituencies where the party's associated language group was dominant, which I label home area constituencies, and in the rest of the country. Table 8.3 confirms the pattern depicted graphically in figures 8-4-8.6, in every case, save one, parties received significantly and, in the case of non-ruling parties, overwhelmingly, more support in home area constituencies than elsewhere. In 1968, for example, ANC candidates won fully 76.2% of the vote in constituencies dominated by Tonga speakers but were able to capture only 15.9% of the vote in constituencies dominated by members of other language groups. Were it not for the fact that Xhosa speakers in 1968 also voted overwhelmingly for ANC candidates, who, in Western Province, were simply former UP candidates running under the ANC banner, the share of ANC votes outside of Tonga-speaking areas would have been lower still. Indeed, if constituencies dominated by Xhosa-speaking voters are excluded, the ANC vote. The final column of the table indicates the ratio of support for ANC candidates in Tonga-speaking areas and elsewhere was nearly 5-1. If Xhosa-dominated constituencies are added to the ANC's horn areas and excluded from its non-home areas, the ratio rises to nearly 7-1. Because the UNIP's support in R968 was strong in several areas that lay outside of its Bernba-speaking base, the pattern of language group voting for the UNIP in that year is somewhat less striking than that reported for the ANC. Still, it is clear that the UNIP's vote share was significantly higher in the 48 constituencies it contested that were dominated by Bimba speakers than in the 28 constituencies that were not. 16 in the former, fully 94% of voters supported UNIP candidates, while in the latter UNIP candidates' vote share dropped to 57.1%. Although UNIP candidates won more than 7 votes out of 10 overall in the 1968 election, they were approximately 65% more likely to win the votes of people living in constituencies dominated by Bimba speakers than they were to win the votes of people living in constituencies dominated by members of other language groups. Similar patterns of in-group linguistic voting were evident in the elections of 1991 and 1996. In 1991, the MMD won 86.6% off to vote in Bimba-speaking constituencies and 65% of the vote in non-Bimba-speaking constituencies, a relatively modest difference attributable to the referendum nature of the 1991 election. But the UNIP, which by 1991 had come to be identified as a Nyanja Speakers Party, captured fully 73.1% of the vote in the 21 Nyanja-speaking constituencies but only 17.3% of the vote in the rest of the country. Its ratio of support in Nyanja-speaking and non-Nyanja-speaking constituencies was more than 4-1. In 1996, the MMD again won not only most of the vote in the Bimba-speaking parts of the country but also widespread support among voters in non-Bimba-speaking areas that did not have parties representing their own language groups in the race. Unlike its experience in 1991, or the UNIP's in 1968, however, the MMD was challenged in 1996 by another major party, the ZDC, whose president was also a Bernba speaker. The 66% vote share won by MMD candidates in Bimba-speaking areas in 1996, while greater than the 55.2% share won by MMD candidates in non-Bimba-speaking areas, was almost certainly lower than it might have been had the ZDC not been in the race. Similar reasons help to explain why the ZDC's vote share in Bimba-speaking constituencies, (6%), was actually lower than its vote share in non-Bimba-speaking constituencies, 17.5%. The two other major parties that competed in the 1996 election, the NP and the AZ, both won a significantly larger share of votes in constituencies located in their president's linguistic home areas than in other parts of the country. 8 NP candidates won 39.6% of the vote in the 10 northwestern province constituencies that they contested, but only managed a 6.9% share in the rest of the country. 9 The AZ, which ran candidates in only 11 constituencies, 7 of which were in its Loza-speaking home region, captured 33.9% of the vote in Loza-speaking constituencies but only 6.6% of the vote outside of them. Language group voting would thus appear to account for a major part of the variation in these two parties' success rates. NP and AZ candidates that were running in constituencies dominated by members of their president's language groups were more than 5 times as likely to win voters' support than were their fellow party members running in other regions of the country. A final source of evidence for language group voting in multi-party elections in Zambia is provided in Table 8.4, which reports the correlation between the dominant language group and the language group affiliation of the winning political party in each constituency for the multi-party general elections of 1968 and 1996 and for all Third Republic by-elections held between 1992 and the end of 1999. For the purposes of the analysis, I omit cases where there is not a clearly dominant language group, and thus no clear prediction about which party should win, where the dominant language group does not have a party affiliated with it in the race, and where the election was won by an independent candidate. As in the analyses of tribal voting presented earlier in the chapter, I omit the 1991 election, though the results are almost identical when it is included. If the language group affiliations of parties matter to Zambian voters, then we would expect to find strong positive correlations between each dominant language group and parties affiliated with that group, and weak or negative correlations for all other combinations of language groups and parties. 20 This is exactly what we find. All the correlations along the diagonal, measuring the tendency for parties identified with particular language groups to win seats in constituencies dominated by voters from that group, are positive and highly significant, while the correlations located off the diagonal, which capture the tendency for voters with the opportunity to elect candidates running on the tickets of parties affiliated with their own language groups to instead elect candidates running on tickets of parties affiliated with different ones, are all negative. The fact that the correlations along the diagonal are not all equal to 1 confirms, as the analyses presented earlier also make clear, that language group affiliations are not a perfect predictor of electoral behavior in multi-party elections. But the general pattern in the data is still overwhelmingly in keeping with the proposition that linguistic identities drive voting decisions in a multi-party context. 21. Controlled experiments. The results presented thus far confirm that tribal voting is more prevalent in one party than in multi-party elections, and that voters in multi-party contests overwhelmingly support candidates running on the tickets of political parties whose language group orientations match their own. These findings are robust across multiple analyses employing different techniques and drawing on varying data sources. In this section, I present the results of a pair of controlled experiments that permit a more finely calibrated test of the model's implications regarding the effects of regime change on tribal and linguistic voting. The first holds the candidates constant and tests, first, whether they fare differently in elections held under different institutional rules, and, then, whether the differences in their performance can be accounted for by the match between their party affiliation and the dominant language group in the area in which they are competing. The second experiment looks at how voters behave when they are given an explicit choice between supporting a candidate from their tribe and supporting a candidate whose party affiliation suggests that he or she represents the interests of their language group. Support for candidates in back-to-back elections. The intuition behind the first experiment is simple: if the institutional setting is what drives voters' choices, then we should find relative stability within one-party and multi-party contexts in voters' support for candidates running in the same constituencies in different elections, and changes in voters' support levels across elections held under different institutional rules. To test this intuition, I first identified all candidates that had run in back-to-back elections in the same constituency in the elections of R973, R978, R983, R988, R99R, and R996. This yielded a total of 7 so cases. Then, to ensure the comparability of each candidate's performance across election pairs, I excluded all cases in which different numbers of opponents ran against the candidate in each election. 22. This turned out to be a hard standard to meet, and it reduced the total number of cases in the analysis to just 45. Having identified these key test cases, I divided them into two categories: those that constituted pairs of elections within an institutional setting, either multi-party or one-party, and those that constituted pairs of elections across institutional settings. There were 123 cases in the first category and 22 in the second. I then calculated the correlation between the candidates' vote shares in the first and second elections for each category, on the logic that higher correlations would indicate less change across elections in candidates' performance. The correlation in the within regime type cases: WA 0.57, significant at the dot or level in a two-tailed test. The correlation M the across regime type cases was 0.30, below accepted thresholds of statistical significance. I also calculated the average difference in candidate vote shares in each kind of election pair. With this measure, smaller differences imply greater stability. In within regime type pairs, candidates' vote shares varied by an average of 14 percentage points. In the across regime type pairs, their vote shares varied by an average of 30 percentage points. Both results confirm that regime change matters. Support for candidates was much more stable when the elections were either both one-party or both multi-party than when each election was of a different type. The more important testable implication of the theory, however, is that a candidate running in a pair of elections across regime types will not only fare differently but fare predictably better or worse in the second election, depending on whether the party on whose ticket the candidate is running in the multi-party race is affiliated with the dominant language group in the constituency. For example, we would expect that a candidate who ran on the ANC ticket for a southern province seat in R968, i.e., a candidate that ran on the ticket of the right party, the ANC being closely identified with Southern Province Tonga speakers, and then again as a UNIP candidate, which, under the one-party rules, the candidate would have to be, in R973, would perform not just differently but far worse in the second election, since the candidate would lose the advantage provided in the R968 contest by the match between the ANC party label and the Tonga-speaking voters that the candidate was courting. Similarly, we would expect a candidate that ran in Northern Province in both R988 and I99I, but as an MMD candidate in the second of these elections, to win a larger share of the vote in the I99I contest than in the R988 race, since, again, the candidate was running on the ticket of the right party in the multi-party election, the MMD being closely associated in voters' minds with Northern Province Bimba speakers. Had the same candidate been running on the ticket of the same party in the same years for a seat in Nyanja-speaking Eastern Province, we would expect the MMD party label to have hurt and to have reduced the candidate's vote share in I99I relative to what it had been in R988. To test this expectation, I first identified, for all candidates that ran in pairs of across regime type elections and that met the selection criteria noted earlier, whether or not the party on whose ticket each was running in the multi-party contest was affiliated with the dominant language group in the constituency. I then compared the candidates' performance in that race and in the one-party contest. In 20 of the 21 cases, the direction of change in the candidate's performance across the two elections could be predicted by whether or not the candidate was running on the ticket of a party associated with the dominant language group in the region. If candidates were, then they won a larger share of the vote in the multi-party contest than in the one-party contest. If they were not, then they received more support in the one-party race. Because this analysis allows us to control for so many of the factors that might have affected the outcome, including a candidate's personal attributes and ethnic background, the ethnic composition of the electorate, and even the number of other candidates in the race, it offers particularly strong support for the expectations of the model. The findings confirm that the one-party or multi-party nature of the election not only affects patterns of electoral support, but does so in exactly the way that the model developed in Chapter 5 would predict. Support for candidates of different types. One of the weaknesses of the analyses presented earlier in the chapter is that they are unable to distinguish between tribal and language group voting in situations where a candidate is both a member of the dominant tribal group and running on the ticket of a party that is associated with the dominant language community. The problem with such cases is that we cannot be sure whether the candidate's support is coming from her party affiliation or her tribal background. Testing the model's implications more carefully requires that we focus on candidates that are either members of the dominant tribe or running on the ticket of a party associated with the dominant language group, but not both. Figure 8. 7 distinguishes among these different types of candidates. Type A candidates are both members of the dominant tribe in the constituency and running on the ticket of a party that is affiliated with the constituency's dominant language group. We would expect such candidates to perform very well, and they do. Of the 82 Type A candidates that ran in the multi-party elections of 1968, 1996, and the Third Republic by-elections that were held through the end of 1999, 85% won the seat they were contesting. 2 Type D candidates, by contrast, are neither members of the dominant tribe nor running on the ticket of a party that is associated with the dominant language group. To the extent that voters allocate their support along ethnic lines, that is, in terms of either their tribal or their linguistic identities, we would expect typed candidates to fare poorly. Again, the data bear out this expectation. Of the 87 such candidates in the analysis, just 37%, won the race they were contesting. One implication of these findings is that ethnicity matters but is not determinative of electoral outcomes. The fact that 85% of those candidates whose ethnic backgrounds, both tribally and, through their party affiliations, linguistically, matched those of the plurality of the voters were able to win their election suggests that ethnicity does matter for Zambian voters. But the fact that 37% of those candidates whose ethnic background did not match that of the dominant group of voters were also able to win the seats they were contesting suggests that factors other than ethnicity also motivate voters' decision-making. From the standpoint of confirming the salience of ethnicity in Zambian voting, comparing the success rates of Type A and D candidates may be illuminating. But from the standpoint of testing the relative salience of tribal and linguistic identities in multi-party elections, the success rates of such candidates are of little use since we have no way of knowing whether their victory or loss was because of their individual tribal affiliation or because of the language group identity ascribed to them by virtue of their party affiliation. The key candidate types to look at for this purpose are Band C. Type B candidates are running on the ticket of a party that is affiliated with the constituency's dominant language group but do not belong to the dominant tribe. Type C candidates belong to the dominant tribe but are running on the ticket of a party that is not affiliated with the constituency's dominant language group. If voters in multi-party contests were behaving exactly as they did in one-party elections, i.e., if they paid no attention to party affiliations and allocated their support based on the match between their own tribal affiliations and those of the candidates in the race, then we would expect Type C candidates to outperform Type B candidates, and success rates among Type A and C candidates, and among Type Band D candidates, to be roughly the same. In other words, we would expect candidates' column values to be better predictors of their success than their row values. If, on the other hand, as the argument I have advanced in this book suggests, voters in multi-party elections ignore candidates' tribal affiliations and instead cast their votes based on the language group affiliation communicated by the candidates' party labels, then row values will be more important than column values as predictors of candidates' success. We would expect Type B candidates to outperform Type C candidates, and Type A and B, and Type C and D, candidates to perform roughly equally. As Figure 8.8 shows, the latter is exactly what we find. Type B candidates win 75% of the time, whereas Type C candidates win just 35% of the time. All of the action is in the rows, not the columns. These results provide strong support for the proposition that voters in multi-party elections put more emphasis on language group ties, as conveyed by the candidates' party affiliations, than on tribal connections. 6. Even more compelling evidence comes from comparing the performance of Type Band C candidates when they are competing directly against one another in head-to-head contests. In the results presented in Figure 8.8, Type Band C candidates are competing against rivals of all types. A superior test is one in which they compete directly against one another with no other candidates in the race. In such a context, voters are given an explicit choice between supporting a member of their tribe who is not running on the ticket of a party affiliated with their language group and supporting a candidate who is affiliated with a party associated with their language group but is not a member of their tribe. The parliamentary by-election that took place in Mazabuka Central constituency on November 30, 1999 provided voters with just such a choice. Mazabuka is located in the heart of Tongaland and, apart from a Loza-speaking minority of around 18% and a handful of migrants from other parts of the country who work in the nearby sugar estates, the constituency is almost entirely populated by Tonga speakers who are also Tonga by tribe. Although 5 candidates contested the November 30, 1999 by-election, the race quickly reduced itself to a contest between the MMD candidate, Gary Nkambo, and the UPND candidate, Griffiths Nangamba. 7 Nangamba had the advantage of running on the ticket of the UPND, a party that had a Tonga president and was widely assumed to represent the interests of Tonga speakers. Nangamba's own tribal background was a disadvantage, however. He was Lozu running in a constituency that was overwhelmingly Tonga by tribe. Nkambo, on the other hand, was Tonga by tribe but running on the ticket of the MMD, a party identified with Bimba speakers. The situation offered a perfect test of the predictions of the model. Nkambo was a Type C candidate, and Nangamba was a Type B candidate. If voters put the candidates' tribal backgrounds before their party affiliations, then Nkambo should have been the winner, since his tribal background matched that of the vast majority of the constituency's population. But if voters put the candidates' party affiliations first, then the seat should have gone to Nangamba, since he was the one running on the ticket of the party that everyone viewed as the Tonga Party. In the intense campaign leading up to the by-election, each party did its best to convince voters to focus on the dimension of ethnic identity that would play to its advantage. MMD campaigners used carefully selected Tonga phrases to tell voters that the Mazabuka Central constituency needed a Tonga MP, and his name was Nkambo. The Monitor, I-9 November 25, 1991. They openly campaign-led on tribal lines, urging voters not to vote for Nangamba because he is Lozi and not Tonga. The Monitor, November 26 to December 2, 1999. The article goes on to say that never in the history of this country has a ruling party, or any other party for that matter, so overtly campaigned on a tribal platform to the extent that the MMD has in Mazabuka, Ibid. UPND campaigners, meanwhile, emphasized that a vote for Nkambo was a vote for President Chiluba and his Bimba language group, whereas a vote for Nangamba was a vote for UPND President Anderson Mazoka and the broader Tonga community. Irrespective of Nangamba's own tribal background, they stressed, a vote for him was a vote for a party committed to advancing the interests of Tonga speakers. In the end, voters were more persuaded by the UPND's appeals than by the MMD's. Nang Amba won the race with 52% of the vote and Kambos 42%. Although Nang Amba failed to capture all the votes, his victory nonetheless provides strong support for the model's expectations, particularly since his opponent was a member of the ruling party and therefore had vastly more resources to draw upon in the campaign. The Mazabuka Central by-election was not the only head-to-head contests between a Type B and a Type C candidate. 13 others took place in the elections of 1968, 1996, and the Third Republic by-elections. In the 14 such cases, the Type B candidate won 10 times. 28. Another implication of the model is that Type B candidates not only will outperform Type C candidates but also will win a larger share of the vote than their tribe's share of the population would lead us to expect. Even given problems of ecological inference, a finding that a candidate won a larger share of votes than the candidate's own tribe's share of the voting population can be counted as definitive evidence of cross-tribal voting. Analogously, the model also implies that Type C candidates should win smaller shares of the vote than their tribe's population share would lead us to expect. I was able to test this expectation in the 9 head-to-head contests that were held during the Third Republic, where it was possible to draw on census data to identify the exact share of the population that belonged to each candidate's tribe. 11 Type B and 13 Type C candidates ran in these 9 contests. 0.3 degree of the 11 Type B candidates, 9, or 82%, won more votes than their tribe's share of the population would have led us to expect. Of the 13 Type C candidates, 8, or 62%, won fewer votes than their tribal share would have led us to expect. Again, the findings are in keeping with the theoretical expectations of TB model. Tribal voting seems not to take place in multi-party elections in the way that it does in the one-party contests. Ethnicity matters in both contexts, but different dimensions of ethnicity. 126. Part 4 to Part 4. Why, and when, do some social cleavages emerge as politically salient rather than others? In the preceding pages, I have sought to shed light on this question by exploring the case of Zambia, a country that, for the complexity of its ethnic landscape, the richness of its empirical record, and the advantageous pattern of its institutional variation, offers a particularly good laboratory for studying the determinants of identity choice and cleavage change. The specific outcome that I have sought to explain in the Zambian case is why tribal identities served as the basis of electoral mobilization and voting during one-party elections and language group identities played this role during multi-party elections. I began by showing why tribe and language, but not other possible bases of social mobilization, are available to Zambian political actors as potential foundations for political coalitions. Then, to account for why political actors find it advantageous to identify themselves in terms of one of these ethnic identities rather than the other, I developed a simple model to account for why people embrace the ethnic identities they do. Finally, I showed how the incentives that the model illuminates are affected by changes in the rules that specify whether one party or many may legally compete in the political arena. In its general form, the central argument of the book can be summarized as follows. Given a widespread expectation that elected officials will favor members of their own ethnic groups in the distribution of patronage benefits, voters will seek to better their lot by electing members of their own ethnic groups to positions of political power. Politicians, knowing this, will seek to improve their electoral prospects by couching their electoral appeals in ethnic terms. But the simple rule that voters should support their own or that politicians should play the ethnic card is complicated by the fact that voters and politicians are almost always members of more than one ethnic group. Both sorts of actors possess identity repertoires that provide them with membership in admission tickets to more than one ethnic community, one defined by their race, another by their religion, a third by their language, a fourth by their tribe, and so forth. This provides voters with access to more than one stream of patronage benefits and politicians with more than one set of potential supporters. The question thus arises as to which group they should claim as their own. When politicians play the ethnic card, which ethnic card should they play? When voters support their own, which principle of group membership should they employ to determine which candidates are, and are not, members of their group. If politicians and voters are interested in political power and the resources it brings, and if political power is allocated via a system in which the plurality group wins, then they should both choose the group membership that puts them in a minimum winning coalition. Being part of a winning coalition is a prerequisite for there to be any resources to distribute, and having that coalition be minimum maximizes the resources that each coalition member will receive. To the extent that this model of political behavior is correct, ethnic identities will not be chosen because of the psychological attachment that actors have toward them or because of the success of some crafty political entrepreneur in convincing voters that a particular identity is more important than others. They will be chosen because the identity gains them entry into a more usefully sized political coalition than the other identities that they might draw upon. The ethnic identity is simply a means to an end. This simple outcome is complicated by yet another wrinkle. Whether or not a particular group membership will put a person in a minimum winning coalition will depend not just on the size of the group that the identity defines but also on the boundaries of the political arena in which political competition is taking place. A group that might be minimum winning in one setting, say, in a state-level gubernatorial election, might be too small to be winning or too large to be minimum in another setting, say, in the context of a town-level mayoral race or within the nation as a whole. Changes in the boundaries of the relevant arena of political competition will bring about changes in the incentives for actors to choose one identity instead of another. Political institutions are one of the variables that determine these boundaries. Thus, when political institutions change, so too can actors' identity choices and, with them, the cleavage outcomes to which these choices give rise. To Part 4. Applied to Zambia, I show that this argument can account for why Tundbal-1 have served as the basis of political competition and coalition building during one-party elections, and language group identities have played this role during multi-party elections. My claim is not that the shift between multi-party and one-party electoral rules has had any effect on the salience in political life of ethnicity per se. Zambian voters vote their ethnic groups and politicians play the ethnic card with equal frequency in both institutional settings. What the one-party or multiple one-party nature of the political system does is determine which ethnic community, their tribe or their language group, Zambian political actors will focus on when they try to mobilize their fellow group members. Tribal divisions emerge as salient in one-party elections because political competition in such contexts takes place at the level of the electoral constituency, and electoral constituencies in Zambia tend to be linguistically homogeneous but tribally heterogeneous. While linguistic identities might generate winning coalitions in such a setting, after all, everyone is a member of the dominant language group. Only tribal identities can produce coalitions that are minimum winning. This explains why voters in one-party contests focus their attention on the candidates' tribal identities, and why political competition and conflict in one-party elections revolves around tribal differences. In multi-party contests, candidates each run on the ticket of a different party, and voters expect candidates, if they are elected, to distribute patronage in ways dictated by their party's leader. In such a context, voters ignore the candidates' own ethnic identities and focus their attention on the presumed ethnic group orientations of the parties with which the candidates are affiliated. Because political parties are competing on the national stage, voters' attention to party labels shifts the effective arena of competition from the local to the national level. National-scale cleavages in Zambia are language cleavages, since tribes are too small to serve as the basis of coalitions that, at that level, are both minimum and winning. This explains why electoral mobilization and counter-mobilization in multi-party settings revolve around language group differences. This simple argument generates a number of observable implications about how the behavior of politicians and citizens will differ across multi-party and one-party elections. In chapters 7 and 8, I presented a series of analyses that test these implications. In chapter 7, I showed that Zambian politicians make the kinds of ethnic appeals, invest in the sorts of ethnic association, and choose to run in the kinds of constituencies that the argument would predict. In chapter 8, I turned to the behavior of non-elites and showed that Zambian voters also behave in accordance with the argument's expectations, They vote for members of their tribes in one-party elections and for parties affiliated with their language groups in multi-party elections. Some of these analyses constitute true tests of the argument's implications, in that they draw on large amounts of randomly selected data, or the entire set of instances in which the phenomenon of interest took place, and employ well-accepted methods of scientific inference. Others are simply anecdotal illustrations of the argument's predictions that do not formally test the theory so much as document its empirical foundations through examples of events, outcomes, or the behavior of key actors. Together, however, the number and variety of these analyses, all of which provide support for the theory's expectations, give us great confidence in the argument that the book advances. Quite apart from these findings, our confidence in the argument's success is reinforced by the fact that two of the key premises on which it is built, that voters expect political leaders to favor members of their own groups when they distribute patronage resources, and that, in striving to put members of their own groups in positions of power, voters in multi-party elections pay attention to the ethnic affiliations conveyed by candidates' party affiliations rather than the candidate's own. Ethnic backgrounds were substantiated with survey and focus group evidence. By providing empirical evidence to support these two building blocks of the argument, the former in Chapter 4, the latter in Chapter 8, we can have greater confidence that the match between the outcome that the argument predicts and the outcomes that I document in Zambia's one-party and multi-party eras is a product of the causal process that the book describes. The argument that I advance in the book may account for the variation we observe in ethnic cleavage outcomes in Zambia, but is it portable? Have other African countries that have shifted back and forth between single-party and multi-party rule experienced similar changes in the relative salience of tribal and linguistic, or, more broadly, localized and national scale, cleavages in their political competition? If so, can the argument be pushed further still? Leaving aside the impact of regime change to Part 4, and moving beyond the specific context of Africa, can ethnic identity matrices such as the ones introduced in Chapter 5 offer more general insights into why particular ethnic cleavages emerge as axes of political competition and coalition building? The book began with this general question. Does it provide any more general answers? The next two chapters take up these questions. Chapter 9 addresses whether the specific argument developed for Zambia can explain patterns of variation in ethnic cleavage salience across single-party and multi-party elections in other African countries. Chapter RO applies the argument and the ethnic identity matrix heuristic to still other countries and political arenas to demonstrate the insights the approach offers for thinking about identity choice and ethnic cleavage salience. Do the Zambian findings presented in this book travel to other African nations? Is there any evidence that transitions between one-party and multi-party rule in other African countries have brought changes in the kinds of ethnic cleavages that structure political competition and coalition building? More than 24 African nations have held parliamentary elections under both single-party and multi-party political systems, so in principle it should be possible to test whether the Zambian results hold elsewhere in the region. For them to be eligible as comparison cases, the countries would have to have multidimensional ethnic cleavage structures, so variation in the cleavage outcome is possible, and to be places where ethnicity is understood by voters to convey information about how politicians distribute patronage. Nearly all African countries meet both of these criteria. Almost all have local cleavages defined by tribal affiliation or clan membership and national-scale divisions based on religion, language, or region. A handful of African countries, Sudan, Zimbabwe, Mauritius, Tanzania, South Africa, have significant racial cleavages as well. As for the role that ethnicity plays, Africa is a region whose poverty and weak government institutions lead citizens to view the state as a resource to be consumed by the ethnic kin of those who control its offices. Young and Turner summarize the patrimonial basis of African politics well. In the richly evocative Nigerian phrase, politics was cutting the national cake, the output of the state was perceived as divisible into slices of possibly unequal size, sweet to the taste, and intended to be eaten. They category, in control of political institutions, would exploit its power to impose its dominion upon we, and to reserve for itself the lion's share of state resources. 1985, 147. African politics, Young and Turner suggest, revolves around a struggle for control over patronage resources by coalitions of ethnically defined we and they. Although this represents something of an oversimplification, it captures enough of the essence of African politics to suggest the likely applicability of the Zambian findings to other parts of the region. However, while these general background conditions hold throughout most of Africa, the specific institutional factors that make the Zambian story work, particularly its single-member plurality, SMP, electoral rules, are absent in all but a relative handful of cases. SMP electoral rules are necessary both to ensure a single salient cleavage outcome and to generate different choice strategies at the national and local levels. Although nearly all former British colonies in Africa began their lives as independent nations with SMP rules, a number of them, Botswana, Gambia, Ghana, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe, never held one-party elections. Others, example Nigeria, adopted federal systems that alter the logic of national political competition by dividing the country into multiple subnational political arenas. Still others, example Malawi and Uganda, held both one-party and multi-party parliamentary contests, but these elections were insufficiently competitive for meaningful inferences to be made about voting or campaigning behavior. Across all of Africa, only Sierra Leone, Tanzania, and Kenya share both Zambia's SMP electoral system and its record of having held competitive one-party and multi-party elections, even if just a single example of one kind or the other, at some point in their post-independence histories. Point 4 Sierra Leone held competitive multi-party elections in 1962 and R967, Reynolds 1999, and a reasonably competitive single-party contest in 1982, Luke 1985, Hayward and Dumbuya 1985. Tanzania held competitive one-party elections in 1965, Morgenthau 1965, Clip 1967, and competitive multi-party elections in 1995 and 2000, Van Kranenburg 1996, Hayden 1999. Kenya held competitive multi-party elections in 1963, just prior to independence, 1966, the so-called Little General Election, 1992, and 1997, Goertzel 1970, Thrupp and Hornsby 1998, Barkin and Ngieth 1998, Hartman 1999, and imperfect but nonetheless reasonably competitive single-party contests in 1969, 1974, 1979, 1983, and 1988, Hayden and Lees 1972, Barkin 1987. 6 Comparisons of electoral appeals and voting patterns across these one-party and multi-party contests provide important tests of the portability of the Zambian findings. Applied to Sierra Leone, the argument would lead us to expect electoral conflict during the country's multi-party elections to have revolved around the struggle between two broad regional coalitions, southern-based MEN speakers and northern-based TEM speakers. Abundant evidence suggests that it did, Cartwright 1970, Barrows 1976. During the country's one-party elections, the argument would predict the locus of competition to have shifted and conflicts to have emerged among the 20 or so local tribal groups that nest within the broader MEN and TEM language communities. Internal divisions within these regionally defined ethnic blocs, hidden in the 1962 and 1967 multi-party contests, should have emerged as salient in the campaigns leading up to, and been identifiable in the voting patterns that emerged during, the 1982 one-party election. Kendea's analysis of this contest suggests that this is exactly what happened. Writing about the changes in Sierra Leone's politics brought by the declaration of a single-party state, Kendea observes that one-party rule has engendered the demise of the ethno-original political unity of NRRH_ERN_TEM ethnic groups. With the introduction of a one-party constitution M 1978, northern ethnic groups have become more assertive of their cultural distinctiveness. Time was, especially during decolonization and the first decade of independence, i.e., during the multi-party era, when the political identities of minority northern ethnic groups were generally subsumed by the larger and competitively more significant Temne identity. Although most northern minorities were able to preserve the peculiarities of their respective cultures, the politicization of their cultural identities was determined largely by the Menti-Cmne rivalry. T992, 96-97. With the introduction of one-party competition, the bipolar Mentern cleavage gave way to political competition revolving around a set of more fine-grained ethnic divisions. A particularly telling illustration of this shift is provided by the case of Sori Korama, Siaka Stevens's long-serving vice president. Throughout his career, Korama had publicly identified himself as a Temne. In fact, his identification as such was a critical factor in reinforcing the popular perception that Stevens's All People's Congress was a party for Temnes only. Yet in 1983, shortly after the suspension of multi-party competition and the declaration of a one-party state, Korama revealed publicly that he was not, in fact, Temne, but a member of the small Mandingo tribe, Kande 1992-97. Although Kande writes that it still remains unclear why Korama chose to switch ethnic identities, the argument advanced in this book suggests an answer, in the context of a one-party system, in which the effective arena of political competition shrinks to the level of the electoral constituency. Local tribal identities, in this case, being Mandingo, are more useful than regional/linguistic ones, in this case, being Temne. Korama simply chose to redefine himself in terms of the identity that, given the new circumstances, was more politically advantageous for him. The model seems to have somewhat less explanatory power in Tanzania, largely because of the lesser salience of ethnicity per se in that country than in many others. 8. Yet, even so, there is evidence that national-scale ethnic cleavages involving divisions between Zanzibaris and mainlanders, or, more broadly, between Warabu, Arabs/Muslims, and Christians, as well as divisions among broad regional/linguistic blocks, example among Sukuma speakers, Nyamwezi speakers, and Chaga speakers, have become much more salient since the transition to multi-party elections in 1995 than they were during the long one-party era that preceded it. Campbell 1999, Okima 2000. Unfortunately, the secondary source coverage of Tanzania's one-party elections is too thin to allow for comparisons of the salience of local tribal divisions across one-party and multi-party settings, so it is difficult to be certain whether the escalation of conflicts along national-scale cleavage lines in the 1990s displaced competition among more local tribes. In addition, as in Sierra Leone, the electoral and ethnic demographic data that might allow our theoretical expectations about voting patterns to be tested more systematically are unavailable. The case of Kenya, however, provides sufficiently rich secondary source coverage and data to allow for a comprehensive out-of-sample test of the Zambian findings. Regime change and ethnic politics in Kenya. Kenya, like Zambia, is a place where ethnicity matters. It is a place where people view their political representatives as sources of patronage, Barkin 1976-1979, and where they assume that having a member of their ethnic group in a position of political power will increase their access to state resources, Hayden and Lees 1972, Hoggerud 1995. 9. However, Kenya, like Zambia, is also a place where people understand their ethnic group in multiple ways. Thus, as in Zambia, the otherwise straightforward rule that a voter should support a member of his or her own ethnic group begs the question, which group? Kenyans view their country's ethnic landscape through different lenses in different settings. When they think about where they fit within the ethnic landscape of the country as a whole, they identify their group in terms of broad ethnic blocks defined by linguistic similarity, region, or even religion. When they think of their group in more localized contexts, they do so in terms of their membership in one of the country's 42 tribes or, in situations where the local context is tribally homogeneous, in terms of their membership in one of numerous sub-tribes or clans. As in Zambia, these local ethnic identities nest within the broader national scale ones. Thus, while national-level political competition is often understood in terms of the competition among the Kikuyu, Luo, Kalenjin, Luhya, and coastal peoples, or Majikenda, each of these groups subsumes a number of smaller ethnic units that become relevant bases of social identity in more localized settings. For example, the broad Kikuyu bloc subsumes the Mbu and Meru, and is thus sometimes referred to collectively as Gema, the acronym for the Gikuyu Kikuyu, Mbu, and Meru Association. It also contains distinctions between people from the northern and southern Kikuyu-speaking districts and among the several Kikuyu clans, example Kayambu, Gatendu, Murunga, Nahiri. The Kalenjin are a linguistic umbrella category linking members of the Nandi, Kipsiji, Tijan, Pokot, Elgia, Kiio, Marakwet, Sibi, Dorobo, Tarik, and Sabayat tribes, and sometimes also the Maasai, Turkana, and Samburu. For Th1s Rizo, the broader Kalenjin coalition is commonly referred to in the Kenyan press by the acronym Kamatusa, Kalenjin, Maasai, Turkana, Samburu. The Luhya subsume 16 different smaller tribal groups. The Luo contain dozem of clan divisions. And the Majikenda contain within their ranks members of the distinct Giriama, Digo, Rabai, Chonyi, Kama, Ribi, Duruma, and Hibana tribes. Unlike Zambia, where the relevant axes of ethnic cleavage at the local and national levels are uniform, tribe in the former, language in the latter, the principles of group identification that Kenyans use to categorize themselves at the local and national levels tend to vary from one part of the country to another. For the Majikenda, whose national level self-identification is regional or even religious, they are the predominantly Muslim people of the coast. Local level distinctions are made in terms of tribal affiliations. For the Luo, the national level principle of ethnic identification is tribal, which works for them because they are a fairly large tribal group, while local level distinctions are based on clan affiliations. For the Kalenjin, local level distinctions are tribal, but the cultural glue that holds the group together when it competes on the national stage is language, and, to a lesser degree, pastoralism. Yet irrespective of the different principles of group membership that each community employs at each level, the important point is that Kenyans have clearly distinct local and national scale ethnic identities. This makes it possible to inquire whether, as in Zambia, political actors tend to view their ethnic group in terms of local level social divisions during one-party elections and in terms of national level cleavages during multi-party contests. The evidence strongly suggests they do. Kenya's first multi-party era. After holding multi-party elections just prior to independence in R963, Kenya's first post-independence multi-party election took place in 1966. Called the Little General Election, the contest was actually a series of by-elections triggered by the defection of Oginga Odinga and 29 other MPs from the ruling Kenya African National Union, KANU, to the newly formed Kenya People's Union, KPU. Following the defections, the KANU-dominated parliament rushed through a constitutional amendment stipulating that any MP who crossed the floor to another party would have to resign his or her parliamentary seat. Andre contested in a by-election. The Little General Election was the series of by-elections triggered by this legislation. Odinga was the most prominent Luo politician in the country and, although only about a quarter of the MPs that followed him to the KPU were actually Luo, his identification as the Luo leader was so strong that the KPU was immediately assumed to be a vehicle for Luo interests. The fact that Odinga's split with President Jomo Kenyatta had been precipitated principally by ideological differences was irrelevant to most Kenyans. The Little General Election was understood as a clash of big men and their broad ethnic networks, not in ideological or policy terms. Koff argues that for most Kikuyu, the fact that KPU was headed by a Luo, whose aim was to replace Kenyatta as Kenya's president, probably outweighed any sympathies they may have had for KPU's policies. R966, 58. Luo voters were similarly motivated by ethnic rather than policy considerations. Even outside of Luoland and Kikuyu land, the election was viewed as a conflict between the Luo and Kikuyu coalitions for control of the government. As Goertzel emphasizes, Both Kenyatta and Odinga symbolized an ethnic identity as well as a political stand. Kenyatta embodied not only Kenyan nationalism but the spirit and identity of Kikuyu nationalism. Odinga symbolized the identity of the Loa Ostalan Heitgelrugted and reinforced by the subsequent attacks upon HTRN and HTS party as an isolated Luo group separated from the rest of the country. The shot before the others was thus not only between Kenyatta and Odinga, but also part between Kikuyu and Luo. While both parties denounced any appeal to Tunbosm, neither could entirely avoid this ethnic identification. 1970-90. The results of the election bear out this interpretation. Whereas the KPU won every seat, and 90% of the vote, in Luo-dominated Central Nyanza, it managed to win just 2 of the remaining 22 seats, and less than 42% of the vote, in the rest of the country. KANU, as the ruling party, was able to maintain its support across most of the other regions in which the by-elections were held. But its strongest support by far was its Kikuyu heartland of Central Province and Laikipia and Nakuru districts. KANU's landslide victory in the Central Province constituency of Kandara offers a particularly illuminating illustration of the logic of ethnic politics in multi-party Kenya, and also clear parallels with what we saw in Zambia. The Kandara contest pitted veteran Kikuyu politician Bildad Kagjaya, running on the KPU ticket, against comparatively little-known Tadeo Mwara, running for KANU. Kagjaya was a major figure in Kenyan politics who probably stood second only to Kenyatta among Kikuyu political leaders, Gertzel 1970-90. Mwara was a much less well-known politician who, a year before, had not even been able to defend his Senate seat. By all accounts, Kagjaya should have won the election in a rout. Yet, an outcome that exactly paralleled the case of Emmanuel Kasson described in chapters 7 and 8, Kagjaya the political heavyweight and local Favant's son, was overwhelmingly rejected. After handily winning the Kandara seat 3 years before in the pre-independence election of, he received less than 0% of the vote in R966. When he crossed the floor to the KPU, he ceased to be seen by voters as a representative of K1UU_Mderists, and voters withdrew their support. Kagya's party label, which, voters' eyes, marked him as an agent for the Luo, overshadowed H1's own credentials as one of the country's leading Kikuyus. R3 He may have been the right candidate, but he was affiliated with the wrong party and therefore lost in a landslide. In the vocabulary of the analysis in Chapter 8, Kagjaya was a Type C candidate, and, in multi-party contests, Type C candidates lose one-party elections in Kenya. The emphasis on party labels evaporated with the banning of the KPU and the emergence of a de facto one-party system in R969. For in the new one-party setting, the effective arena of political competition contracted to the level of the electoral constituency and political conflict between broad regional blocs, such as that between the Kikuyu and the Luo, was displaced by competition among locally defined ethnic communities. Rather than mobilize big national-scale coalitions, as they had in 1966, rival candidates in one-party elections drew support from different clans or sub-clans, and, in ethnically mixed urban constituencies in Nairobi, Mombasa, and Nakuru, and in the former White Highlands settlement areas from particular ethnic groups, example tribes. In the more ethnically tribally homogeneous Central, Nyanza, and Western provinces, candidates appealed to rival sub-clan or clan interests. Thrupp and Hornsby 1998, R6, Hayden and Lees concur that the structure of Kenya's one-party elections put a premium on clan and tribe-based politics, 1972, 397. Writing about the 1969 election, they note that, when we examine the evidence from individual constituencies, it is clear that clan and locality cleavages were of fundamental importance. All the constituency reports without exception emphasized the priority accorded by voters to the candidates' tribes, in urban areas, and clans, in rural seats. The candidates' electoral arithmetic, began and largely ended with calculations of tribal and clan support. Ibid. 401. Mboya's loyalty to the community was assumed to be communicated by his party label rather than by his own lineage. It was only after his assassination in 1969 that he was readopted as a Luo son. 14. As in Zambia, Kenya's one-party elections involved multiple parliamentary candidates all running on the ticket of the ruling party, and a president selected by the party leadership rather than by the electorate. Although the contests OCS-10 involved manipulation by the KANU leadership to make sure that the one favored candidate won, they were generally competitive. Hornsby and Throok 1992, 191, note that candidates for the party nomination were all vetted by party personnel and some were denied KANU endorsement and were thus barred. However, apart from the well-publicized barrings of ex-KPU leaders in 1974 and 1979, this was not a major problem. Take the example of Kisumu Rural, a homogeneously Luo constituency that had voted almost unanimously for the KPU in the little general election of R966. In the 1969 and 1974 one-party elections, this unity disappeared, as political competition came to revolve around a conflict among three major clans, the Seme, with roughly 45% of the population, the Nyahira, with roughly 20%, and the Kapyanja, with Rs%. In both elections, the winning candidate came from the largest of these groups, the Seme. In 1969, WN Aya was the only Seme in the race, and he won with 52% of the vote. In 1974, a second Seme candidate, Onyango Ioki, also ran, and won. The two elections were striking not just for how closely voters hewed to clan lines, but for how much the outcomes differed from the results of the multi-party contest held in that constituency in 1966, in which the KPU candidate, Okolo Odongo, won support from the members of all Luo clans and captured fully 97% of the vote. Gem constituency, which neighbors Kisumu Rural to the northwest, exhibited an identical pattern of Luo bloc voting in the late R96 followed by a shift to clan voting in the one-party elections that followed. Although Gem was not one of the 6 central Nyanza constituencies to hold elections in R966, it did hold a multi-party by-election in 1969 just before the suspension of multi-party competition, Okumu 1969. In that contest, the KPU candidate, Wasonga Sigia, depicted his KANU opponent, Wycliffe Rating Omolo, as a Kikuyu agent who had betrayed his own people. Sigia portrayed himself, meanwhile, as holding the fort against the advancing Kikuyu army in which Rating Omolo was playing a major role. Ibid. Rs. The strategy worked. Sigia won the seat with 90% of the vote. In the 4 one-party elections that followed, however, the centrality of the Luo versus Kikuyu cleavage gave way to voting based on membership in the Kojuadai and Kwenda clans, Alila 1984. In the new one-party context, clan membership trumped tribal affiliation. In 1979, the centrality of the Kojuadai/Kwenda cleavage was challenged when a man named Oshino Umbala entered the race. Umbala, though a member of the Kwenda clan, was Jaa/Ego, a settler from the neighboring area of Alago, and his opponents sought to undermine his candidacy by asserting that only Jojem Asili, true sons of Jem, should rightfully represent the constituency in parliament. Ibid. In the end, Umbala was able to defeat this line of attack and win the election. 6. But the fact that the challenge was even attempted reinforces the point about the importance of local authenticity in one-party elections. In 1966, voters in Jem, as throughout Kenya, understood themselves as members of a homogeneous ethno-regional bloc and voted accordingly, overwhelmingly delivering their seat to a candidate whose party affiliation designated him as a representative of their regional group. In that context, there would have been no question about Umbala's authenticity as a Luo. But in the one-party setting, a candidate's status within the local community was what mattered. The shift to one-party rule transformed the salient cleavage dimension and, with it, the criteria people applied to determine who was and was not a member of their ethnic group. This transformed political allies into political adversaries and fellow group members into ethnic outsiders. The return of multi-party rule in the 1990s. With the reintroduction of multi-party competition in the early 1990s, the relevant lines of ethnic cleavage changed once again. In 1992, Kenya held its first multi-party election in more than 25 years, and the transition back to multi-party competition brought with it a shift back to TB patterns of regional ethnic voting and alliance building that had predominated in the immediate post-independence era. Thrupp and Hornsby describe the change. In previous elections, in the one-party state, the main electoral factors had been clanism and localism. Many observers and candidates expected that the 1992 general election would be fought on the same basis. This was not to be. In the end, regional and ethnic blocs were to prove the key to the outcome, 1998, 339. Later, they make this point even more clearly. If the December 1992 general election demonstrated anything, it was the importance of party and ethnicity in Kenyan politics. Every single-party general election in independent Kenya had pointed to the vital role of the individual politician. Now, with the reimposition of a more fundamental set of divisions, most communities rejected the politics of clanism. Once the single-party state was swept away and ethnically based opposition parties emerged, individual candidates counted for much less than their party and the identity of its presidential candidate. Neo-patrimonialism shifted from the micro to the macro level. Ibid. 589 italics added. The return to multi-party competition did nothing to change Kenyans' assumptions about whether or not patronage distribution would follow ethnic lines. They continued to assume that it would. Nor did it alter their beliefs that they needed to support candidates from their own groups. But it completely changed the criteria they used to determine who were, or were not, fellow group members. Whereas local identities had defined group membership and served as axes of electoral competition in the one-party era, national-level identities and cleavages assumed these roles in the new multi-party setting, just as they had in the multi-party elections of the immediate post-independence era. This shift in the relevant basis of political competition was reflected in the extremely high geographic concentration of the vote in R99-2 and I997. Whereas one-party elections had tended to be fairly close contests, a large number of the 1992 and 1997 races were won in landslides. Indeed, so strongly did parties draw on their regional bases in 1992 and 1997 that Barkin and NGF, 1998, described the elections as sets of geographically distinct one-party dominant contests. Roughly 90% of voters from the Kikuyu-dominated districts of Central Province and the southeastern part of the Rift Valley supported candidates from the two Kikuyu political parties, the Democratic Party, DP, and the Forum for the Restoration of Democracy Asili, FORD-Asili. 7 KANU candidates won roughly 90% of the vote in the Kalenjin home districts, and an equally high share of voters in Luo-dominated constituencies supported Odinga's Forum for the Restoration of Democracy Kenya, FORD Kenya, in 1992 and his son's National Development Party, NDP, in 1997-9. In Kisumu Rural and Gem, the two constituencies discussed earlier, FORD Kenya's parliamentary candidates won 91% and 95% of the vote, respectively, in 1992. This was an almost exact replication of the overwhelming support won by the KPU candidates in 1966 and 1969, and a complete departure from the much more closely fought elections of the one-party era. This unity within regions in 1992 and 1997 did not just happen. It was painstakingly cultivated by the leaders of each party. Throughout the 1992 campaign in the Rift Valley, KANU candidates stressed the need for Kalan in unity in the face of the opposition threat, OUGI 1997, 53. To foster that unity, they exacerbated fears among the Maasai, Kalenjin, and the other pastoral tribes that a Kikuyu victory would mean that their land would be expropriated by Kikuyu settlers, Thrupp and Hornsby 1998, 341. Just as the ANC and the UPND in Zambia had sought to unify Tonga speakers by invoking the threat to their cattle, KANU campaigners sought to unify their Kalenjin base and to augment it with their fellow Kamatusa, i.e., Maasai, Turkana, and Samburu, pastoralists by conjuring up the threat posed to their grazing lands by the Kikuyu. Opposition parties also made open use of tribal solidarity arguments, Ibid. 349. For example, in Lapika West, Fordasili's Njengamunga campaigned on a strongly ethnic ticket, arguing that the Kikuyu needed to recapture the presidency and the government for their tribe. He claimed, for example, that if the Gema people did not vote for Fordasili presidential candidate Kenneth L.1 Atiba, the presidency would never return to Kikuyu land. Ibid. Munga's strategy, like Kanu's in the Rift Valley, was simultaneously to rally his tribal group by presenting the election as a contest between the Kikuyu and other ethnic groups and, through his invocation of Gema, to extend the boundaries of his natural support coalition to include related peoples, in this case, the Mvu and Meru, that grouped themselves under the broader Kikuyu umbrella. Such attempts at ethno-regional coalition building were nowhere clearer than in the case of Selina Party, whose very name, which means ark in Swahili, constituted an explicit call for the Mijikenda peoples to unite under the banner of a single political organization. 20. Not surprisingly, these attempts to build ethnically defined regional coalitions were met by efforts to break them up. In some cases, these coalition-breaking efforts involved the instigation of violence. It is well documented that the KANU regime incited ethnic clashes in the run-up to the 1992 election, Thrupp and Hornsby 1998, Kenya Human Rights Commission 1998. Part of the rationale for doing this was to bear out President Daniel Arap Moi's prediction that the return to multi-party politics would send the country into chaos. Yet a second, more insidious, rationale was to solidify the ruling party's support base and to weaken those of the various opposition parties. This is why so much of the violence fomented by KANU in the run-up to both the R992 and 1997 elections occurred in President Moi's Kalenjin ethnic homeland and in areas adjacent to opposition strongholds. In the former, the violence was part of an attempt to drive non-Komatasa, particularly Kikuyu settlers, from the area and thus cleanse the voting pool of non-KANU loyalists. The violence was also designed to solidify the party's Kalenjin support coalition by deepening the divisions between Kalenjins and Kikuyus. Elsewhere, the violence was instigated to drive wedges between regionally dominant, and opposition-supporting, groups and their potential allies in neighboring districts. For example, in southern Nyanza, KANU operatives incited violence between the Lugo and the neighboring Kisii and Kuria in an attempt to undermine the ability of the Lugo-backed NDP to extend its support base beyond its central Nyanza core area, Kenya Human Rights Commission 1998, 45-55. KANU also instigated violence in Coast Province in 1997 to sow divisions among the various Mijikenda tribes and thereby prevent them from uniting under the umbrella of the Islamic Party of Kenya, Ibid. 5680. In this respect, KANU's strategy was akin to the UNJP's attempt to break apart the Bimba-speaking coalition in the Mufulira West by-election in 1971 and to the MMD's attempt to disrupt the Loza-speaking coalition in 1993, as described in Chapter 7. The difference, of course, is that KANU's coalition-destroying efforts involved violence, whereas the UNIP's and the MMD's did not. More systematic evidence for both the ethno-regional basis of Kenya's voting patterns in 1992 and the dramatic change that the transition to multi-party politics brought in the salience of local and national-scale ethnic identities is presented in Tables 9.r and 9.2. Table 9.r compares the success rates in the 1992 election of candidates that were and were not running on the tickets of parties that were associated with the dominant ethno-regional group in the constituency. Table 9.2 compares the performance of candidates that ran in the same constituencies in both 1988 and 1992 to test whether, as the argument developed in the book would lead us to expect, candidates running on the rickets of parties associated with the right party for their constituency in 1992 outperformed their R988 results, and candidates running on the tickets of the wrong party for their constituency in 1992 underperformed them. To carry out these tests, I first identified all candidates that had run in the same constituencies in both elections. Selecting candidates in this way was not strictly necessary for the analysis of ethno-regional party voting, summarized in Table 9R. But, when I compare candidates' performance across institutional settings, in Table 9.2, it allows me to control for the interaction between candidates' personal attributes, including their ethnic background, and the ethnic composition of the electorate they are facing. This provides a much cleaner test of the effects of institutional change. Selecting candidates in this way yielded a total of 172 cases. My first test was to see whether, as the model would lead us to expect, candidates running on the tickets of parties that were presumed to be affiliated with the dominant ethno-regional group, i.e., KANU with the Kalenjin and their Kamatusa allies, Ford Kenya with the Luo, Ford Asili and DP with the Kikuyu and their Gema allies, were more likely to win their seats than candidates running on the tickets of parties affiliated with other regions or language groups. Table 9.R presents the results of this analysis. And the results show unambiguously that party labels and the ethno-regional orientations they convey affect voters' choices. Among candidates running on the tickets of parties that were associated in voters' minds with the dominant ethno-regional group in the constituency, 83% 175 of 90, were victorious. Among candidates running on the tickets of parties whose ethno-regional commitments were presumed to lie elsewhere, only 6%, 5 of 82, managed to win their seats. The more important testable implication of the theory, however, is that candidates running in 1988 and 1992 should have fared predictably better or worse in 1992 depending on whether the parties on whose tickets they were running were associated in voters' minds with the ethno-regional group that predominates in their area. For example, we would expect that a Ford Asili candidate running in Kiambu district in 1992 would do better than she did when she ran in the same seat in R988, since Kiambu is a Kikuyu stronghold and her Ford Asili label would give her an advantage over her competitors that she lacked in the previous election. Similarly, we would expect a candidate competing for the Kiambu seat on a Ford Kenya or a KANU ticket in 1992 to perform worse than in 1988, since her party label would associate her with the interests of people from other parts of the country, and voters who might have supported her 5 years earlier would think differently this time around. This example is not just hypothetical. In 1997, President Kenyatta's son Uriho ran for parliament on the KANU ticket in Gatundu South, in Kiambu district, and was soundly defeated by an opposition neophyte. Like Bildad Kagia 3 decades earlier, Uriho Kenyatta had impeccable credentials as a true Kikuyu. But his party label caused voters to view him as working against the interests of the group, and this undermined his candidacy. To test this expectation, I compared the performance across elections of all RRS candidates that ran in the same constituencies in both 1988 and 1992. If a candidate won in 1988 but lost in 1992, then I coded him as having underperformed his one-party result in the multi-party election. If the candidate lost in 1988 but won in 1992, then I coded him as having outperformed his one-party result. If the candidate either lost or won in both 1988 and 1992, then I compared the candidate's vote share in each contest with the share he would have received if voters had assigned their votes randomly, i.e., 50% in a two-way race, 33% in a three-way race, etc. Thus, if a candidate ran against just one opponent in R988 but against 4 others in 1992 and received 40% of the vote in both elections, he would be coded as having outperformed his 1988 results in the second contest, since winning 40% in a 5-way race is much harder than winning 40% in a 2-way contest. Table 9.2 presents the results of the analysis. In 103 of the 25 cases, 90% of the time, the increase or decrease in the candidate's vote share across the 2 elections could have been predicted by whether or not the candidates were running on the ticket of a party associated with the dominant ethno-regional group in their constituency in 1992. If candidates were, then they won a larger share of the vote in the multi-party contest than in the one-party contest. If they were not, then they did better in the one-party race. Again, the findings are exactly in keeping with our theoretical expectations. They also bear strong resemblance to the Zambian findings in the parallel analysis presented in Chapter 8. This analysis does not reveal precisely what kinds of identities motivated voters in 1988, and absent reliable information about candidates' sub-tribal and clan backgrounds, it would be difficult to know for certain what did. But it does show clearly that these identities were different from the ethno-regional ones that motivated Kenyans' voting decisions in 1992. As in Zambia, the evidence suggests that institutional change brings changes in the kinds of identities that political actors use to define where their interests lie. Taken as a whole, the Kenyan case provides strong support for the generalizability of the Zambian findings. Conceived narrowly, this is a book about how transitions between multiparty and one-party rule affect the relative political salience of tribal and language group identities in Zambia. But it is also a book about how political institutions affect social identities more broadly. Its empirical focus may be on an African case, but its implications extend well beyond the African continent. The specific argument the book advances is about how regime change affects people's choices between tribal and linguistic identities, but the general logic it articulates extends well beyond these particular independent and dependent variables. The logic it provides offers a general set of guidelines for thinking about when and why people choose the social identities they do, and when and why one social cleavage rather than another becomes salient in political interactions. It also provides a vocabulary and a conceptual framework for thinking about the many different aspects of identity change. Thus, while the specific application presented in the preceding chapters may be somewhat narrow, the implications of the analysis and the applications of the argument and framework are potentially far-reaching. Institutions and boundary change. Take the argument about how institutions affect the kinds of identities that become salient. OUE of the book's central premises is that the identities and cleavages that will emerge as bases of political competition will depend on the boundaries of the arena in which political and social interactions take place. A key corollary is that changes in these boundaries will generate changes in the cleavages that matter for political conflict. In Chapter 5, I provided some illustrations of how changing the boundaries of the political system, by redistricting, partition, state building, and decolonization, have led to changes in the kinds of identities that actors choose and, through these choices, changes in the salient axes of political and social division. Such examples, and the arguments that account for them, are not new. We have long known that identities are context-dependent and that the boundaries of the political system are one of the key determinants of context. Horowitz R. 975, R. 985, Young R. 976. Where I go beyond these arguments is by showing that changes in the physical boundaries of the political system are not necessary to generate changes in actors' identity choices. In Zambia, the shift in salient ethnic cleavages was triggered not by changes in the country's internal or external borders but by the changes in the effective arena of political competition caused by the back-and-forth transition between multi-party and one-party rule. Changes in regime type altered the boundaries of the political arena in a way that was analogous to the changes caused by alterations in the physical frontiers of the political system in the cases described earlier. By changing nothing more than a single clause in the national constitution, clause prohibiting or permitting the existence of multiple political parties, Zambia's leaders altered the lens through which political actors viewed their country's ethnic landscape and transformed the kinds of identities they employed as foundations for political coalition building. Although the case treated in this book highlights the identity-shaping effects of regime change, shifts from multi-party to one-party rule are not the only source of institutionally driven boundary change. Another way changes in formal rules can alter the boundaries of the effective arena of political competition is when they change the scope of the community that is permitted to participate in politics. Changes in franchise restrictions are a key example. In India, a strict property franchise in the R92OS and early R930S restricted the electorate to upper caste voters and caused politics to revolve around divisions within the upper caste community, Wilkinson 2004. But with the gradual extension of the franchise to all adults by the 1950s, upper caste voters shrank to between 0 and 15% of the electorate in most states, and intra-upper caste divisions ceased to be viably bases for political mobilization. In the new context, upper caste parties shifted their appeals to focus on conflicts between Hindus and Muslims, ibid. By effectively altering the boundaries of the political arena, the expansion of the franchise changed the incentives for political actors to play one identity instead of the other, and this generated a shift in the dimension of social cleavage that came to organize politics. Another illustration comes from Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of Congo. When the first competitive elections were held in that country, in 1957, they were restricted to its 7 major cities. Each city served as its own separate electoral arena. In this context, the dominant ethnic cleavages were city-specific: Congo versus Ngala in Kinshasa, Lolua versus Luba in Kananga, Mongo versus Ngam in Mbandaka, Kazayan versus authentic Katanan in Lubumbashi, Young and Turner R 985, I-43. With the introduction of nationwide elections for national and provincial assemblies in May 1960, however, the boundaries of the effective political arena expanded and new ethnic cleavages became politically salient. Whereas tribal distinctions had been central in the politics of the towns, regional cleavages became the axis of political competition in the broader national setting, and political elites began defining region rather than tribe as the political building block, ibid. RSO. As with the expansion of the franchise in India, the extension of political competition from the towns to the country as a whole altered the kinds of identities that political actors found it advantageous to draw upon. Whereas most political institutions affect the identities people choose by defining a fixed arena of political competition, and thus generate identity change only when they are altered, federalism provides opportunities for boundary change within the political system itself. By defining multiple levels of political competition, federal institutions give rise to different salient ethnic cleavages and different patterns of ethnic competition at each level. They also provide opportunities for the strategic exploitation of this multidimensionality by skillful politicians. Perhaps the most famous example of this is Abraham Lincoln's brilliant question to Stephen Douglas in his R-858 speech at Freeport, Illinois, Riker R-986. At the time, Lincoln was running for the U.S. Senate seat in Illinois against Douglas, the country's foremost Northern Democrat and the likely Democratic nominee for president in R-860. Although Lincoln hoped to win the Senate seat, he also knew that he was probably going to run for president himself 2 years later, likely against Douglas. Knowing that what Douglas said during the Senate race would be remembered in the presidential campaign, Lincoln asked Douglas to make public his position on the expansion of slavery to the Western territories. The brilliance of the question was that the Illinois electorate and the Democratic Party nationwide had different positions on the issue, and Lincoln knew that by posing the question he was forcing Douglas to take a position that would undermine his viability in one arena or the other. If Douglas indicated that he supported the expansion of slavery, he would hurt his chances in the Senate election in abolitionist Illinois but help himself with the National Democratic Party, whose support he would need to win the presidential nomination in R-860. If he indicated that he was opposed to the expansion of slavery to the territories, he would help himself in the Senate race but hurt his presidential prospects. The trap was ingenious, and the federal system made it possible. Although not an example of ethnic mobilization, Lincoln's ploy nonetheless illustrates how different electoral arenas generate different optimal strategies and how a skillful politician can exploit them. The issue of Elian Gonzalez, the 5-year-old Cuban boy who washed onto a Florida beach in the middle of the 2000 presidential election season, offers a parallel example. National opinion overwhelmingly favored returning the child to Cuba. But the vocal and politically important South Florida Cuban community strongly opposed his repatriation. Candidates George W. Bush and Al Gore were thus forced to choose between positions that would either endear them to voters in the country as a whole but turn the Cuban community against them, and quite possibly lose one of them Florida's electoral college votes, or make them heroes of South Florida's Cubans, and thus improve their electoral chances in that key state, while alienating a much larger number of more widely dispersed voters. As with the Lincoln example, the dilemma had its origins in the country's federal structure, and, in this case, in the fact that this structure is central to the Electoral College. An explicitly ethnic example of how federalism provides opportunities for political actors to play different strategies in different arenas is offered by the case of the Ajala Development Association, ADA, in Nigeria. The ADA was formed in R964 by Idoma landholders in Ajala, in Benue State, northern Nigeria, to resist the encroachment by Igbo migrants from eastern Nigeria on Idoma community land. At the local level, this land conflict was viewed by all parties in tribal terms as a struggle between Igbo outsiders and Idoma sons of the soil. But when the ADA decided to appeal for help in the matter to national politicians, its representatives strategically repackaged the conflict as one between Easterners and Northerners. When they approached the premier of the northern region to ask for his intercession in the matter, they did so in the name of the northern region and not on the basis of Idoma ethnic identity. Ajala people were portrayed as loyal northerners at the mercy of a rapacious eastern Nigeria. They were characterized as valiant defenders of northern interests who were expending huge financial resources to ensure northern victory over the eastern region. Egbisi R996, RSO. Egbisi observes that by couching the conflict in regional terms, the ADA was seeking wider sympathies and greater legitimacy than what would be attained by depicting the conflict in tribal terms, Ibid. Shifting the arena in which the appeal was being made from the local to the national level, a tactic made possible by Nigeria's federal structure, led to a strategic shift in the terms in which the conflict was presented. Like the Zambia case on which this book focuses, all of these examples show how institutional rules define arenas of political competition and how the boundaries of those arenas generate incentives for mobilizing particular dimensions of ethnic identity, caste in restricted franchise India, religion once the franchise was expanded universally, tribe at the town and village level in Zaire and Nigeria, region at the national level. Although I do not provide them here, one could easily construct ethnic identity matrices like the ones I introduced in Chapter 5 to show how the changes in the boundaries of the political arena produced the changes in the ethnic identities that became axes of competition and conflict in each of these cases. Ethnic identity matrices are useful for more than just showing how boundary changes affect the kinds of identities that actors choose. They can also help account for why particular social cleavages emerge as salient when the boundaries of the political arena are fixed. Ethnic identity matrices. Ethnic identity matrices are designed to account for outcomes in settings where power holders are chosen through a process in which group size matters and where the plurality group wins. While this includes settings where the winner is chosen through a set of explicit electoral rules, it need not be limited to such contexts. As long as winning is in some way related to group size, the model should generate at least suggestive predictions about the kinds of ethnic cleavages that will emerge as salient. To illustrate how ethnic identity matrices can help account for why some social identities become axes of political competition rather than others, take the case of Moldova, where language group differences have been central to the politics of the post-Soviet era, Ill and Smith 1996. It need not have been this way. Politics could just as easily have come to revolve around competition among members of the country's three principal nationality communities, Moldovans, Russians, and Ukrainians. Indeed, given that the breakup of the Soviet Union proceeded along nationality lines, one would have thought that nationality differences would have been particularly salient to people in post-Soviet Moldova. Yet nationality identities were trumped by language. The ethnic identity matrix for the country depicted in Figure ROR suggests a possible explanation: Moldovan-speaking Moldovans are the pivot. For they can choose to identify themselves in terms of nationality, in which case they will view fellow Moldovan Russian speakers as their co-ethnics, or they can choose to identify themselves in terms of language, in which case they will view Moldovan Russian speakers as ethnic outsiders. Which do they choose? If they want to form a minimum winning coalition, then they will do best by turning their backs on their co-nationals and trying to make politics about the competition between Moldovan speakers and Russian speakers. This may explain why language differences have been more important than nationality differences in Moldova's post-Soviet politics. Or, take the case of Nigeria, which is divided at the national level along lines of language/tribe and religion. As we have seen, Nigeria's federal system causes different cleavages to be salient at different levels of the political system. But at the national level, language/tribe has historically trumped religion. Again, an ethnic identity matrix for the country offers an explanation for why. As Figure 10.2 makes clear, the key group is the Hausa Muslims, who must choose whether to emphasize the country's religious differences and identify themselves as Muslims or to focus on tribal/linguistic distinctions and identify themselves as Hausa. They will be in the winning coalition either way. But if they play the Hausa versus Yoruba versus Igbo, I.E., linguistic/tribal, card and successfully divide the country along linguistic/tribal lines, they will have to share the spoils of power with fewer other co-ethnics. These incentives may explain why politics in Nigeria has tended to revolve around differences among language groups and tribes rather than around differences between Christians and Muslims. It is important to emphasize that the explanations that these ethnic identity matrices provide are conditional on a set of rather strong assumptions. For a determinative cleavage outcome to be reached, it must be the case that the only thing that actors care about is maximizing their access to patronage resources and that the only way they can get access to these resources is by having a member of their own ethnic group win political power. It must also be the case that contests over political power are won by the plurality group rather than through some more complicated rule. Finally, actors must be sufficiently suspicious of the willingness of members of other groups to help them so that cross-group coalitions are not possible. Although these assumptions are probably a reasonable approximation of the conditions in many contexts, they will not hold everywhere. The predictions that ethnic identity matrices generate should therefore be taken as hypotheses to be tested, as baseline starting points for potential explanations rather than as definitive predictions that should be expected to be borne out in every case. Indeed, when treated in this way, ethnic identity matrices can yield useful insights even when the predictions they generate turn out to be wrong. For example, while the ethnic identity matrix for Nigeria correctly predicts the salience of tribal linguistic cleavages over religious ones, it incorrectly predicts the salience of religion over ancestral city, or sub-tribe, in the Nigerian region of Yorubaland. The question of why ancestral city identities are more politically important than religious identities in Yorubaland is the motivating puzzle in David Layton's Hegemony and Culture, R 986, one of the handful of studies that explicitly addresses the question of why one axis of social identity emerges as a basis of political conflict rather than another. Unlike most of Nigeria, which is fairly homogeneously Christian or Muslim, Yorubaland is almost equally divided between members of these two religious communities. Layton's puzzle is why, despite deep socio-cultural divisions between Christians and Muslims in this region, religious identities are so much less important in local political and social affairs than are identities based on people's ties to their ancestral cities. Indeed, the ethnic identity matrix for Yorubaland, depicted in Figure R03, suggests that the outcome should be the other way around. Oyos are the largest ancestral city/sub-tribal group in Yorubaland, and Muslims are the largest religious community. 6. Thus Oyo Muslims are the pivot. If they want to build a minimum coalition, then they should band together with their fellow Oyos and define the region's politics as a struggle among ancestral cities/sub-tribes. However, if they play this strategy, non-Oyo Muslims will still be numerous enough to beat their coalition, in the language of the model, YW+X. This should force the Oyo Muslims to change their tactics and embrace their religious background instead of their ancestral city identity, to guarantee their participation in the winning coalition. They should embrace their identities as Muslims, and religion should emerge as the salient axis of political division in the region. As Layton makes clear, this is not the outcome we observe, Politics in Yorubaland revolves around ancestral city/sub-tribal cleavages rather than religious cleavages. One way to interpret the failure of the ethnic identity matrix to predict the observed outcome correctly is to conclude that the model on which it is based is wrong. Another, more constructive, approach is to ask why actors in Yorubaland are not behaving in the way the model would predict. Because the model is based on such a spare and reasonable set of assumptions, its failures can point to puzzles that must be accounted for. By identifying themselves in terms of their ancestral city rather than their world religion, Oyo Muslims are forming a larger coalition than they must and are accepting a smaller payoff than they otherwise might receive. This naturally leads to the question of why, and it forces us to consider, as Layton does, variables that lie outside the model. It also confirms Layton's intuition that the salience of ancestral city identities is indeed a puzzle that requires explanation. The larger point is that, like any parsimonious model, the ethnic identity matrix can be a useful tool for knowledge generation even when its predictions are not borne out by the evidence. Apart from their predictions about macro-level cleavage outcomes, ethnic identity matrices can also generate useful, and testable, predictions about the behavior of individual actors. In working through the implications of an ethnic identity matrix, our tendency thus far has been to focus principally on the incentives facing members of the pivot group, W, sin its identity choice determines the ethnic cleavage outcome. But the matrix also generates expectations about the behavior of other players, that is, people in X, Y, and Z. For example, in Nigeria, we would expect to see Hausa Muslims, the pivot, define themselves in linguistic/tribal terms. But we would also expect to see non-Hausa Muslims insisting to them that their true interests lie with their fellow Muslims. We might even see this group trying to instigate polarizing conflict along religious lines to force Hausas to mobilize as Muslims, much as Wilkinson, 2004, shows Hindu nationalists do in India to prevent Hindu voters from voting along lines other than religion. In Moldova, where Russian speakers are left out of a winning coalition formed along language lines, we would expect to see Russian speakers trying to gain admission to the winning coalition by investing in learning Moldovan. We would also expect to see members of the Moldovan-speaking community trying to erect barriers to prevent Russian speakers from being accepted as full-fledged Moldovan speakers. We might even expect to see Russian speakers make a bid to redraw the boundaries of the political arena by seceding en masse and creating their own republic. Indeed, this is exactly what happened in September 1990, when the largely Russophone territory on the left bank of the Dniester River seceded from Moldova and declared itself the Dniester Republic. In constructing the ethnic identity matrix for a given case, the ethnic cleavage structure of the political system is taken as an exogenous input into the analysis. Of course, this does not mean that explaining a political system's ethnic cleavage structure is not an important part of accounting for why one basis of ethnic division ultimately becomes the cleavage around which political competition and conflict takes place. It just means that the explanation for that cleavage structure must be provided separately from the ethnic identity matrix. Thus, in this book, the task of explaining why Zambians see themselves either in tribal or linguistic terms, and why the landscape of tribal groups contains 70-odd units whereas the landscape of language groups contains just 4 units, is accomplished in Part I, before the ethnic identity matrix for Zambia is even introduced. Yet, although I have not emphasized it thus far, part of what makes ethnic identity matrices powerful tools is that they also provide insight into how and why ethnic cleavage structures themselves might change. Ethnic cleavage structures can change in 3 different ways. New dimensions of potentially mobilizable ethnic division can emerge, the relative sizes of groups on a particular cleavage dimension can change, and the groups on a given cleavage dimension can amalgamate or divide. In the vocabulary of the model, the first kind of ethnic cleavage change involves the introduction of a new cleavage dimension, c. The second and third kinds of change involve changes in the sizes of AR, A.Z, A3, and so on, or B1, BB and so on, and their recombinations. Each type of change is driven. 23 by a different kind of identity entrepreneurship. One of the strengths of the ethnic identity matrix heuristic is that it generates predictions about the categories of people from which we are most likely to see emerge identity entrepreneurs of each type. People whose groups are shut out of power by the logic of minimum winning coalition building, the outs in figures 5.4 and 5.5, will be the ones most likely to invest in trying to introduce a new cleavage dimension. Since they can never be members of the winning coalition by playing one of their available ethnic cards, they will be the ones who will try to invoke a new axis of ethnic division. Thus we might expect to see minority immigrant groups trying to introduce a new cleavage dimension, immigrants versus natives, in New York City, or in California, a cleavage dimension white versus non-white. In both such efforts, the crux of the identity project would be to convince people that immigrant or non-white is as meaningful a social category as Dominican, Haitian, Black, Latino, and the ITBRs currently in use. The new cleavage dimension that is invoked need not be an ethnic one. It could also be a non-ethnic cleavage like class. Indeed, one of the implications of the model is that members of ethnic communities that are not in THU plus X or W plus Y winning coalition will be the initial and / or the most vocal adherents of socialist parties. For similar reasons, this is the segment of the population from whose ranks we would expect demands for secession or the devolution of power to subnational units to originate. Basque, Eritrean, and Slovenian secessionism, as well as the demands of Kenya's Kamatusa tribes for Majimboism, regional autonomy, offer suggestive illustrations. These are not examples of identity entrepreneurship. Members of these groups are trying to redraw the boundaries of the political system, not introduce a new cleavage dimension, but the motivation follows the same logic. In the example of Moldova, we have already seen an illustration of the second kind of identity entrepreneurship, individuals in the out community investing in acquiring the ethnic attributes that will give them entry into the winning coalition. Thus I noted that the logic of TB model would lead us to expect at least some Russian speakers to invest in learning Moldovan. Note that this kind of identity change is different from the within repertoire change that I have focused on throughout the book. For a Russian-speaking Moldovan, changing one's identity from Russian-speaking to Moldovan involves no identity entrepreneurship, since the person already is both of these things. But for the person to change his or her identity from Russian-speaking to Moldovan-speaking would involve a significant investment in identity acquisition. Ireland offers an example of the third kind of ethnic demographic change. At the beginning of the 19th century, when TB Irish franchise was restricted to upper-class voters, Ireland's Episcopalian minority dominated the country's politics. But as the franchise was gradually extended through the R8 JOS, the numbers of Presbyterian and Catholic voters came to equal, and eventually far surpass, the number of Episcopalians. Wilkinson writes that this shift in the distribution of voters threatened to confine the Episcopalians and the Tory party they dominated to a permanent electoral minority in many towns, because most of the newly enfranchised voters supported the Liberals. 2003, R5. The situation is summarized in Figure 10.4. To clarify the situation faced by the Episcopalians, I include all the cells of the matrix rather than just W, X, and Y8 as figure R04 makes clear. Episcopalians, who were nearly all upper class and Tory supporting, and were therefore almost entirely in Z, were left out of the ruling coalition. Moreover, they could expect to remain left out of the ruling coalition for the foreseeable future. The Episcopalian elite's strategy for restoring itself to power involved trying to unite Presbyterians and Episcopalians by emphasizing their shared membership in the umbrella category Protestant. To do this, the Episcopalian leadership invested in Orangism, the militantly anti-Catholic movement that it had previously shunned. Wilkinson 2003, 2004. In Liverpool, Belfast, and Derry, Tory leaders gave financial and organizational support to Orange lodges and to inflammatory marches that were deliberately taken through Catholic areas as a way of generating a counter-reaction and making their claims of Protestantism under threat seem more credible, and therefore raise the salience of the Protestant Catholic dimension over other categories. Wilkinson 2003, 17. By investing in Orangism, the Episcopalian minority was able to transform RHE salient religious divisions in Ireland from the tripartite cleavage between Catholics, Presbyterians, and Episcopalians, which kept them in the minority, to the bipolar one between Protestants and Catholics, which put them in the ruling coalition. As Figure ROS illustrates, the transformation of the relevant set of religious categories, achieved through the support for the Orange Lodges, led to a redrawing of the ethnic identity matrix and transformed the Episcopalian Tories from losers into winners. Both for the macro-level explanations they offer for why politics revolves around one social cleavage rather than another, and for the micro-level predictions they generate about the kinds of appeals and identity investments that particular actors will make, ethnic identity matrices constitute powerful analytic tools. They provide a technology for integrating and applying the accumulated findings about both what ethnicity is and how it is used. 40 years of research has documented that individuals possess multiple ethnic identities and that they use these identities instrumentally to improve their status and economic well-being. Ethnic identity matrices provide a simple yet powerful heuristic for applying these insights to the question of why political actors choose the ethnic identities that they do and why, as a consequence, some ethnic cleavages rather than others become axes of political competition and conflict. Toward endogenous ethnicity. In R967, Seymour Martin Lipset and Steinrocken called for sociologists and political scientists to focus their attention on the question of why and when some social cleavages rather than others become politically salient. Conflicts and controversies can arise out of a great variety of relationships in the social structure, they wrote. But only a few of these tend to polarize the politics of any given system. There is a hierarchy of cleavage bases in each system, and these orders of political primacy not only vary among polities, but also tend to undergo changes over time. Such differences and changes in the political weight of socio-cultural cleavages set fundamental problems for comparative research. When is region, language, or ethnicity most likely to prove polarizing? When will class take the primacy, and when will denominational commitments and religious identities prove equally important cleavage bases? Questions such as these will be on the agenda of comparative political sociology for years to come. There is no dearth of hypotheses, but so far very little in the way of systematic analysis. 1967, 6. Nearly 4 decades after the publication of Lipset and Rocken's classic essay, there is still very little in the way of systematic analysis of these questions. Significant theoretical progress has been made since that time in explaining variation in the occurrence and intensity of intergroup strife. But comparatively little headway has been made in developing theories to explain variation, either across nations or within countries over time, in the social cleavages that define the basis of political competition and conflict. The principal goal of this book has been to redress this imbalance. Traditionally, and for understandable reasons, analyses of ethnic conflict have limited their focus to the question of why, where, and when ethnic groups come to blows. In these studies, both the ethnic cleavage along whose lines the conflict is being fought and the set of antagonistic groups that are doing the fighting are taken as givens. Conflict or its absence is the outcome to be explained, and the particular basis of social division that defines the conflict's participants is taken as an exogenous social fact, perhaps an independent variable whose effects on the degree of violence or political instability is something to be tested, but not an outcome that requires explanation in its own right. Thus debates rage about whether linguistic conflicts are more intractable than religious ones, whether conflicts among many small groups generate more violence than conflicts among a smaller number of large ones, whether dispersed groups are more or less rebellious than concentrated ones, and whether hegemonic groups tend to provoke or suppress communal strife. These are all important questions. But what the studies that address them almost always ignore is the fact that the central factors at issue, the number of groups in the political system, their relative sizes, their physical locations, and the particular principle of social division that actors use to distinguish in-group members from outsiders, are themselves products of prior historical and political processes. They are as endogenous to politics and history as the outcomes they are used to explain. Of course, it is convenient to treat the ethnic cleavage that is salient as exogenous, since this makes it possible to treat it unambiguously as a cause. Moreover, in principle, there is nothing wrong with starting one's explanations for why Group A is fighting Group B by assuming that the cleavage structure that includes these groups is the one that is salient, as it probably is if they are fighting. But if we are interested in a more general understanding of the causes of ethnic conflict in a particular community, or even among a specified set of actors, then we need to account not just for why there is, or is not, violence between these groups, but why these groups and not others are even potential combatants in the first place. Whether we are interested in the general question of why there is ethnic conflict in India or the more specific question of why Hindus are rioting against Muslims, we first need to entertain the question of why the conflict in India revolves around religious divisions rather than linguistic or caste divisions. Whether we care about ethnic violence in South Africa generally or about the specific problem of violence between Xhosas and Zulus, we first need to explain why the conflict in South Africa revolves around tribal differences rather than race. The question of why these particular ethnic cleavages matter and the others do not is analytically prior to the question of why there is conflict. Accounting for the ethnic cleavage that matters, I have shown, involves two distinct explanatory projects. The first is to account for the range of social identities that individuals might conceivably choose as bases of mobilization and political identification. The second is to explain why, from this set of available options, people choose the identities that they do. To return to the metaphor of the card game, explaining why one ethnic cleavage is salient instead of another involves accounting first for why actors hold the identity cards they do and then for why they play one card instead of another. Most studies of ethnic conflict begin their analyses after the cards have already been played. This book argues for starting the explanation at the time they are dealt. Appendix A. Native authorities and tribal identifications. Tables 2.1 and 2.2 summarize the changes over time in the population shares of tribes that did and did not have their own native authorities. Table 2.1 records the changes in these population shares between I-93 to 33, shortly after indirect rule began, and R-962, the year before it ended. Table 2.2 records changes in tribal population shares between 1930/33 and 1990, when, for the first time, data on self-reported tribal identifications became available. Both tables report only aggregate figures for tribes with and without native authorities. Tables A.1 and A.2 break down the figures for the individual tribes in each category for the 1930/33-1962 and 1930/33 I-990 periods, respectively. As tables A.R and A.2 make clear, individual tribes within each category vary in the changes that took place in their shares of the national population during each period. Although the population share of all tribes that had their own native authorities increased by 6.7% between 1930/33 and 1962, the degree of change experienced by individual tribes in this category ranged from plus 140% for the Luchisi to minus 83% for the Chikunda, see Table A.R. Similarly, while the population share of tribes that did not have their own native authorities fell during the same period by a weighted average of 28.5%, individual tribes in this category varied in their population growth or decline from plus 304% for the Kwandi to minus 95% for the Lushanj. Similarly, large variation is evident in the figures reported for the growth and decline of both tribes. One tribes were coded as having their own native authorities if they were included on the list of native authorities after the major reorganization of native administration in 1948. 2. As I explained in Chapter 2, I take the average of the 1930 and 1933 tribal population figures to guard against the unreliability of either tally. The figures are from the Northern Rhodesian annual reports on native affairs for these years. 146. Appendix A. Table AR. Effects of Native Authority, NA, designations on tribal identities, 1930, 133, 1962. Tribes with change in percentage. Tribes without change in percentage. NAS after 1948 of national population. NAS after 1948 of national population. Reorganization 1930/33-1962 H. Reorganization 1930/33-1962 Ambo 47 Chokwi -39 Bimba 4 Fungwi -32 Bisa 14 Gawa -46 Bwile -18 Imalang -83 Chui 9 Lwe 13 Chakunda -83 Kamanga -41 Chayashinga 14, -19 IA -46 Kwandi 304 Kabandia 42 Kwangwe -8 Kaon 31 Lamya -21 Kunda -41 Lubo -47 Lala 6 Lukal -94 Lamba -6 Lumbu 39 Lenye 0 Lundwi -28 Lima 23 Lush Anj -95 Lozid -38 Mash Asha -66 Lichazi 140 Mashi -23 Lunda, Luipula, 12 Mbao -27 Lunda, NW, -23 Mbunda -16 Lung 26 Mwura -69 Lavali -49 Winai 26 Mamwi 16 Goya -28 Myakolua 26 Nyango 7 Namwanga -15 Nuka 34 Ndambu 45 Suwa 79 Ngoni 5 Shanjo -69 Ngumbo 4 Sama -59 Senga -11 Subya 113 Sala -67 Swahili -47 Senga MDL Tabwe 112 Sheila 41 Tambo -6 Soli -4 Totala -29 Swaka 14 Wanda -6 Tokali -21 Wenya -31 Tonga 875 Yambi -7 Tumbuka 65 Unga -53 Ushi 30 Yva -24. Native authorities and tribal identifications. Tribes with change in percentage. Tribes without change in percentage. NAS after 1948 of national population. NAS after 1948 of national population. Reorganization 1930/33-1962 Reorganization 1930/33-1962 Weighted average 6.7 Weighted average -28.5 of all tribes with NAS without NAS percent of tribes with 58% of tribes without 23 NAS with an NAS with an increasing share of the NAT. The NAT population a part of hyphenated native authorities, example Myakolu Unga Native Authority. B change is calculated as a percentage of the 1930/33 figure, which is an average of the population sizes as listed in the Northern Rhodesian Annual Reports on Native Affairs for 1930 and 1933. Data for 1962 are from the Annual Report on African Affairs of that year, as reprinted in Brailsford, 1965. C tribes in italics comprised less than 0.25% of the population in 1930/33. D. The 5 subunits of the Barose Native Authority, Mongw, Libanda, Mwandi, Nalilo, and Nalil, are collapsed into a single category. E. The Chua, Lundazi, and Southern Chua, Fort Jameson, Native Authorities are collapsed into a single category. F. The percent change in the Senga population cannot be calculated because no data were available for the Senga tribe in 1930 or 1933. G. The Gwembe Tonga and Plateau Tonga Native Authorities are collapsed into a single category. With N tribes without native authorities between I-930/33 and 1990, see Table A.2. The variation within categories does not undermine the larger trend reported in Tables 2.1 and 2.2. Indeed, the aggregate results reported in these tables become even stronger when attention is paid to some of the anomalies that Tables A.R and A.2 reveal. For example, the results for the I-93-33 R962 period bear out the hypothesis even more clearly when the italicized tribes in Table A are, those whose tiny size make them overly sensitive to small fluctuations in their national population shares, are removed from the analysis. When such tribes are excluded, the percentage of tribes without native authorities whose population share increased drops from 23% to 14%. J. Given their very small size, the exclusion of these tribes does not have a significant effect on the aggregate percent change in the population share of tribes without native authorities. Appendix: Survey and Focus Group Methodologies. 42 individual-level questionnaires and 5 focus groups were administered in each of 6 case study districts, yielding a total sample size of 252 for the survey and 30 focus groups. The 6 case study districts were Lusaka Urban, Luancha, Livingstone, Mongwe, Kazama, and Chipeta, see Figure BR. These districts were chosen because they offered variation in urban/rural location and because they constitute urban/rural pairs with the same dominant language groups, thereby making it possible to assess the effects of urban/rural location while controlling for e-engage. Lusaka Urban, Luancha, and Livingstone are all urban districts located on Zambia's industrial rail line. Mongwe, Kazama, and Chipeta are overwhelmingly rural districts, though they all contain the administrative headquarters of their respective provinces. Kazama and Luancha are both Bimba-speaking. Chipeta and Lusaka Urban are both principally Nyanja-speaking. Mongwe and Livingstone are both Loza-speaking. Measuring ethnic identities and attitudes. Collecting reliable data on respondents' ethnic attachments and attitudes about ethnic politics is fraught with methodological obstacles. The simple-minded solution of simply asking respondents who they are or what they think about the role that ethnicity plays in political life is undermined by the fact that individuals possess multiple ethnic identities. They are many things and the salience of each identity varies with the context in which the respondents are asked to reflect on who they are and what it means to them. A Zambian friend once told me that he sees himself as a Bimba speaker when he is in Southern Province, a Northwesterner when he is in the Copper Belt, and a Kayond when he is in his village. He is, in fact, all of these things. But the place in which he happens to be located at the moment shapes which one of these identities he ranks as most salient and, importantly, which he would volunteer as his ethnic identity to a survey enumerator. Context matters for the answers we get. And context is defined not just, as in the example, by the part of the country in which the interview takes place. If this were the case, we could fairly easily control for it. The problem is that context is also defined by the particular microenvironment in which the survey is conducted, the events of the moment, and even the other people that happen to be in the room, including the interviewer, at the time the question is asked. A survey administered outside a mosque will prompt different identities from one administered in the marketplace or outside the Union Hall. An interview undertaken at the height of an ethnically charged election campaign will generate different answers from one administered when the national team is playing in the Africa Cup. The problem is not simply one of reliability. That is, it is not just that asking the same question in the same way at a different time or in a different place will generate a different response. The real problem stems from the fact that we are probably interested in the respondent's identity because we have some intuition about the behavior it causes, but testing hypotheses about the effects of ethnic identity requires that we be sure that the identity offered in response to the "Who are you?" question is the same identity that was salient for the respondent at the time of the behavior that we are using the respondent's answer to explain. If it is not, then our measure of ethnic identity will be invalid, in the sense that the identity will be irrelevant for the particular outcome that we are interested in accounting for. The potential mismatch between the identity prompted by the situation in which the interview took place and the identity that motivated the respondent's behavior in the situation we are interested in studying constitutes an enormous impediment to making reliable causal inferences. A slightly different set of problems plagues attempts to collect information about respondents' attitudes regarding inter-ethnic relations or about their perceptions of the salience of ethnicity in political and social life. Here the difficulty is less the fact that people's identities shift across situations as it is the fact that the salience of ethnicity per se, as one of several factors that motivate people's behavior, is also context-driven. Asking Los Angelinos about their attitudes toward affirmative action in late R992, immediately after the riots that followed the acquittal of the white police officers in the Rodney King trial, would almost certainly have generated different responses from those that a researcher would have recorded in, say, late 1991, before the King verdict was announced. While these different response patterns might be attributable in part to the reshuffling of the salience of various ethnic identities after the King verdict, with race now trumping all others, they are more likely attributable to the change in the importance of ethnic identity per se. The distinction I am driving at is akin to that between changing the station on a radio and turning up the volume. Who are you questions are plagued by the fact that our radios, research subjects, have many stations, ethnic identities, on their dial, and the particular station they tune to varies from situation to situation. Attitudinal or perceptual questions, by contrast, are plagued by the fact that the situation in which a person finds himself or herself also affects the volume at which his or her radio plays. In some contexts, it provides little more than background music, in others, it drowns out everything else. The problem is that unless we can control the factors that affect the volume level across all respondents, and also make sure that the volume level at the time of the interview matches that at the time of the behavior we are trying to explain, we risk collecting unreliable and invalid information. Given such potential pitfalls, I attempted to find a way to control the context in which my interviews and focus groups were conducted so as to neutralize, or at least universalize, the situational cues that might affect respondents' identities and attitudes. This entailed trying to do things. First, eliminate the biases that derived from the fact that respondents would be interviewed at different times, in different places, and, likely, by different interviewers, and, second, frame the context in which respondents considered their answers so as to match the situation in which the behavior that I was using these answers to try to explain took place. To accomplish these ends, I began each of the 252 interviews and 30 focus groups by playing respondents a prompt dialogue, a tape-recorded discussion between Ruo friends in which they discuss and debate the role of ethnicity in Zambia's contemporary political life. I then asked the respondents to respond directly to what each of the speakers in the discussion had just. Prompt dialogue script. Frank, Agnes. Good morning, Richard, Joyce. Richard, Joyce. Good morning, Frank, Agnes. Frank, Agnes. Why do you look so happy? Richard, Joyce. Haven't you heard the news about the new political party? Frank, Agnes. Sure I did. It was on the news last night. But it's just another political party. Nothing to get excited about. Richard, Joyce. But this one is different. The president of this new party is for our area. Now we will have some of our own people ruling the country. Frank, Agnes. I am surprised to hear you say that, Richard, Joyce. Richard, Joyce. I am just being honest. If a man from our area becomes president, we will benefit. He will appoint ministers from our area. They will make sure that we get development here. And Frank, Agnes. Richard, Joyce, I can't believe I am really hearing you say these things. We shouldn't support a political party just because its president is from our group. We should support the president who is capable of delivering goods and services to the people. That is who we should pick, whatever group he comes from. If we take a man from our area who has never been to school before, how can he qualify for that post? How can he do a good job? And the same is true for ministers. Appointments should be based on that person's ability, not on the group he comes from. Richard, Joyce. I am just telling you what I feel. If a man from our area becomes president or a cabinet minister, people in our area will benefit. He can understand us because he is one of us. Of course we should choose someone who has education. But there are lots of educated people from our area. And in the end, we can only rely on members of our own group. Frank. Agnes. Richard, Joyce. We think so differently that it is hard to believe that we come from the same village. For me, and I think for most people, being a Zambian is much more important than being a member of a particular group. Richard, Joyce. Frank, Agnes, you have known me since I was a small boy, girl. I am also a Zambian. I served in the army. Hen the national football team is playing, I cheer for Zambia. But in politics, I support people who come from my area. I am just being honest VDTHU. When it comes low poll TCS. I am a member of our group first and a Zambian second. Frank, Agnes well, you'll have to do what you think is best. But I disagree. And you are wrong if you think other people from our area will support this party just because its president is from our group. This is 1995, not 1965. Figure B.2. Prompt dialogue script. Said. The goal was to provide a uniform context for each respondent that would frame the expressly political situation in which I was interested in understanding the respondent's behavior and attitudes. To create the script for the prompt dialogue, I spent a week in one of Lusaka's high-density residential compounds conducting open-ended interviews with men and women of different ages about the role that ethnicity plays in their everyday lives and in Zambian politics. At the Survey and Focus Group Methodologies. Richard, Joyce, I am just telling you the realities of present-day politics. These are not the politics of yesterday when Konda was ruling. The days of one Zambia, one nation are over. This is multi-party politics, and the reality today is that if we don't support people from our group, we will be dominated by people from other areas who do. Frank, Agnes again, I disagree. One thing that President Konda did was bring national unity. One Zambia, one nation brought intermarriages and intermarriages brought unity. Zambia still is one nation. Multi-party politics has not changed this. Richard, Joyce, I am not saying that Zambia will turn into Rwanda. I am just saying that things have changed. Look at all the new parties. Most of them are dominated by people from a particular area. Look at the divisions within the various parties. They are based on differences between people from different groups. Look at the present government. People from one area are dominating the cabinet. Frank, Agnes, I think you are overstating things, my friend. These group divisions you have been talking about are not nearly as important these days as you say. And besides, even if you are right, divisions between people from different areas matter just as much in politics during the Second Republic. Richard, Joyce, well, for two people who grew up together, we certainly do find a lot to disagree about. You have your views and I have mine. I suppose that is what freedom of speech is all about. Frank, Agnes, now there's something we can agree about. We can agree to disagree. Figure B.2, continued. End of the week, I transcribed these interviews, which I had recorded, and composed a fictitious conversation between two friends, Frank and Richard, that wove together direct quotes from these open-ended discussions. The text of the dialogue is reproduced as figure B.2. All of the arguments advanced by Frank and Richard and all of the expressions that they use came directly from what interviewees actually said during my week of pilot work. While the issues that I chose to include in the dialogue reflected my own research interests, the words that the actors speak are those of real Zambians. Since one of the important things that I wanted to learn from the survey was the dimension of ethnic identity, tribal or linguistic, that Zambians have in their heads when they think about political competition, I took great care in composing the dialogue never to specify a particular dimension of ethnic identity. The dialogue is thus filled with neutral phrases like people from our area or members of our group and never uses the terms tribe, province, or language group. The substitution of the neutral phrases for dimension-specific ones was the only alteration I made in the direct quotes from the open-ended interviews out of which I constructed the prompt dialogue. Having never prompted a particular. 151. Appendix B. Dimension of ethnic identity, I could then make meaningful inferences about the relative salience of tribal and linguistic identity from the answers I recorded when I asked respondents to identify the group, again, specified in neutral terms to which they belonged. Point 4. With the help of colleagues at the Institute for African Studies of the University of Zambia, I translated the dialogue into Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Lozi, the 4 local languages in which the survey and FOCUS group work. were conducted. The parts of Frank and Richard were then acted in each language by the same colleagues and recorded on cassette tapes. Because the Deep Bimba and Deep Nyanja spoken in the rural parts of Kazama and Chipeta districts appears stilted and awkward to people in Luancha and Lusaka, where less formal, English-laced versions of these languages are spoken, I also prepared and recorded separate Town Burnba and Town Nyanja versions of the dialogues for use in these research sites. In translating the dialogue into the 4-6 languages, I took great care to use words that would preserve the neutral, i.e., non-dimension specific, nature of the references to ethnic affiliations. I also took steps to eliminate a possible gender bias in the responses I collected. In Zambia, as in many developing countries, one of the great challenges in survey research is to encourage female respondents to be equally at ease as male respondents in expressing their views and opinions, particularly about political affairs. In my own research, the problem was compounded by the fact that the person sometimes asking the questions, me, was a man and also a foreigner. Part of my strategy for dealing with this issue was to record a separate prompt dialogue in each language in which the parts of Frank and Richard were replaced, and acted on the tape, by women, Agnes and Joyce. By prompting female survey respondents and focus group participants with the back and forth discussion between Agnes and Joyce, I hope to demonstrate, by their example, that women were capable of holding and expressing opinions about political affairs. I went into the field with 14 different taped versions of the prompt dialogue, the Frank J. Richard and Agnes/Joyce versions of the dialogue in English, Deep Bimba, Deep Nyanja, Town Bimba, Town Nyanja, Loza and Tonga. Each survey respondent and focus group was played the gender and language appropriate version of the prompt dialogue. For the actual survey question asked, Frank and Richard talked a lot about the group that they belong to. What group do you belong to? Survey and focus group methodologies. Institute for African Studies, UNZA. Political Attitudes Question AE. Date of INTE view, language of interview. District, village/compound. Urban-rural density, high__low. In what year were you born? Male/female. Where were you born? When did you move to your present location? Where else have you lived? For how long? What is the highest grade you have finished in your education? Do you have a job which earns some money? If yes, what sort of job? How much do you earn per month? Do you support a political party? Which party? Now I am going to play a tape recording of a conver@ion button 2r.ions. Please listen carefully to the conversation. Afterwards, I will ask you for your opinion about some of the view that the two friend X, pre-ed. Richard and Frank, Joyce and Agnes, talked a lot about the group that they belong to. What group do you belong to? Are you married? If yes, what group does your spouse belong to? In their discussion, Richard, Joyce, said that people from his, her, area would benefit if a person from his, her, area was elected president. Do you think this is true? Do the people from the president's region benefit more than people from other areas of the country? Yeah, no, not sure. Figure B.3. Political Attitudes Questionnaire. Questions on the questionnaire and in the focus group discussion then asked respondents directly about things that Richard and Frank or Joyce and Agnes had said. A reproduction of the survey instrument is provided in Figure B3. 152. Appendix B. Do people from this area get their fair share of government services? No, not sure. Do people from this area get their fair share of government appointments? No, not sure. Richard Joyce, said that people can only rely on members of their own group. Do you think that this is true? No, not sure. Richard, Joyce, said that if people do not support members of their own group then they will be dominated by people from other areas who do. Do you think he/she is right? Ye know not sure ___. Frank, Agnes, said that Richard, Joyce, was wrong to support a politician just because he was from his, her, own group. She, said it was more important to support people because of their ability than because of the particular area that they come from. Which do you think is more important, to support a politician from your own group, or to support a politician who has the best abilities, even if he is from a different group? Own group ___ abilities not sure. Frank, Agnes, said that being a Zambian was much more important to him, her, than being a member of a particular group. Richard, Joyce, said that, in politics at least, he, she, is a person from a particular area first and a Zambian second. In general, do you think that people in this country think of themselves first as Zambians or first as being from a particular group? As Zambians as from particular group ___ not sure. What about you? When it comes to politics, which do you put first? Being a Zambian or being a member of your group? Being Zambian ___ being from a particular group ___ not sure ___. Figure 8.3, continued. The survey. Surveys were administered in English or the appropriate local language by either myself or one of 5 trained research assistants. In selecting, the research assistants were Mishek Bunda, Maureen Kashempa, Chris Mwangam, Robert Mwanza, and Joseph Tembo. Survey and focus group methodologies. Richard Joyce said that the days of one Zambia, one nation are over and that Zambia is now really many nations. Is she right? These days is Zambia one nations or is it many nations? One nation many nations ___ not sure. Are there more tensions these days between people who come from different areas than there were during the Second Republic? More tensions now more tensions than ___ No difference between then and now not sure. If there is a difference, why do you think that is? If there is a difference, can you give me an example of such tensions? Some people these days are saying that Zambia should introduce a federal system of government in which each province is given greater power to govern its own affairs. Do you think this would be a good idea? Ye ___ no not sure. Should chiefs and headmen play a role in governing Zambia today? Ye know not sure. If yes, what role should they play? Now I want you to think about your 3 closest friends. How many of them are from groups different from your own? Which groups? Friend number 1. Friend number 2. Friend number 3. Thank you very much for participating in our end survey. Figure B.3, continued. Individual survey respondents. My goal was to produce a sample that would be representative of the voting age population, i.e., greater than or equal to 8 years old, in each of the 6 districts in which the survey work was being carried out. 6. Although the goal was not to generate a nationally representative sample survey, the aggregate results of the survey are probably similar to what the results might have. 153. Appendix B. In the absence of a readily available list of individuals that might have served as a sampling frame for each district, I selected respondents through a stratified quota sampling method. Gender, age, and urban/rural location were employed as the 3 criteria for the quotas. The quotas for each category were set to reflect the share of the population in each category in each district, as determined from the R990 census. In each district, 6 respondents were interviewed each day for 7 days, yielding a total of 42 respondents. Each day was spent in a different site within the district. In the 3 urban districts, Lusaka Urban, Luancha, and Livingstone, each site was usually a different urban location or compound. In the 3 rural districts, Mongwe, Kazama, and Chipeta, where as much as 20% of the population lives within the Boma, the district capital, 2 of the 7 days were spent in different compounds within the Boma and the remaining 5 days were spent in different villages located at least 5 kilometers outside the Boma. The gender and age quotas were satisfied on a daily basis by choosing 1 respondent from each gender from each of 3 age categories, 8 to 26 years old, 27 to 44 years old, and 45 years old and over. These age cut-offs were selected because they divide the Zambian voting age population into 3 equal S/Z groups. I approached respondents at random until I had filled the age and gender quotas for the day. To avoid snowball sampling, I or my colleague would walk some distance after each interview before approaching the next potential respondent. Once identified, we would introduce ourselves as researchers from the University of Zambia and inquire of those persons we stopped whether we could ask them some questions about their views about the political changes that were presently taking place in the country. We were almost always greeted warmly and willingly. In rare instances where potential respondents expressed reservations about participating in the survey, we thanked them for their time and found another respondent. Had the sample been selected for that purpose? The close correlation between several of my findings and those reported in Bratton's Yergen, Nationally Representative Sample Survey Bratton 1996, bears out the CLIM. 7 in Luancha, roughly half the population lives in the municipal O-Pound, Mekumfwe, and the other half lives in one of the several ZCCM-run MMMG compounds, which are segregated by employment grade. 3 of the days in Luancha were spent surveying respondents in different areas of MTK, Mfwe, and the other 3 days were spent in different mining compounds, each with a D1 different grade of employee. Survey and focus group methodologies. If the respondent spoke reasonably fluent English, I would administer the survey myself. If their English was not sufficiently fluent to guarantee that they would understand and be able to respond to the questions, my colleague would administer the survey in the respondent's local language. Often, surveys were conducted in a mix of English and the local language. In addition to checking the appropriate boxes and filling in the appropriate blanks on the survey form, I or my colleague recorded in the margins interesting additional comments and elaborations made by the respondent. These comments are referenced in the text by survey respondent number, example SR 144. The focus groups. 5 focus groups of 6 participants each were conducted in each case study district. The purpose of the focus groups was to put meat on the bones of the survey results by providing an opportunity to observe participants discussing and debating at greater length the same issues that were posed in the questionnaire. While the prompt dialogue was useful for defining a uniform context in which the survey questions could be asked, it paid its real dividends in promoting excellent discussion and debate in the focus groups. One of the 5 focus groups was always held with a mixed gender group of primary school teachers. To arrange this group, I would ask the headmaster of one of the primary schools in the district to select 6 teachers, 3 men and 3 women, if possible, some older, some younger, to participate in the group. These focus groups were almost always held in an empty classroom or in the headmaster's office. A pair of focus groups was always held with groups of male and female market sellers from one of the principal markets in the district. To arrange this group, I would usually approach the chairperson of the market, formerly, but no longer, a political position, and ask him or her to help me organize 2 groups, one comprised of 6 men and one comprised of 6 women, to participate in the focus groups. Sometimes, I would circumvent the market chairperson and approach market sellers directly to ask them to participate. To eliminate the inevitable accumulation of observers and unofficial participants that gather when such groups are held in public places, I always held the market seller focus groups away from the market, sometimes in a nearby community hall or sometimes, with the headmaster's permission, in the same school classroom as the teacher's focus group. The groups were segregated by gender to ensure that women, who tend to defer to men in mixed settings, would feel comfortable speaking their minds. 8. The final pairs of focus groups were different in the urban and rural districts. In the 3 rural districts, I arranged one focus group with male villagers and one with female villagers, each in a different village located at least 15 kilometers from the district capital. In setting up these groups, I enlisted the help of a variety of different local contacts, a Peace Corps volunteer in one case, a relative of a University of Zambia colleague in another, a relative of my research assistant in a third. The focus group meetings took place in people's huts, in rural school buildings, in agricultural extension offices, under shady trees, and in other quiet settings. In the 3 urban districts, my practice was to approach the leaders of 2 different churches in the town and ask them to help me organize a group of men or women to participate in the focus group. 9 These groups were almost always held in a meeting room in the church itself. Throughout the book, citations of focus group comments are indicated by code. The first part of the code indicates the district in which the focus group meeting took place: LSK equals Lusaka, Li equals Luancha, Liv equals Livingstone, Mon equals Mongwu, Cas equals Kazama, CPTA equals Chapeda. The second part indicates the type of group: T equals teachers, MS equals market sellers, R equals rural, no code equals urban. The third indicates the gender of the focus group participants. Thus, LSKT was a focus group of Lusaka teachers, Mon MSW was a group of market seller women held in Mongwu, Liv M was a group of urban men in Livingstone. With the exception of the market sellers, to whom I gave key OOO gifts, about $2 at the time, as modest compensation for the business they lost while participating in the focus group, I did not pay focus group participants. I did, however, provide soft drinks and cookies. In each district, I would run the teachers' focus group myself in English and my colleague would run the other focus groups in a combination of English and the local language. Before the focus group began, my colleague and I would introduce ourselves, explain the nature of the research project, and encourage all the participants to speak freely during the ensuing discussion. The focus group discussion began with the playing of the prompt dialogue in the appropriate language and gender. Then we went through the same questions that were asked in the survey questionnaire. We did our best to encourage the focus group participants to discuss and debate among themselves the questions that we posed. In the most successful groups, our role was as moderators of an ongoing discussion rather than as questioners. The entire focus group discussion was recorded. Later, verbatim transcripts of the discussion were prepared in English. If time permitted after the survey questions had been addressed, I sometimes handed out blank maps of Zambia and asked focus group participants to work together to indicate on the maps the locations of the most important groups in the country, a deliberately non-leading set of instructions. The purpose of this exercise was less to see where people located the most important groups than to see which groups people identified, which dimension of identity they employed when they referred to them, and what discussions and disputes arose among the focus group participants in the process of identifying these groups and debating whether or not they should be included. The discussions that took place during this map drawing exercise were recorded and included in the verbatim focus group transcript. Appendix C. Tribal affiliations of parliamentary candidates. Many of the analyses reported in this book involve comparing the tribal backgrounds of parliamentary candidates with the tribal demographics of the constituencies in which they competed. Undertaking these analyses required collecting information about candidates' tribal affiliations. Due to the very large number of candidates whose tribal backgrounds I was interested in ascertaining, it was impossible to contact each candidate or, when they were deceased, their living family members directly. Instead, I took advantage of the fact that a person's tribal affiliation can be discerned from their name with a high degree of accuracy in Zambia, particularly by those who come from the same part of the country. I began by drawing up a list of every candidate who had run in the elections of 1968, 1973, 1978, 1983, 1988, 1991, and 1996. As well as in all Third Republic by-elections held through the end of 1999. I then sorted this master list by district, generating 57 separate worksheets containing inventories of every candidate that had ever run for parliament in that district. These worksheets contained a total of 2,231 different candidates. The data collection exercise took place during July and August 1999. My strategy was to track down, in Lusaka, people from each district who could serve as informants on the tribal backgrounds of the candidates from their district. I especially sought out older men or women who had spent a major portion of their lives in the district in question. Older men and women were chosen because, as focus group discussions revealed, older Zambians are far more attuned to tribal distinctions than are younger Zambians. I asked each informant to help me fill out the worksheet by applying the same tribal codes that were used in the 1990 census, a list of which I provided. I stressed repeatedly that I was interested in the local tribal identities of the candidates, not their language group affiliations. I also asked informants to leave blank any of the candidates' backgrounds about which they were not absolutely sure. In instances where a candidate's name might have suggested membership in more than one tribe, many Zambian names are common to several tribes. I asked the informants to indicate the candidate's background only if they knew the candidate or his or her family personally. Each worksheet was completed by at least 2 different informants. In cases where informants disagreed on a candidate's background, I sought the advice of at least 2 other informants. For a number of districts, the candidate codings were checked and double-checked by as many as 6 or 7 different informants. Although it was fairly easy to find informants for most districts, a number of more remote areas presented difficulties. My solution was to secure permission from the National Pensions Board to interview some of the hundreds of men who gather every day outside its Lusaka offices to await their pension payments. These men, former teachers, civil servants, military officers, and policemen, come to the board's headquarters from every district of the country to secure their terminal pension benefits. Sometimes they wait for months. In the meantime, they sit patiently in the courtyard of the building, and I found them eager to lend their help to my project while they waited. Many were able to identify candidates on the list as personal friends or even distant relatives. One even turned out to be a former candidate himself. Occasionally, informants told me that a certain candidate had parents belonging to different tribes. Sometimes they were able to tell me this because they knew the candidate, or the candidate's parents, personally. At other times it was because the candidate's name indicated a mixed tribal background. My convention in such cases was to record the candidate's mixed background on the worksheet and, for the purposes of the analyses, code them as members of the non-dominant tribe. My assumption was that a mixed tribe candidate, even a candidate that had one parent from the dominant local tribe, could be branded as an outsider by a non-mixed tribe rival and should therefore be coded as such. Appendix D. Tribal demographics of electoral constituencies. In a context where resources are assumed to be distributed along ethnic lines, and where the fairness of the current pattern of distribution is judged by the correspondence between the share of resources that each group controls and the share of the population it can claim as members, accurate information about the ethnic composition of the country's population can be highly inflammatory. Hirschman R. 987, Diamond R. 988, Wright R. 994, Horowitz R. 985. As Horowitz puts it, numbers are an indicator of whose country it is, R. 985, R. 94. For this reason, questions about respondents' ethnic backgrounds are simply not asked in the national censuses of most developing nations. Are in a striking departure from this norm, and for reasons I do not fully understand. The R990 Republic of Zambia Census of Population and Housing collected data on the tribal backgrounds of census respondents. Although this information was not included in any of the descriptive tables published by the Zambia Central Statistical Office, ZCSO, respondents' Zambian tribe was the only variable omitted from the otherwise comprehensive cross-tabulations. It remained in the raw data, which I was able to obtain from the ZCSO. This data set, which contains the self-reported tribal affiliations of 7,383,097 individuals, provided me with an indispensable, and unparalleled, source of information for the analyses that I undertake in this book using the census data to generate breakdowns of the tribal demographics of electoral constituencies was far from straightforward. A first difficulty stemmed from the fact that the census did not include electoral constituency as a variable. Deriving constituency-level tribal demographics therefore required building constituencies out of a different administrative unit that the census data set did contain, the Census Supervisory Area, CSA, of which there are more than 4,400 countrywide. However, mapping the census data onto electoral constituencies required first figuring out which CSAs were located in which electoral constituencies. The problem was that the maps used by the Zambia Electoral Commission to delimit electoral constituencies did not include CSA boundaries. Solving this problem involved borrowing electoral constituency maps from the Electoral Commission, taking them to the ZCSO offices where they could be compared side by side with the original colonial-era CSA maps, which were still in use, and scrutinizing the CSA and electoral maps to find common boundaries such as streams and rivers. The task was complicated further by the fact that the Second and Third Republics each had different numbers of electoral constituencies with different delimitations. Thus the process of mapping CSAs onto constituencies, which I did over the course of several days with the help of a team of staff from the ZCSO, had to be accomplished for 275 different units, our 50 constituencies from the Third Republic and our 25 constituencies from the Second Republic. 6. Once the CSAs were mapped onto the electoral constituencies, I aggregated the CSAs into constituencies to produce constituency-level breakdowns by tribe and first and second languages of communication.